The sprawling, majestic fantasy kingdom reveals a grand, multi-tiered white castle surrounded by a bustling town and rolling hills, marking the beginning of this tale. Inside the opulent throne room, a woman with neatly braided hair solemnly approaches a seated royal figure and his stoic attendants, formally inquiring if she was summoned. Looking slightly confused in her high-collared, intricately buttoned uniform, the woman directly addresses the seated royal figure as Prince Carol. A close-up of the prince's face reveals a wide, cheerful, and almost carefree smile as he looks down at his wife. Beaming with a bright, enthusiastic expression, Prince Carol shockingly declares to Vera that he is no longer interested in her and demands an immediate divorce. Vera stands completely frozen in sheer disbelief, her eyes widening into blank, shock-filled circles as the suddenness of his cruel rejection washes over her. A blurred, hazy panel vividly reflects her internal confusion as she softly utters a bewildered gasp in response to the abrupt and world-shattering news. A sudden memory flashes in her mind, showing a smiling, long-haired woman standing happily between Prince Carol and another handsome, silver-haired man. Back in the grand throne room, Vera stares at the prince and his emotionless royal attendants, her mind desperately struggling to process the devastating word regarding their marriage. Trembling slightly and visibly distressed by the betrayal, Vera stammers out a plea for clarification, desperately asking the prince what he could possibly mean. Prince Carol coldly retorts that there is absolutely no reason to stay married to someone as useless as her, dramatically revealing that the daughter of Minister Esta has just received the blessing of the summer spirit. He viciously compares Vera to this new woman, praising the minister's daughter for being proactive and offering helpful opinions for the country, which ultimately led him to decide to marry her instead. Vera's eye twitches in absolute horror and dawning realization as she fearfully repeats the name of the divine entity under her breath. Exposition reveals that in this mystical world, powerful spirits of the four seasons exist, and they whimsically bestow their divine blessings upon the specific humans they favor. Those fortunate enough to receive such a blessing gain incredible powers that reflect their specific spirit season, and these magical abilities profoundly influence the people around them. An image of the smiling new bride accompanies the explanation that with the summer spirit's blessing, a person will not suffer from harsh sunlight or even feel the freezing cold. A vast, sweeping landscape of hills and fields demonstrates that if someone with a spirit's blessing becomes part of the royal family, that divine blessing magically spreads throughout the entire kingdom. The narration emphatically repeats and reinforces that this incredible, kingdom-wide environmental benefit is the exact reason why the royal family desperately wants this new woman in their ranks. Vera realizes that for this new woman to become his wife, the existing wife must be completely removed from the picture, because spirits strictly do not tolerate their chosen partner being in a relationship with someone who loves another. Clenching her hands together tightly over her uniform in a desperate attempt to defend herself, Vera begins to speak directly to the prince. Prince Carol viciously cuts her off with a shout, angrily accusing her of never lifting a single finger for the country no matter how many times he explicitly instructed her to do so. As Vera desperately tries to interject, Carol talks over her, accusing her of only doing the bare minimum and never stepping up at royal events despite being the future queen. Refusing to hear her out, he commands her to stop making excuses, stating he will provide enough severance money for her to get by while explicitly ordering her to never come near the castle again. He condescendingly adds to his cruel decree, stating that his harsh banishment is simply because he doesn't want his precious new bride getting anxious over Vera's lingering presence. A close-up of Vera's dress shows her physically shrinking back as a quiet, broken sound of total defeat escapes her lips. To add maximum insult to her profound injury, the prince cheerfully declares that she is completely free to remarry someone else if she wishes. Vera looks down, her face entirely obscured by dark shadows and her body trembling with grief, as she internally processes the devastating reality that he is truly discarding her without a second thought. Acknowledging her total defeat, she mournfully concludes that now that the situation has escalated to this point, there is absolutely no way the stubborn Prince Carol will ever listen to her side of the story. A thought bubble shows a poised, aristocratic woman, illustrating the absolute societal rule that the desires of a spirit-blessed couple are always prioritized above all else. A heartbreaking, tightly framed close-up reveals a single, heavy tear welling up and threatening to spill from Vera's deeply sorrowful eye. Surrounded by harsh, dark cross-hatching that visualizes her suffocating despair, the narration solemnly declares that the painful outcome has already been firmly decided. Bowing her head in utterly crushed submission, Vera grips her cloak and formally whispers her understanding to the uncaring royal court. A tense panel highlights the shocked, pitying faces of the castle staff, a maid and a butler, who watch in stunned silence as the former future queen is ruthlessly cast out. The heavy, final thud of a boot hitting the ground marks the absolute beginning of her forced departure from the only privileged life she ever knew. A wide, bleak shot shows a path violently carved through jagged, towering snowbanks, emphasizing the freezing, harsh world awaiting her outside the warm castle walls. Seen from behind, Vera trudges forward into the biting cold, her isolated figure heavily shrouded in a thick, protective winter cloak. Tilting her head up to the freezing, oppressive sky, she exhales a visible puff of white breath, braving the icy elements with a weary resignation. Two small, dark transition panels represent the passage of a long, cold, and incredibly lonely journey away from the capital. We see the bottom of her winter coat and sturdy boots walking away, accompanied by her internal monologue explaining that she was effectively exiled from both the castle and the surrounding castle town. A shadowy memory of a formally dressed man and a weeping woman surfaces as she recalls someone telling her that they would give her the old house where her great-grandparents used to live. The memory continues with a stern, faceless figure in a suit coldly ordering her to return to that specific house and demanding that she never show her face again. Looking out at the falling snow with a numb expression, Vera reflects on the bitter cruelty that she wasn't even allowed the simple, basic comfort of returning to her own family home. She realizes this harsh isolation was deliberately designed not just to hide her away, but to guarantee she couldn't possibly interfere with the prince's highly anticipated remarriage. Walking through a snow-covered forest path, she deduces that the generous severance money was merely a political bribe, especially since he went out of his way to repeatedly ban her from the castle. Suddenly, Vera stops dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in profound shock as a small, unexpected gasp escapes her lips. Standing before her in the middle of the snowy wilderness is a large, sturdy, multi-story timber-framed house with a snow-covered roof, standing quietly behind a small gate. A gentle, deeply nostalgic smile breaks across her weary face as she looks upon the rustic building, softly whispering that it has been incredibly long since she was last here. The hazy, faceless silhouettes of her beloved great-grandfather and great-grandmother appear in her mind, warming her freezing heart with fond ancestral memories. With a gloved hand, she reaches out and pushes open the small, snow-dusted metal gate leading into the quiet, isolated property. Standing before the grand wooden double doors of the old house, Vera firmly grasps the heavy iron handles, finally ready to step inside and begin her new life in exile. Looking worn and melancholic in the quiet gloom, the young woman decides she desperately needs to start cleaning the space around her. Steeling her resolve with a heavy sigh, she decides to at least tackle the current room, alongside the bedroom and the bath. Grasping a long wooden broom, she begins sweeping the dusty floorboards with steady, deliberate strokes. Moving her attention to the neglected furniture, she firmly wipes down the large wooden dining table with a rag. Her diligent cleaning efforts eventually lead her to pause before a massive, multi-drawered wooden cabinet. Sitting conspicuously on one of the shadowy shelves is a peculiar rectangular box adorned with intricate geometric patterns. Staring at the strange, highly decorated object in utter confusion, she wonders if it might actually be some kind of complex puzzle box. Leaving the mysterious object behind for now, she briskly walks down a sunlit corridor toward her next destination. Reaching a set of imposing double doors at the end of the hall, she grasps the handles and pushes them open. The heavy doors protest loudly as she struggles momentarily, her face straining to force them ajar. Her eyes immediately widen in absolute astonishment at the breathtaking sight suddenly revealed before her. Inside lies a pristine, magnificently lit study room complete with a sturdy desk, an antique globe, and towering wooden bookshelves. Gazing around the impressive, dust-free room in awe, she breathlessly realizes she has stumbled into a fully equipped study. The grand shelves are packed tight with thick, leather-bound tomes bearing mysterious golden symbols and numbers on their spines. Row upon row of identically bound, ancient-looking volumes line the massive wooden bookcases in perfect order. Reaching out with a delicate hand, she gently slides one of the ornate, crest-embossed books from its resting place. Holding the surprisingly heavy volume carefully, she flips through the crisp, aged pages to inspect its hidden contents. Browsing the massive collection, she notes that while one volume appears to be an art book, another is clearly an illustrated fairy tale. Though the books are written in complex foreign languages she once struggled with, she takes deep comfort in the profound belief that knowledge is never truly wasted. Staring thoughtfully at the ancient text, she softly wonders what her venerable great-grandparents would think of her current isolated situation. Letting out a quiet, determined breath, she firmly sets those lingering thoughts of the past aside. Acknowledging a harsh and painful truth, she bitterly reminds herself that the people who truly valued her are no longer around. A sudden, overwhelming realization washes over her as her eyes widen, declaring to the empty room that she is finally completely free. Accepting the stark reality of her divorce, she wholeheartedly embraces the fact that she no longer has to suffer under crushing royal duties or relentless pressure. Resolving to live life strictly on her own terms from now on, she decides to passionately indulge in the simple pleasures she was previously denied. A powerful sense of liberating conviction fills her racing heart as she passionately affirms her bold new path forward. Clutching the heavy book tightly against her chest, a genuine, beautifully radiant smile finally breaks across her weary face. The profound silence of the study is abruptly shattered by a loud rumble from her stomach. Flushed with mild embarrassment at her own hunger, she quickly alters her grand plans and decides she will start by cleaning the bath instead. Despite the absolute, terrifying uncertainty of her future, she feels profoundly more at peace in this quiet house than she ever did in the bustling castle. Slumping happily into a wooden rocking chair after hours of hard work, she exhales deeply and confidently notes that she will surely sleep well tonight. Standing before a newly lit, roaring fireplace, she stretches her tired muscles and decides to diligently unpack just a little bit before turning in. Looking over the freshly prepared room with a satisfied smirk, she expresses genuine relief that the guest bedroom's bed is actually in a usable condition. Digging deep into one of her previously packed cardboard boxes, she unexpectedly uncovers a folded paper envelope nestled among her belongings. Her tired eyes widen in sudden, sharp recognition as she stares intently at the small, unassuming item she just unearthed. Carefully peeling back the paper folds, she reveals a tiny, precious cluster of dark flower seeds resting safely in the center. Her mind immediately flashes back to the gentle, smiling face of an older man, realizing instantly that these seeds were a parting gift from the royal gardener. She fondly remembers how the lush castle garden, lovingly tended by the gardener who was close with Carol-sama, was her absolute only true sanctuary. Overwhelmed by the incredibly thoughtful, secret gesture, she gazes down at the tiny seeds with profound, silent tenderness. Unfolding the accompanying piece of worn parchment, she reads a heartfelt handwritten message earnestly wishing her true happiness. Unable to contain her suddenly surging emotions, heavy, hot droplets of tears begin to splash violently against the delicate paper. Standing completely alone in the quiet, dim room, she finally lets herself weep openly as years of tightly repressed emotion break free. Though she genuinely believed she had lost absolutely everything in the divorce, the touching letter proves that there are still kind people out there rooting for her joy. The warm, vivid memory of the gardener's smile reassures her that the genuine connections she forged remain entirely unbroken, despite her past seemingly losing all meaning. Wiping away her flowing tears with a radiant, deeply hopeful smile, she fully embraces the profound desire to finally be happy. Bolstered by the secret support of a distant friend, she vows to reach for a joyful future without a single moment of hesitation. Tucked safely under her heavy, warm covers, she excitedly plans to plant the flower seeds tomorrow after finishing her scheduled cleaning. With a soft, entirely contented smile gracing her relaxed lips, she drifts off into a deep, peaceful slumber. Greeting the bright morning sun, she proudly surveys the tidy bedroom and enthusiastically notes that her new home is finally coming together. Noticing a few untouched, slightly messy corners, she pragmatically decides that making compromises is just as important as achieving absolute perfection. Gazing warmly out the bright window, the young woman smiles at the flourishing garden outside. She happily notes to herself how glad she is that the flowers bloomed so beautifully. Marveling at the dense cluster of delicate petals, she admits she never expected them to bloom this profusely. Carefully arranging a small bouquet, she recalls the gardener's letter mentioning their quick growth and accepts this is simply how they are. Delighted by her botanical success, she thoughtfully decides to press some of the flowers into bookmarks next time. Reaching out with a gentle hand, she firmly grasps a sturdy book. Settling into her rocking chair, she joyfully reflects that reading, tending flowers, growing vegetables, and solving puzzle boxes are all immensely fun. Basking in her newfound freedom, she realizes she now has all the time in the world to do the many things she wants. Blushing softly behind her book, she giggles and genuinely looks forward to the peaceful days ahead. Meanwhile, a heavy snowfall blankets the small house as a mysterious, cloaked figure approaches the front steps. The stranger's face remains hidden deep within the thick fur trim of a heavy winter hood. Pausing near the vibrant garden bed, the cloaked visitor stares in quiet surprise at the unexpected flowers. Unaware of the approaching guest, the young woman cheerfully waters the blooming flower bed with a small watering can. Smiling tenderly at a single blossom, she casually wonders if she should just open a flower shop since gardening is so incredibly relaxing. Glancing around the frosty landscape, she murmurs to herself about the surprisingly light snowfall. Looking out toward the distant trees, she casually guesses the lack of deep snow is because her home sits at the very edge of town. Suddenly sensing a presence, she abruptly turns her head toward the pathway. Her eyes go wide with sudden, sharp surprise as she finally spots the unexpected visitor standing nearby. A tall man draped in a thick, snow-dusted cloak stands silently on the path before her. The man stares back at her, his striking light eyes piercing through the cold winter air. Startled by the sudden intrusion, she lets out a soft gasp of realization. The tall stranger breaks the tense silence with a polite greeting, prompting her to offer a nervous hello in return. Adjusting his heavy collar against the chill, the man awkwardly offers another hesitant greeting. Tilting her head slightly, she stares at the mysterious man in total confusion. Observing his thick winter gear, she silently worries that he must be absolutely freezing under all those layers. A sudden realization dawns on her face as she remembers a crucial piece of information from her past. Recalling her harsh exile, she remembers being told that someone from the castle would come to check on her after a month. Gathering her composure, she politely asks the stranger if he is from the castle, and he immediately confirms her suspicion. Offering a gracious, welcoming smile, she gestures gracefully toward the house and asks him to follow her. The heavily cloaked man quietly follows the young woman up the snow-covered wooden steps of her porch. Grasping the handle firmly, she pushes the heavy wooden front door open. Stepping inside the dimly lit foyer, she immediately apologizes to her guest for the messy state of her home. Suddenly, her eyes widen again as she notices something entirely unexpected about her visitor. Removing his heavy hood, the handsome man finally reveals his striking features and neatly styled light hair. The man assures her the mess is fine, though he pauses with a curious hum. The young woman stares at his exposed face in utter, breathless shock. Trying to ease the tension, the man politely notes that it is definitely much warmer inside the house than out in the cold. Thanking him for his kind words, she invites him to talk in the living room where she has already lit the fireplace. Carefully observing his elegant demeanor, she strongly suspects this man is no ordinary soldier and might actually hold a very high rank. Keeping her polite facade intact, she respectfully gestures for him to proceed right this way toward the living area. The man steps forward, his heavy boots clicking softly against the sturdy wooden floorboards. Glancing around the cozy interior, he softly murmurs his appreciation for the comfortable warmth. Smiling proudly, she explains that she makes sure to keep the warm fire going constantly. Setting 2 steaming cups of tea on the table, she warmly invites her guest to please have a seat. Taking his seat on the couch, the man looks around in disbelief and asks if she truly lives here alone without any attendants. His expression fills with gentle concern as he questions how she manages to live entirely alone in such a rundown place. Bowing her head slightly, she apologizes for the state of the house and explains that she has been doing all the cleaning and organizing by herself. Frowning with deep sympathy, the man softly confesses that he never expected her to be completely alone. Her breath hitches and her eyes widen dramatically as his compassionate words strike a painful chord deep within her. A dark memory surfaces, reminding her that while Lord Carroll ordered her exile, it was her own cruel family who forbade her from bringing anyone, explaining why this man had no idea. Settling onto the plush sofa, the enigmatic man adjusts his dark collar and declares that while he has countless inquiries, he must begin with one pressing matter. Leaning forward with an interrogative glare, he bluntly references her earlier claim of being entirely alone in the sprawling house. He sharply reprimands her reckless behavior, pointing out that she moved completely on blind assumptions without waiting for his introduction, an error that could put her in grave danger. Letting a totally strange man into her home without thoroughly checking his identity or official credentials is an incredibly foolish mistake. Trembling under the crushing weight of his stern logic, the wide-eyed girl stammers a terrified admission that his harsh assessment is entirely correct. Softening his intense tone slightly, he concedes that he might have arrived for the exact reason she guessed, but sternly demands she verify her visitors next time, no matter what happens. Flooded with a sudden wave of immense relief, she bows her head and loudly expresses her profound gratitude for his vital, life-saving warning. A heavy, pregnant silence momentarily settles between them as the gripping tension slowly dissipates from the quiet room. Suddenly breaking the calm atmosphere, the man violently flinches and chokes out a pained gasp after taking a swift sip from his elegant teacup. Pure panic erupts across the girl's face as she frantically leaps forward, asking if he is all right and if he managed to severely burn himself. Sweating profusely and visibly distressed by the unexpected pain, he stares blankly ahead and mutters that the liquid is unbelievably hot. Flashing a highly nervous, apologetic smile, she desperately attempts to defuse the awkward situation by explaining that the tea was freshly brewed just moments ago. Watching the thick steam still aggressively billowing off the porcelain cup, she stares in sheer disbelief, wondering how he could have possibly failed to notice the scalding heat. Her pupil shrinks into a tiny pinprick in a flash of sudden, electrifying realization as a critical detail clicks into place within her racing mind. Realizing his embarrassing blunder, the man quickly covers his mouth with his thick black glove, his usually stoic facade momentarily cracking under the pressure. The girl's eyes remain firmly locked in a wide, unblinking stare as she intensely scrutinizes the mysterious guest sitting just inches away. Piecing the subtle clues together, she realizes his chronic lack of outward emotion expertly masked his true identity, suddenly recognizing him as a prominent figure from her past. The stoic face of the man sitting before her seamlessly overlaps with the majestic, brightly smiling visage of a legendary royal figure from her deeply buried memories. Trembling with newfound awe and mounting terror, she fearfully asks if the man sitting on her sofa is the renowned Lord Alan. Averting his gaze with a deeply melancholic sigh, he quietly confirms her staggering suspicion with a single, heavy utterance. Seized by absolute horror at her terrible lack of proper manners, the girl drops to her knees and frantically screams a tearful apology. He calmly begs her to stop overreacting and act naturally, asking not to be treated any differently despite her panicked excuses about completely failing to recognize him. Overwhelmed by the surreal, impossible situation, she stares at him with a flushed, desperate expression, struggling to formulate a coherent response. Smiling with a tinge of deep sorrow, he explains that he is no longer in any position to rule and that former royalty is his most accurate title now. In that tragic sense, he muses gently, the two of them are not so different anymore. Turning his gaze away to hide his lingering pain, he insists his fallen status is the sheer truth and begs her to treat him like anyone else. Desperate to fix the mood, she quickly clarifies that she never meant to imply anything insulting or derogatory. Closing his eyes with a gentle, exhausted resignation, he humbly asks her to view his desire for normalcy as a deeply personal request. Struck by the raw, bleeding vulnerability in his soft voice, the girl gazes down with a profound, solemn empathy radiating from her eyes. Observing him resting quietly on the couch, she reflects internally on the undeniably unique and overwhelmingly tragic circumstances surrounding his cursed life. She vividly recalls the historical tales of his golden youth, remembering how he was deeply admired by all until the fateful day he was blessed by the winter spirit. She solemnly muses that if he had merely received a blessing from an ordinary spirit, like the manageable ones bestowed upon her great-grandfather or Lady Esta, everything would have been perfectly fine. Instead, the heavy burden fell upon Lord Carroll's older half-brother, the highly esteemed man who was universally supposed to be the kingdom's magnificent next king. Tragically, the entity that forcefully blessed him was a high-ranking spirit, universally recognized as one of the absolute rarest and most overwhelmingly powerful beings in recorded history. The spirit's raw power was so violently unstable that it immediately warped the surrounding weather and agonizingly ravaged his own physical body. Because he was still acting as a ruling royal, the entire country was suddenly blanketed by unrelenting, unprecedented snowstorms that devastated local crops and rapidly spread lethal sickness. Desperate citizens suffered immeasurably as vital trade routes froze entirely solid, bringing the kingdom's sprawling, lucrative industry to a catastrophic, grinding halt. Amidst the freezing, apocalyptic wasteland, the sole tangible benefit the devastated country gained was a highly specialized, magical meltwater generated from the cursed snow. Rippling softly into a serene, glowing pool, this extraordinary water proved to be exceptionally rich in vital nutrients and incredibly delicious in taste. Boasting highly potent medicinal properties, this miraculous meltwater rapidly evolved into an absolutely vital resource for the ultimate survival of the entire kingdom. To safely harvest this watery blessing while successfully minimizing the widespread destruction, Lord Alan was permanently stripped of his royal succession rights. He was permanently exiled to directly rule this tiny, independent border town, completely containing the blizzard's catastrophic wrath to this single area while ensuring the kingdom still reliably received the Meltwater's bounty. However, despite the generous royal subsidies pouring in, the resentful townspeople actively keep their distance from him, furious about having the brutal inconveniences of heavy snow forced upon their daily lives. The girl's eyes dart toward him, her heart heavy with the staggering weight of the tragic lore surrounding the exiled, lonely prince. Her sorrowful gaze lands deliberately upon his thick, dark glove, realizing it is the only fragile barrier holding back a kingdom-ending disaster. The horrifying truth of his existence is that he absolutely cannot control the winter spirit's power. Anything his bare hands touch freezes instantly, whether he desires it or not. This uncontrollable, agonizing curse extends relentlessly to everything around him, even violently freezing the warmth out of something entirely living. While his remarkable leadership is praised far and wide across the land, his unpredictable freezing ability has tragically twisted him into a figure of absolute dread and fear. Condemned to perpetual, heartbreaking isolation, he is always utterly alone because even his most loyal, heavily armed guards are too terrified to stay by his side. Catching her lingering, empathetic stare, the cursed lord looks back with a beautiful but profoundly sorrowful expression etched across his pale features. Quickly taking the blame for the awkward silence, he apologizes for staring and vehemently promises that as long as he keeps his heavy gloves firmly on, nothing will ever freeze. Pushing the grim history aside, she worriedly asks about the immediate physical state of his hand, questioning if the scalding tea caused a severe burn. Offering a remarkably gentle, reassuring smile that defies his cursed existence, the former prince simply states that his hand is completely fine. Apologizing for his hasty gulp, he explains that he drank the tea so quickly because even through his thick gloves, absolutely anything he touches cools down instantly. Stunned by the tragic reality of his condition, she looks down with a sorrowful expression etched across her delicate features. Gazing out at the falling snow, she reflects on how exceptionally harsh it must be to never truly feel warmth in such a bitterly cold land. Suddenly shifting the solemn mood, he turns to her and bluntly asks if he can inquire about a specific matter. Fixing his intense gaze upon her, he straightforwardly asks if she has ever received a magical spirit's blessing. She shakes her head, explaining that a previous evaluation confirmed she has no blessing and has never even seen a spirit in her dreams. Clenching his gloved hand tightly, he reveals his desperate hope that she possessed a blessing capable of neutralizing his own cursed influence, as only another spirit can cancel one out. Searching for a logical explanation, she suggests that the lingering warmth might be the influence of Lord Carroll's new wife, who possesses a summer spirit's blessing. He firmly rejects the idea, explaining that ordinary blessings cannot override his high-ranking curse, which is exactly why everything he touched that morning still froze instantly. Turning his face slightly, he murmurs in bewilderment that despite his overwhelming curse, her house genuinely feels warm to him. Wide-eyed with disbelief, she stares back at him and questions if he is truly feeling warmth. Slumping his shoulders slightly, he confesses that while his blessing prevents him from dying or falling ill, he is trapped in a perpetual, inescapable chill regardless of his surroundings. Glancing up at the rustic chandelier, he admits that stepping into her home marked the very first time in ages he has actually experienced real warmth. Touched by his profound vulnerability, she remains utterly speechless as the weight of his words settles over her. She reflects inwardly that his tragic life always felt like a distant rumor, only knowing him through Carol's fond stories before this unexpected face-to-face encounter. Her eyes soften with a deep, empathetic sorrow as she gazes upon the isolated lord sitting quietly before her. Desperate to offer him some small comfort, she gently smiles and asks if he would like another cup of hot tea. A faint, genuine smile graces his lips as he graciously accepts her kind offer. The delicate porcelain teacup sits quietly on the table, a silent testament to the fragile connection forming between them. Sitting back comfortably, he apologizes for straying off-topic from the primary reason he visited her in the first place. Maintaining her composed demeanor, she offers a gentle, reassuring smile and tells him not to worry about the tangent. Anticipating his underlying concern, she clearly states that she harbors absolutely no grudges against Lord Carroll. He stares at her with a calm, unreadable intensity, absorbing her surprising declaration. She acknowledges her failure to meet Carol's expectations but asserts that her years as his partner gave her a deep understanding of his ultimate goals and values. Slightly incredulous, he questions how she can be so forgiving after being stripped of her noble title and forced into such a meager existence. With a wistful look, she asks if Carol ever shared many details about her true personality during their time together. After he nods slightly, she confides that despite her former status, she has never been good at standing in front of crowds. She explains that while she forced herself to endure public scrutiny as the future queen, she secretly lacked the courage to ever push herself forward outside of official duties. Looking around her humble home, she admits that despite the inconveniences, she is deeply relieved to no longer bear the burden of decisions that affect an entire kingdom. Embracing her newfound freedom, she declares that she has finally found time for herself and truly enjoys her quiet life. He listens with a softening gaze, beginning to understand the profound peace she has found in her unexpected exile. He points out the harsh reality of her isolation, noting that it was her own family's cruel decision to abandon her without a single attendant. Shrugging off the betrayal, she firmly states that she has completely severed all ties with her relatives. She explains that her divorce inadvertently served as the perfect revenge against her power-hungry family, leaving her feeling overwhelming relief instead of sadness. Smiling warmly, she dismisses any thoughts of rebellion, fully accepting that Carol's new wife was the best possible choice to utilize her spirit's blessing for the people. Bowing his head in quiet respect, he solemnly acknowledges her noble perspective. Startled by his sudden generosity, she listens as he offers to send someone to assist her should she ever find herself in need. She gently declines, expressing a deep sentimental attachment to the solitary house and the precious memories it holds. Brimming with quiet pride, she explains how she learned to manage the chores herself and finds immense joy in sorting through her great-grandfather's collections. Beaming with genuine contentment, she reassures him that she will be perfectly fine alone and thanks him for his concern. He stubbornly refuses to simply walk away, insisting that he cannot leave a former royal completely isolated. Promising to add her road to the local soldiers' patrol route, he urges her to call out for help immediately if anyone suspicious approaches. Nodding with gratitude, she accepts his offer to dispatch workers to repair her damaged fences, agreeing that a secure home is absolutely essential. Pausing briefly in their logistical conversation, a sudden thought crosses her mind regarding the strange phenomena surrounding her home. Leaning forward with a hesitant look, she politely asks if they can circle back to a highly unusual topic they discussed earlier. She brings up his baffling earlier confession about inexplicably feeling warmth the moment he stepped inside her house. Shifting his attention, he asks if she personally grew the beautiful flowers displayed around the property, which she proudly confirms. His expression darkens as he bluntly informs her that due to the magical snow, absolutely no plants or cold-resistant seeds should be able to survive in this frozen town. Gripping her dress in confusion, she insists she grew them all from regular seeds right in her own garden. Pondering the bizarre anomaly, he strokes his chin and questions if they were special seeds, noting that their explosive growth rate is completely unnatural. Alan notes they were provided by a royal gardener and are likely the same variety used within the palace. Reaching for a document, he mentions his belief that a clarifying note was included with the items. Studying the parchment intently, Alan confirms the message states the seeds were specifically harvested from palace flowers. Looking out over the snow-covered landscape, Alan considers if the house's remote location at the edge of town allowed the plants to bloom despite the range of his freezing blessing. He begins to speculate that objects within the sanctuary of the home might behave differently when handled. A somber expression crosses Alan's face as he admits it is difficult to determine for certain if things truly won't freeze. The young woman stares back with wide, expressive eyes, her face filling the frame in a moment of silent contemplation. Her gaze remains fixed and intense, highlighting her growing fascination with the magical phenomena being discussed. Sitting poised on the sofa, she appears struck by a sudden realization while looking toward a flower in a nearby vase. Her hand reaches out delicately to grasp a single, vibrant daisy, preparing to put a theory to the test. Holding the flower out, she courageously asks Lord Alan if he would be willing to test the limits of his power on it. Alan reacts with visible surprise and hesitation as she offers the bloom, the weight of the experiment hanging between them. She eases his concern by explaining she had already planned to dry the flower into a bookmark regardless of the outcome. The composition focuses on their hands as the fragile white daisy is passed from her gentle grip toward his dark-gloved fingers. Taking the stem into his hand, Alan watches the flower closely, waiting for the inevitable frost to take hold. He prepares himself for the petal's destruction, noting that it is fine even if the specimen freezes over. The perspective shifts to a dramatic close-up of Alan's eye, capturing his shock as a sudden spark of magical energy ignites. A massive burst of light erupts from his hand, illuminating the room as his blessing reacts violently to the contact. Amidst the radiant glow, the flower begins to transform, its petals taking on a crystalline, shimmering appearance. Breathless at the sight, she whispers that the result is absolutely beautiful as the light begins to fade. Alan stands frozen in a daze, his eyes wide with astonishment at the unintended result of his touch. Startled by his intense reaction, she quickly covers her mouth and stammers out an apology. Breaking his silence, Alan tentatively asks if he might be allowed to keep this specific crystallized flower. He assures her he doesn't mind her keeping it since the flower was hers to begin with, though he remains visibly moved. She holds the transformed bloom to her chest, a warm and genuine smile spreading across her face. Beaming with happiness, she gazes at the crystal flower and offers him her most sincere thanks. Alan reflects privately that while his blessing hasn't vanished, the delay in freezing proves his power is significantly weaker within this house. He wonders if the lingering blessing of his great-grandfather is acting as a shield for the inhabitants of the home. A tight close-up of Alan's profile shows him lost in thought, unable to be entirely sure of the house's secrets. Realizing the time, Alan stands to depart but promises to return soon to discuss repairs and the mysterious blessing residue. The focus shifts to their feet as Alan takes a step toward the exit, signaling the end of their encounter. Clad in his heavy winter cloak, Alan prepares to step back out into the cold as she watches him from the hallway. With a final polite gesture, the nobleman takes his leave and exits the warmth of the cottage. Standing in the doorway, she smiles brightly and bids him farewell until their next meeting. A close-up of Alan's eyes reveals a lingering sense of wonder and perhaps a trace of newfound affection. The two share a final, slightly awkward but meaningful glance across the threshold before the door closes. Now outside, Alan pauses in the snow, his silhouette framed against the wintry background. He looks down at his hand, perhaps still feeling the warmth of the exchange or the weight of the flower he took with him. Back inside, the woman remains by the door, her expression soft and contemplative as she thinks over the day's events. A close-up captures a firm, supportive handshake or a lingering touch that emphasizes the growing bond between them. Alan's gaze softens even further, his eyes reflecting a mix of solemnity and a quiet, budding joy. She calls out a final reminder for him to be careful on his way back, thanking him once more for everything. Alan offers a simple, heartfelt thanks in return before finally turning away into the falling snow. The scene pulls back to show her small figure framed in the light of the open door as Alan disappears into the white haze. Walking through the garden gates, Alan's lone figure is swallowed by the vast, snowy landscape of the estate. Waving a hand dismissively, she admits to herself that the visit was actually quite fun. She reflects that while the conversation felt like an interrogation at times, it was wonderful to finally speak with someone again. The view of the cozy living room shows the dying fire in the hearth, with the tea set still resting on the table. A final look at the crystal-transformed flower highlights its otherworldly beauty, glowing softly in the dim light. Settling in for the evening, she smiles to herself and concludes that today really was a good day. Delicately handling the crystalline flower, she prepares to display the unique treasure in a simple white vase. The shimmering flower sits as a centerpiece on a shelf, surrounded by a modest bowl, a small pitcher, and a teapot. Gazing at her reflection or the quiet room, she wears a gentle, serene smile that speaks of newfound peace. She reflects on her past, realizing she no longer wishes to return to her old life now that she is finally free from overwhelming pressure. Looking toward the window with a look of satisfaction, she declares the current situation to be absolutely perfect. Suddenly energized, she decides to tidy the entryway quickly before the local soldiers begin their regular patrols. A close-up of her face shows a startled but friendly expression as she hears a sudden greeting. Lord Alan stands at the door, pulling back his hood while snow clings to his heavy winter cloak. A plate of 4 golden brown, handmade scones is presented alongside small bowls of cream and jam. Seated together, she offers the handmade treats to Alan while he observes that she seems very skilled at housework and gardening. She humbly dismisses the compliment, smiling as she insists there is still a great deal she doesn't understand about her chores. Her posture is modest and attentive as she continues to explain her background to her guest. She reveals that people at the castle gave her manuals and tools so she could survive even if she ended up living alone. Alan notes with interest that she seemingly managed to get along well with the staff at the castle. Confirming his thought, she explains that the kindness of certain people is exactly why she cannot harbor thoughts of revenge. Alan absorbs this information quietly, taking a slow sip of his tea while processing her lack of bitterness. Her face contorts into a look of sudden, panicked alarm as she spots a potential danger. She cries out a warning to Lord Alan, startled because the tea he is about to drink is still incredibly hot. Alan pauses with the teacup near his lips, looking slightly flustered by her sudden outburst. A close-up reveals her soft, relieved smile as the tension from the hot tea scare dissipates. Alan looks at her with wide eyes, struck by the thought that she is a remarkably charming person. He clears his throat and regains his composure, informing her that the repairs to her house should begin in a few days. She listens intently to the update about her home, her hands occupied with the teapot as she prepares to pour more. Alan sits stoically in his white military-style uniform, maintaining a formal yet relaxed presence on the sofa. She looks up with a curious and slightly tilted head, waiting for Alan to continue his thought. The focus returns to the crystalline flower, which remains a beautiful but fragile reminder of their previous encounter. She thanks him for the flowers but expresses a quiet sadness that the ice has already begun to melt after only 2 days. Alan looks toward her with a neutral, contemplative expression, absorbing her reaction to his fading magic. He repeats her words back to himself with a hint of surprise, questioning the idea that her feeling is one of shame. She confirms her feelings, looking down softly as she admits she really liked the frozen blossoms. A close-up of Alan's mouth shows him beginning to respond to her unexpected sentiment. His lips curve into a small, genuine smile, showing a rare moment of warmth. Alan lets out a soft laugh, surprising her with his sudden change in demeanor. He admits that she is the first person who has ever told him they were sad to see his ice melt. She listens with a serious, thoughtful expression, perhaps realizing the weight his magic usually carries for others. Alan breaks into a broad, joyful grin, his eyes closing as he enjoys the novelty of her perspective. His face remains bright with amusement, the usual coldness of his character replaced by lightheartedness. She watches him with a warm, blushing smile, clearly pleased to see him so genuinely happy. Alan looks around the room and remarks that her house is a very nice and warm place. Closing her eyes happily, she agrees with him, stating that she also likes how warm and welcoming the house feels. She kindly invites him to come by any time he likes since he enjoys the atmosphere so much. She adds a practical reason, noting he will likely need to keep an eye on her for a while anyway. Alan looks toward her with a steady gaze, considering her open invitation to return. She offers him a radiant, closed-eye smile that reinforces her sincere welcome. Alan's profile shows a serious but softened look as he prepares his final response for the visit. He smiles gently and agrees that she is right, promising that he will indeed come by again. The scene shifts back to the tea table as she confesses that when she is alone, she feels like she might forget how to talk. Alan holds his teacup with a peaceful expression, admitting that he often feels the exact same way. She gazes out into the dark, snowy night, her profile illuminated by the light from inside her warm sanctuary. A final close-up focuses on the detail of her hair and the peaceful atmosphere of the home as the visit concludes. A soft smile plays on Lord Alan's lips as he leans forward, sincerely telling the young woman that he would like for them to be friends just as they are. The two sit across from each other at a low table, sharing a quiet moment over tea and a plate of small treats while the woman listens intently to his proposal. Following that pivotal conversation, Lord Alan begins to visit the estate frequently, often spotted by the workers as he arrives amidst the falling snow. Wrapped in a warm, pom-pom-adorned cloak, the young woman watches with a look of mild surprise as a stoic guard gestures toward their recurring visitor. Against a backdrop of swirling winter air, Lord Alan appears at the door with a gentle, welcoming gaze that has become a staple of her daily routine. Inside the warmth of the home, the woman approaches with a fresh pot of tea, her expression bright as she prepares to serve her noble guest. Standing before him in her simple domestic attire, she offers a polite greeting while Alan watches her with an appreciative, calm demeanor. Outside, the winter sky remains thick with falling snow, creating a serene and isolated atmosphere for their growing bond. The pair settles into a comfortable rhythm, spending their time together lost in books while sitting side by side on the large sofa. Alan's gloved hand carefully dips a spoon into a bowl of dark, steaming soup, savoring the simple meal provided during his stay. He takes a quiet bite, his eyes half closed in appreciation of the warm food as he enjoys the domestic tranquility of the room. A faint, contented smile touches Alan's face as he looks toward his companion, clearly finding solace in these frequent, unhurried visits. The young woman blushes slightly, her eyes wide and sparkling with a burgeoning happiness as she returns his steady, kind gaze. Alan's dark-gloved hand reaches out to steady a small, rectangular object, his movements precise despite the heavy fabric covering his fingers. He inspects the item closely, noting with a hint of frustration that the intricate mechanism won't budge no matter how he tries. The woman explains with a cheerful smile that progress in cleaning the house has been slow because she keeps discovering puzzle-like paintings and trick boxes. She reveals a collection of several more patterned trick boxes she gathered from the same room, noting that only one has been successfully opened so far. Curious about the contents of the first box, Alan asks what was hidden inside the mysterious container. Hesitantly, she admits the first box held a bundle of love letters sent from her great-grandfather to her great-grandmother, which she tucked away unread. She shifts her attention back to the current puzzle, sensing that whatever is trapped inside this specific box isn't made of paper. Looking at him with earnest curiosity, she confesses her deep desire to see what's inside despite her inability to trigger the mechanism. The scene focuses on the mysterious box, a silent challenge sitting between them as they ponder its secrets. With a rare spark of passion, she admits it is the first time she has ever wanted to obtain something so badly. Alan attempts to manipulate the box, though he acknowledges that the task is significantly harder to perform while wearing his thick gloves. Resting his hand on the puzzle, Alan reflects on how his gloves have always felt like a necessary lifeline to him. He looks back at her with a soft, knowing expression, the silence between them filled with a new level of mutual understanding. Alan chuckles softly and tells the young woman she is a truly curious person, his gaze softening as they sit together on the sofa. Stunned by his directness, she lets out a small gasp of surprise while Alan admits that he finds himself letting his guard down whenever they speak. He quickly clarifies with a charming smile that he means his lack of inhibition in a purely positive way. The woman remains frozen for a heartbeat, her face flushed as she processes the weight of his unexpected confession. Alan maintains his gentle expression, reaffirming that his comment was never intended to be an insult. She looks away, her mind racing as she tries to reconcile the noble's usual stoicism with this newfound vulnerability. As evening falls, Alan prepares to depart, his tall figure silhouetted against the grand hallway as he heads toward the exit. Adjusting his heavy cloak, he offers a final, handsome smile and promises to see her again tomorrow. She reaches out her hand in a gesture of farewell, her simple yes confirming that she eagerly anticipates his return. The two share a firm, meaningful handshake, a physical seal on the friendship and trust they have built through these winter days. She waves goodbye from the doorway, her heart light as she watches his hooded figure disappear into the snowy night. The moon hangs high over the jagged towers of a distant castle, signaling the end of another day spent in quiet company. Alone in his own quarters, Alan leans his head against his hand, the weight of his royal responsibilities returning to haunt him. He stares off into the darkness with a weary gaze, a stark contrast to the warmth he displayed earlier, and sighs that he is tired. Standing before his bookshelf, he attributes his unusual exhaustion to the grueling preparations for his upcoming remarriage. He mindlessly handles a small object, his thoughts drifting back to the simple joy of solving puzzles in a quiet room. He peers into a small container, his eyes widening slightly as he discovers something unexpected hidden within. Contemplating whether to seek help, he ultimately decides to end his work for the day, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He notes with a touch of surprise that it is the first time he has ever seen the tea leaves completely run out. Sinking onto the edge of his bed, Alan sits in the dim light of his room, the silence of the castle pressing in around him. His reflection in the window shows a man burdened by the state of his realm, his mind never truly at rest. Looking troubled, Alan laments the country's dropping productivity and wonders why the nation's fortunes refuse to recover. He realizes they may need to hurry their plans, noting that Esta's queen training is incomplete and the marriage is still a distant goal. Haunted by the crisis, Alan wishes desperately for the blessing of the summer spirit to restore his fading land. Alan reflects on the fact that the country once prospered despite Vera's great-grandfather not being royalty, leading him to believe they should be receiving some benefit from the blessing. He notes that even though they are not yet married, the blessing of the summer spirit still exists within Esta. Despite Esta receiving the blessing, Alan observes with growing concern that things in the country are gradually worsening. A close-up reveals Alan's pensive and slightly somber expression as he contemplates the state of his nation. Alan's eyes remain fixed on the distance as he sits alone, lost in a memory of a time before his life changed. He holds on to the hope that once he and Esta are married, the blessing will surely spread across the country immediately. Looking out over the lights of the city, Alan vowing to definitely bring back the prosperous nation they once had. A title card marks the beginning of episode as the narrative shifts to a new chapter of Alan's journey. Alan is seen working diligently at his desk in a large, sunlit office, surrounded by the weight of his royal duties. A brief transitional shot focuses on a small detail of his workspace, emphasizing the quiet atmosphere of his study. Alan exhales a weary sigh as he takes a moment to rest his gloved hand on the desk. The scene pulls back, showing Alan sitting in a grand but solitary position within his workplace. The view opens to a wide, empty room with grand furnishings, highlighting the vastness of Alan's living quarters. Staring into the distance, Alan realizes he thought he had completely gotten used to the silence of his life. He remembers how this wide, empty room felt unbearably lonely to him when he was just a child. Alan recalls the family that treated him with love, a memory that stands in stark contrast to his current isolation. Back then, he spent his days full of hope, studying and training to become the king who governs the nation. That ordinary daily life he took for granted disappeared one day because of the blessing he was suddenly given. He describes the heavy snow constantly falling around him and the power to freeze anything he touches with his bare hands. His body never dies from the cold, yet he always feels as though he is freezing. This blessing became an essential necessity for a nation that had just lost the blessing of the spring spirit. The snow that falls under his spirit's blessing is considered highly valuable to the land. As a desperate measure, an independent nation was created specifically to manage the unique nature of his power. Alan acknowledges that the people of this country probably resent him for suddenly being made to bear the burden of all this snow damage. He resolves to use the results of his hard work and knowledge to help the people caught up in the consequences of his power. He tells himself he is fine being alone now. It has been more than 10 years since he made that decision, living through days that never seem to change. Looking at the back of a woman's head, Alan realizes that his world has finally started to shift. A close-up of a face suggests a moment of sudden realization or the beginning of a new perspective. Alan brushes off a minor incident with a subordinate, politely telling them it's all right despite their apologies. He smiles gently and thanks someone for their concern, showing a warmer side of his personality. The subordinate looks on with a slightly worried expression, simply responding with a quiet acknowledgement. Alan observes that the man's hesitant reaction is understandable given the fear his power usually inspires. He remembers a time when he first came to the castle and accidentally froze someone. A memory flashes of a young Alan and a terrified maid enveloped in a sudden, icy blast. He recalls naturally holding the hand of a maid who approached him in sympathy, unaware of a small tear in his glove. Chaos erupted as people shouted to call a doctor and urged the victim to pull herself together. Fortunately, the maid recovered safely without aftereffects, but she quit the castle and returned home out of fear. Since that traumatic event, Alan holed himself up in his room, choosing to do all his work alone. His only relief from his self-imposed isolation was taking walks to the edge of town where no one lived. Things changed after the day he used a walk as an excuse to check in on Carol's ex-wife under the guise of reconnaissance. He remembers feeling the warmth of another person for the first time in over 10 years from a hand that reached out without hesitation. A single boot makes a crisp sound as it steps firmly onto the fresh, white snow. Alan stands at a small iron gate in a stone wall, looking out over a wide, snow-covered landscape. Esta watches from a distance as Alan, wrapped in his heavy white cloak, begins to walk away from the estate. A close-up shows Esta's lower face as she breaks into a bright, joyful smile while holding a bundle of flowers. Esta stands happily in the snow, cradling a large bouquet of blooming flowers against her chest. Alan looks back with a softened, contemplative expression, moved by the sight of Esta's genuine happiness. Esta notes that many flowers have been blooming lately and greets the day with a cheerful hello. As Alan watches her, he feels a profound sense that there is no more loneliness in his heart. Esta stands with one hand outstretched, her eyes wide with a sense of wonder at the world around her. A hand reaches out to grasp the cold metal handle of a heavy wooden door, ready to pull it open. Esta pauses for a moment, resting a hand on her chest as she exhales a soft, thoughtful sigh. Clad in her heavy traveling cloak, Esta decides that she should head out to go shopping soon. Reflecting on her exile from the royal capital, Vera steels herself to face the residents of the quiet town she now calls home. Pulling back her hood with a determined shout, she prepares to step out and begin her new life among the commoners. A breathtaking vista reveals the town nestled deep within a valley of towering, snow-capped peaks. Vera walks through the desolate, snow-dusted streets, marveling at the quiet beauty of the traditional architecture. Shivering slightly, she notes the eerie lack of people out in the freezing morning air. Her attention is caught by a quaint cutlery shop, and she decides to step inside to seek out the local craftsmanship. A kindly shopkeeper greets her with a warm smile, offering a hospitality she hadn't expected in her exile. Surprised by the genuine welcome, Vera finds herself returning the man's kindness with a soft, relieved expression. Stepping back onto the cobblestones with her basket, she plans her next move to gather essential groceries for her home. Watching the locals chat nearby, she realizes the town isn't gloomy at all but merely muffled by the heavy blankets of snow. A sudden change in the atmosphere causes Vera to pause and look up toward the heavy gray clouds. Between the steep rooftops, the sky begins to crack open as the oppressive weather finally begins to shift. Standing still in the middle of the street, Vera watches in awe as the relentless snowfall ceases for the first time in memory. She reflects on how long it has been since the world felt this clear, sensing a profound change in the town's spirit. Entering the grocery store, Vera overhears a woman remarking that her child has likely never seen a day without snow. The weight of the shopkeeper's words hits Vera hard as she realizes the true rarity of the clear sky above them. The merchant gazes out her window with an expression of pure wonder, momentarily forgetting her work. Realizing how long these people have suffered in the cold, Vera feels a deep sense of empathy for her new neighbors. Shaking off her heavy thoughts, she politely approaches the counter to request her supplies from the distracted woman. The shopkeeper begins a standard greeting but stops abruptly as she gets a closer look at her customer's face. A dramatic silence fills the shop as the woman's eyes widen in sudden, shocked recognition. Trembling slightly, the merchant asks if she is truly looking at the exiled Lady Vera. Vera freezes, caught off guard by being recognized so far from the capital's influence. Forced to confront her past, she quietly confirms her identity to the stunned shopkeeper. The woman explains that she saw Vera at a royal ceremony once and had heard whispers of her arrival in town. With tears in her eyes, the shopkeeper expresses her deep gratitude for the aid and sincere care Vera once showed their community. The merchant beams with a genuine, radiant smile as she thanks Vera for listening to the hopes of the common people. Stunned by the unexpected outpouring of love, Vera stares back in silence, her heart racing. A montage of her past duties flashes through her mind as she reconsiders the impact of her life in the palace. A wave of relief washes over her as she realizes that her years of hard work were not for nothing. Bowing her head in a gesture of profound humility, Vera insists that she is the one who should be thanking the townspeople. She promises to return as a regular customer while the shopkeeper enthusiastically welcomes her back. Her eyes land on a shelf of colorful jars, noting the local preserves available for sale. Vera smiles warmly as she realizes the shop sells jam, thinking of Alan's legendary love for all things sweet. She decides to buy a jar during her next visit, certain that it would bring a bright smile to Alan's face. Amused by the memory, she recalls how Alan always piles an excessive amount of jam onto every scone he eats. A bittersweet memory surfaces of Vera brewing sweet tea for Carol to help him through his grueling days of statecraft. She muses on the irony that the two brothers share the same sweet tooth despite being related only by marriage. The scene shifts to a painful memory of a woman weeping in the shadows of the royal palace. Carol stands coldly by a window, ignoring the desperate apologies of the woman behind him. His handsome face is a mask of stone, showing no mercy for the person struggling under his high expectations. Turning back toward the room, he watches Esta with a critical and unyielding eye. He brutally informs her that as long as she possesses the minimum knowledge required for marriage, her personal feelings are irrelevant. While Esta breaks down in tears, Carol scolds her for the weakness of sighing in front of her subjects. Exploding with frustration, he slams his fists onto his desk and complains about the wedding's many delays. He describes her constant presence and outward displays of distress as an annoyance to his vital work for the country. Scathing and relentless, he points out that her lack of composure has even been noticed by the royal vassals. Carol delivers a final, cutting blow by comparing Esta's weakness to Vera, who always maintained a perfect smile for the people. Overwhelmed by the pressure and the comparison to her predecessor, Esta can do nothing but offer a broken apology. The memory ends on the sharp, cold gaze of a man who values duty and appearance over the hearts of those around him. A woman dressed in formal attire tentatively opens the door, her posture reflecting a sense of nervous hesitation as a creaking sound fills the silence. Lord Carroll is revealed looking utterly drained, his neutral expression failing to hide the deep-seated exhaustion etched across his features. Squeezing his eyes shut in a moment of quiet frustration, Carroll lets out a heavy, strained breath as the weight of his responsibilities presses down on him. Rubbing the back of his neck in a clear display of stress, Carroll admits to himself that he is completely unable to discuss the matters concerning Esta. Slumping forward with his head resting heavily against his hand, he self-reflectively acknowledges that his nerves have been severely on edge lately. Acknowledging his own harshness, a remorseful speaker openly apologizes and urges the other party to proceed with their actions. A somber-faced woman reports that her re-examination of Esta confirms the presence of the spirit's blessing, even as the nation's broader rebuilding efforts continue to falter. The woman elaborates that the immediate vicinity of the castle where Esta resides remains in notably better condition than the struggling town, further solidifying the undeniable proof of the blessing. While sudden and severe temperature drops are devastating crops and plant life across the entire country, the resilient vegetation within the capital remains suspiciously unaffected. Because Esta is currently in no physical or mental condition to attend public diplomatic functions, the urgency to finalize the marriage has intensified, though she remains entirely incapable of keeping up with the grueling preparations. Carroll quietly shifts his attention to a freshly delivered document, the rustling paper echoing lightly in the tense atmosphere. The underlying complications of their situation are far from resolved, as another pressing issue immediately rears its head. A tight, uncomfortably close view of Carroll's narrowed eye reveals the profound, lingering fatigue that haunts his every waking moment. A disorganized array of numerical data and chaotic diplomatic disputes clutters the reports, adding to the overwhelming bureaucratic nightmare he must navigate. Despite the fact that the staffing assignments previously managed by Vera were correctly realigned to match individual abilities, overall efficiency continues to plummet while an inexplicably tense atmosphere suffocates the entire castle. Carroll suddenly turns his head slightly, his attention caught by an approaching presence as he asks what is wrong. An anxious maid carrying a carefully prepared tea tray steps cautiously into the room, politely excusing herself for the untimely interruption. The nervous maid apologizes profusely to Lord Carroll, explaining that the specific tea leaves normally stocked in his room have completely run out because they were a custom order rather than part of the castle's regular inventory. Caught entirely off guard by this mundane revelation, Carroll's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he questions the concept of the custom order. The maid elaborates that Lady Vera had personally sourced and ordered those specific tea leaves from a completely separate, external supplier. A profound sense of realization washes over Carroll as he quietly repeats Vera's name, processing the depth of her unseen, meticulous care. Understanding the situation, Carroll politely declines the maid's offer to reorder the tea, taking full responsibility for his own ignorance while she apologizes for bringing a replacement with a similar scent. The heavy double doors swing shut with a resounding thud, leaving the exhausted lord isolated in his private chambers once more. Carroll leans his head back against his ornate chair in quiet contemplation, a massive, elegantly crafted teacup sitting untouched on the desk before him. Reaching out with a weary arm, he grasps the delicate handle of the teacup, seeking a fleeting moment of comfort in the warm beverage. Bringing the steaming cup closer, Carroll stares blankly into the distance, ensnared by a sudden, overwhelming silence that amplifies his internal turmoil. He turns his gaze toward the dark, imposing window, the pitch-black night offering no answers to the swirling questions in his mind. Half of his face is swallowed by the room's deep shadows, emphasizing the profound isolation and quiet despair that currently define his existence. A ghostly, smiling vision of Vera materializes in his mind's eye, her ethereal presence standing in stark contrast to his wide-eyed, dawning comprehension. Struck by a sudden, jarring epiphany, Carroll's posture stiffens as he stares blankly, the intricate patterns of the ceiling failing to distract him from his racing thoughts. Beads of cold sweat form on his face as the crushing weight of his realization takes hold, leaving him visibly shaken and distressed. His expression shifts into one of vulnerable shock, his defenses completely crumbling as the truth of his situation becomes undeniable. The stark realization continues to paralyze him, his wide eyes reflecting a deep, internal conflict that he can no longer easily suppress. A vivid memory surfaces of Vera smiling radiantly, her gentle voice graciously thanking Lord Carroll for his dedicated hard work. The painful nostalgia pierces his composure, his sorrowful eyes welling up with unspoken regret as the memory plays out like a cruel taunt. He remembers how Vera would always personally deliver his tea alongside carefully chosen sweet treats, prompting him to question if she was the only one who ever extended such a specific, comforting kindness to him. Overwhelmed by the flood of memories, Carroll slumps back in his chair and throws his arm defensively over his eyes, attempting to block out the emotional onslaught. The deep lines of agony and exhaustion are fully exposed on his face as he struggles to comprehend the massive void left in the wake of her absence. The ornate, geometric patterns of the ceiling offer a cold, unfeeling contrast to the intense, chaotic emotional breakdown occurring just below. Peering out from beneath his arm, a deeply distressed Carroll desperately questions why he is suddenly experiencing such a strange, debilitating kind of exhaustion. He concludes that while his physical body remains perfectly fine, his mind has been completely and utterly worn out by the accumulating stress. A bittersweet image of Vera's warm smile flashes in his mind once again, prompting a genuine, concerned thought about how she is currently faring. Staring up at the ceiling with a softened, melancholic profile, Carroll allows himself a rare moment of pure, unadulterated vulnerability. Driven by a newfound sense of clarity and lingering guilt, he resolves that he should make the time to go and check on her sometime in the very near future. Sitting alone in the dimly lit room with the dark window beside him, Carroll appears resigned but resolute, quietly accepting the reality of his current predicament. The narrative transitions backward in time to an extra childhood chapter, specifically recalling the momentous day of Vera and Carroll's official engagement announcement. A very young Vera cowers nervously behind a large architectural pillar, her tiny frame trembling as she secretly observes a distant, imposing figure. The numerical designation marks a specific sequential shift in the historical record of this deeply embedded childhood flashback. Tears stream freely down young Vera's face as she hastily wipes her eyes, her voice breaking in a quiet, desperate plea for her great-grandfather. A stern, uncompromising voice interrupts her moment of sorrow, formally commanding the young girl that it is officially time for her to make her greeting. A young Carroll gasps in sudden shock, his eyes widening in pure disbelief at the unexpected sight before him. Gripping her shoulders with deep concern, Carroll frantically asks Vera what is wrong, noting that her face has gone as pale as a sheet. Noticing her violent trembling, he immediately asks if she is feeling unwell. Vera stares back with terrified eyes, apologizing profusely as she admits she is so nervous about being in front of people that she cannot stop shaking. Overcome with panic, she cries that despite telling herself to stand tall and smile, she simply cannot force it. A sudden look of understanding crosses Carroll's face as he realizes the true depth of her debilitating stage fright. He firmly extends his hand toward her, offering a physical anchor in the midst of her spiraling panic. Vera's wide, tearful eyes stare blankly at the extended hand as the sudden gesture momentarily breaks through her overwhelming fear. With unwavering confidence, Carroll reassures her that she is not alone because he is standing right beside her. Clutching her hands to her chest, Vera softly murmurs his name as his comforting words begin to soothe her racing heart. Flashing a bright, encouraging smile, Carroll gently takes her hands in his and boldly promises that everything will be fine. He confidently declares that if she finds herself unable to smile, she should simply look at him, as people always tell him his smile is contagious. A faint blush colors Vera's cheeks as a small, genuine smile finally breaks through her deeply entrenched nervous expression. Seeing her expression soften, Carroll cheerfully praises her for finding her spirit. Chuckling warmly, he jokes that if she freezes up on the balcony, he will make a ridiculous face to make her laugh, which would surely surprise the citizens even more. Deeply moved by his relentless optimism, Vera softly thanks him for his unwavering kindness. Guiding her forward by the hand, Carroll gently reminds her not to worry about her first time facing a massive crowd, promising she will get used to it soon. Radiating pure princely confidence, he declares that from this day forward, they will stand before the people and guide the nation together. The warm childhood memory shatters as the narrative violently snaps back to the present, revealing an adult Vera staring in stunned silence. The lingering echo of young Carroll's promise to make her laugh rings hollow against the cold reality of their current fractured relationship. Breaking the heavy silence, an older Vera lets out a soft, bittersweet chuckle and quietly agrees with the distant memory. The radiant, innocent smile of the young prince flashes one final time before fading completely into the harsh truth of the present. Two pairs of feet step forward in quiet synchronization, marking a definitive shift in the ongoing narrative timeline. Vera's internal monologue coldly recounts how, in a nation deeply influenced by spirits, she was originally engaged to Crown Prince Carol. Her hollow eyes reflect the ultimate betrayal as she explains how he unilaterally divorced her to marry another woman who possessed the spirit's blessing. Following her sudden exile from the capital, she relocated to a snowy frontier town governed by the outcast Prince Alan. Although Prince Alan had initially arrived to scout her abilities, their dynamic gradually shifted into sharing genuinely peaceful moments together. Sitting comfortably across from Alan in a cozy room, Vera gestures toward the large bread rolls on the table, noting they are from the town. She flashes a genuinely warm smile, proudly explaining that the fresh pastries come from one of the town's most popular shops. Vera happily reveals that she specifically brought the highly praised bread to share the delicious treat with Prince Alan. Alan leans forward slightly, inquiring if the citizens of her new town have been treating her well. Closing her eyes in pure contentment, Vera beams brightly and confirms that the townsfolk have been incredibly kind to her. Watching her relaxed expression, Alan smiles gently, clearly relieved to see her finally finding happiness and stability. Glancing away in sudden realization, Vera expresses mild surprise at how quickly the late hour has crept up on them. A wistful look crosses Alan's face as he confesses that the impending end of their break makes it strangely difficult for him to leave. He lets out a quiet sigh, the comfortable domestic atmosphere making his official royal duties feel exceptionally burdensome. Half joking but fully sincere, he bluntly admits that he would much rather stay and work in her cozy home. Startled but pleased by the suggestion, Vera warmly replies that she would be perfectly fine with him working there. Taking her offer seriously, Alan eagerly asks if he should start clearing out a dedicated workspace for himself. Vera chuckles and agrees to tidy up a room for him, noting that her house is much warmer anyway, to which Alan happily consents. Alan pauses in completely stunned silence, momentarily overwhelmed by her casual and deeply accepting hospitality. His shock melts into a look of profound gratitude as he softly thanks her for the incredibly welcoming gesture. Wasting no time, Alan kneels down and begins pulling a heavy wooden crate from the corner of the room to start clearing space. As they work together, Vera apologizes for making him help with the chores, but Alan insists it is only fair since he will be the one using the room. Peering inside the freshly opened wooden crate, Alan pauses and hums in curious realization. Staring down at the contents, he remarks on the surprisingly large size of the mysterious storage container. Vera casually explains that since they previously found her great-grandfather's old fairy tales and documents, this box likely holds something similar. Furrowing his brow, Alan critically questions why such ordinary documents would be hidden away so deliberately. Smiling fondly at the memory of her eccentric relative, Vera admits he likely hid it just for fun, though she concedes there might be a deeper reason. Holding up a strange paper, Alan asks if she ever solved the coded message they found earlier, and she confidently confirms that she did. Reminiscing animatedly about her thorough, 3-day search of the house, Vera recounts discovering a hidden safe that inexplicably contained only basic stationery. Gesturing toward a pile of intricate puzzle boxes, she eagerly implores a smiling Alan to try solving them, to which he enthusiastically agrees that unraveling a cipher sounds like thrilling fun. The narrative shifts introspectively, contemplating the quiet solitude he often experiences when left entirely to his own devices. Flashing a warm, genuine smile, Alan confidently expresses how much he is looking forward to the impending challenge. A lingering sense of profound relief permeates the atmosphere as an observer silently rejoices that he genuinely seems to be enjoying himself. Standing amidst towering, shadow-draped bookshelves, Vera resolutely decides that she will completely refrain from calling anyone from the castle to this isolated location. Reinforcing her unwavering independence, she confidently asserts her lifelong habit of handling the vast majority of challenging situations entirely on her own. Peering up with wide, hopeful eyes, Vera politely requests permission to utilize the room's grand desk exactly as it currently sits. Graciously accommodating her humble request, Alan assures her it is perfectly fine and warmly encourages her to use any of the room's ornate furniture. Suddenly breaking his tranquil focus, Alan emits a questioning hum as an unforeseen detail expertly catches his sharp attention. Examining the surroundings with a keen, analytical eye, he observantly points out that there are several other similar objects scattered throughout the different rooms of the sprawling estate. Intrigued by the unfolding mystery, Vera questions if this constitutes another elaborate puzzle, while Alan concedes the possibility but pragmatically suggests it might merely be a decorative statue. Delving into his family's eccentric history, he elaborates that the object is undeniably one of the deeply mysterious, esoteric ornaments his great-grandfather obsessively collected. With a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips, the conversation transitions smoothly as the narrative propels forward. Serving a delicate, steaming cup of tea, Vera graciously apologizes for keeping him waiting, marking the official beginning of Alan's tenure working within the Grand House. Brushing off her polite apologies entirely, Alan assures her he had just reached a remarkably good stopping point and offers his customary, sincere thanks. Visibly hesitating with a heavy flush of nervous energy, Vera tentatively calls out to him using the highly respectful honorific, Alan-sama. Pausing his current task, Alan directly acknowledges her anxious presence, quietly murmuring her name in a gentle, prompting tone. Struggling to articulate her complex feelings, Vera admits that even though she is the one making the request, maintaining this formal dynamic remains incredibly hard for her. A fleeting, silent tension hangs thickly in the air as the unspoken emotional weight of her words settles between them. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of flustered embarrassment, Vera's face flushes a deep, vivid red. Taking a steadying, anxious breath, her lips part slightly as she summons the courage to drastically alter their conversational dynamic. Forcing the words out with a mixture of immense relief and lingering shyness, she softly addresses him with the far more casual Alan-san. Startled out of his usual calm composure, Alan visibly recoils in mild surprise and immediately questions what brought about this sudden change. Mortified by her own boldness, Vera practically begs him to entirely stop using formal honorifics with her. Stripping away the deeply ingrained societal barriers, she vulnerably confesses her genuine, heartfelt desire for the two of them to simply be friends. Blushing fiercely, she admits that his accommodating nature makes it impossible to refuse, especially since she is no longer royalty and such immense respect feels entirely unwarranted. Chuckling at her endearing fluster, Alan kindly notes he is looking forward to this new dynamic, reassuring her she will gradually acclimate to the casual wording before prompting her to reveal what she actually needs. Brightening instantly, Vera excitedly recalls his earlier, generous offer to perform any favor she desired as thanks for her diligent preparation of the room. Bubbling with palpable hope, she asks if he would be so kind as to magically freeze another delicate flower for her, mournfully explaining that the magnificent frosted blossom he previously gifted her has completely melted away. Caught completely off guard by the innocent purity of her request, Alan sits back with a softly uttered gasp of genuine surprise. A comfortable, sprawling silence descends as they sit across from one another at the expansive, polished wooden table. Leaning forward with an expression of intense, expectant anticipation, Vera emits a soft, encouraging hum. Breaking into a warm, utterly charmed laugh at her unbridled enthusiasm, Alan crosses his arms and playfully commands her to calm down. Shaking his head in fond, amused disbelief, he quietly marvels at her uniquely transparent and spirited nature. Exploding with sheer, radiant joy, Vera thanks him profusely as he casually instructs her to retrieve absolutely whichever vibrant flower her heart desires. A momentary pause elegantly disrupts the flow of the conversation as a spontaneous, creative realization suddenly dawns. Lovingly twirling a solitary, fragile blossom between his gloved fingers, Alan smoothly pivots, thoughtfully suggesting that an entire, lavish bouquet might serve as a far superior gift than just one lonely flower. Tapping her chin in deep, adorable contemplation, Vera eagerly nods along, verbally agreeing that a magnificent bouquet would indeed have been a vastly better choice. Humming softly in a prolonged, theatrical display of indecision, she carefully weighs her blossoming options while Alan watches her with rapt, affectionate attention. Formulating a brilliantly inclusive compromise, Alan decisively declares they will simply do both, offering to freeze the current solitary flower now while instructing her to gather a massive collection of her favorite blooms later to construct the ultimate bouquet. Gasping at his boundless generosity, Vera tentatively asks if such an extravagant effort is truly okay, to which Alan responds with a firm, unwavering confirmation of course. Solidifying his unwavering magical support, he fervently promises that whenever she ever desires something perfectly preserved in ice again, she needs only to say the very word. Preparing to execute his dazzling, crystalline magic, Alan carefully begins peeling the dark, heavy gloves from his skilled hands. Focusing intensely on the delicate task at hand, he entirely discards the thick leather barriers to allow his potent elemental magic to flow completely unimpeded. Grasping the fragile, organic stem with profound, calculated gentleness, he begins channeling his unique freezing aura directly into the vibrant petals. In a spectacular, blinding flash of phenomenal cryokinetic energy, the soft plant instantly transforms into a breathtaking, razor-sharp masterpiece of eternal, glittering ice. Extending the magnificent, perpetually frozen blossom across the table, Alan proudly presents his flawless, shimmering handiwork to his awestruck companion. Displaying a breathtakingly tender, captivating smile, he softly utters a quiet negative, entirely dismissing any need for her further apologies or gratitude. Overjoyed by the gift, she thanks him sincerely. Grasping her hands tightly, Alan insists that he is the one who should be expressing his deepest gratitude. He admits with a hint of guilt that he has simply been receiving countless kind gestures from her without returning the favor. Filled with earnest desire, he softly expresses his sincere wish to finally give her something meaningful in return. Suddenly struck by an idea, he confidently declares that this presents the absolute perfect opportunity to do so. Leaning forward excitedly, Vera politely asks him to wait just a brief moment while she retrieves something. Presenting a folded garment, she shyly explains that if it is acceptable, this gift serves as her heartfelt thanks for the beautiful frozen flower. Apologizing for any imperfections in her handmade work, she reveals it is a lap blanket specifically crafted for him. Gazing fondly at the textured fabric, Alan softly marvels at the fact that it was entirely handmade. Beaming with radiant pride and affection, Vera smiles warmly as he admires her thoughtful creation. Deeply moved by the gesture, Alan wistfully wonders aloud when he last received a gift crafted exclusively for him. Touched by his poignant reflection, Vera murmurs his name with a gentle, empathetic expression. Attempting to clarify, she insists she had already prepared this as thanks for letting her use the house, but Alan graciously promises to use the blanket with utmost care. Chuckling at their endless cycle of gratitude, he points out that if this continues, they will be thanking each other for all eternity. Smiling brightly at his light-hearted teasing, Vera simply basks in the warm, comfortable atmosphere blossoming between them. The scene shifts as a cheerful Vera opens the door, pleasantly noting that Alan has arrived much earlier than his usual schedule. Stepping inside with a bright greeting, Alan returns her enthusiastic hello as she turns to welcome him. Catching her completely off guard, Alan excitedly grasps her hands and loudly thanks her, leaving Vera blinking in profound confusion. Bursting with unexpected joy, he explains that he took the lap blanket she made back to the castle and was amazed to find it incredibly warm. Wide-eyed and slightly bewildered by his intense enthusiasm, Vera softly asks if it truly worked that well. Detailing his rigorous testing, Alan confirms that the specific area covered by her blanket was undeniably warm, allowing him to finally fall asleep comfortably. Overcome with genuine relief and gratitude, he thanks her profusely for granting him such a peaceful night's rest. Her heart swelling with pure happiness, Vera beams and tells him she is incredibly glad her humble creation proved so helpful. A sudden, magnetic silence falls over them as Alan leans in close, his intense gaze locking firmly onto hers. Realizing how intimately close they have become, they both hastily pull back with flustered, overlapping apologies. The lingering chill of the surrounding environment subtly reasserts itself as the immediate warmth of their shared moment dissipates. Lowering her eyes with a lingering blush, Vera nervously gathers her scattered thoughts to change the subject. Hesitantly bringing up their previous conversation, she asks if he might still be willing to freeze the beautiful bouquet they discussed yesterday. Snapping back to his usual composed demeanor, Alan immediately agrees and assures her it is absolutely no problem. Admitting her limited sewing skills, Vera humbly asks what he might desire in return for this magical favor. Contemplating her next project, she suggests she could eventually craft a warm stole or even a thick futon if she can acquire the proper fabric. Startled by her endless generosity, Alan simply stares at her in quiet, contemplative awe. His expression softens significantly as he processes the sheer depth of her unprompted kindness and dedication. A tender, incredibly warm smile spreads across his face as a profound sense of affection takes root within him. Chuckling softly at the chaotic mess of the untouched room, Vera observes that the materials are likely buried somewhere inside. Speaking from the heart, Alan sincerely confesses that his life has been nothing but a constant stream of wonderful surprises and joy since the moment they met. A brilliant, sunlit smile illuminates Vera's face as his genuinely sweet words wash over her. Sitting comfortably together in the parlor, they puzzle over the profound mystery of why her blanket retained its magical warmth even far outside the house's borders. Theorizing aloud, Alan suggests that because she is the current owner and crafted the blanket indoors, some of the house's powerful blessing may have lingered strongly within the fabric. Nodding thoughtfully at his deduction, Vera agrees that this currently stands as the most logical and plausible explanation they possess. Frowning slightly, Alan laments that general scientific research hasn't progressed much and that spirits remain deeply shrouded in absolute mystery. He grimly adds that the kingdom's top researchers cannot even explain the house's lingering blessing, warning her not to expect much helpful information from them. Struck by a sudden, distant memory, Alan recalls that his eccentric great-grandfather also dedicated immense time to studying these enigmatic spirits. Intrigued by this revelation, Vera prompts him for more details while he cautions that he was very young at the time. Delving into his fragmented childhood memories, he vividly recalls asking the older man at his desk and being told he was actively researching spirits. Following this promising thread of logic, Alan firmly believes his great-grandfather must have left behind crucial documents or a detailed research journal. Noticing Vera's sudden, awkward silence, he pauses his train of thought and gently asks her what is wrong. Sweating nervously as she imagines the towering piles of clutter, Vera admits that such a journal is probably buried deep within that notoriously untouched, chaotic room. Resigning themselves to the monumental task, Alan agrees they cannot say for sure and will simply have to consider themselves lucky if the journal turns up during cleaning. Grounding himself in the present moment, Alan sincerely thanks her once again, assuring her that simply feeling warm is already more than enough for him. Resting her hands politely in her lap, Vera brings their conversation full circle by softly insisting that she is the one who should be thanking him. Beaming with unprecedented warmth, the young woman cheerfully declares she has never received this much heartfelt gratitude before. Alan listens in pensive silence, his sharp profile silhouetted against the stark background as he absorbs her touching words. Noting that such items are quite valuable in this country, Alan asks if it is truly okay to accept them, prompting her to warmly invite Alan-san to take some beautiful flowers home. She explains with a gentle sigh that she still cannot keep up with the blossoming garden, having spent her days decorating the house and pressing petals into books, yet they have bloomed so aggressively that the entire courtyard ground is now hidden beneath them. Alan readily agrees to go get them properly prepared, while she marvels at the amazing prospect and eagerly expresses her own desire to take a few. Expressing her profound thanks, she politely excuses herself to get back to work. Alan watches her retreat with a heavy, intense gaze, a myriad of unspoken thoughts swirling in his deeply expressive eyes. Calling out abruptly, Alan halts her mid-step to mention there is actually one more important thing he needs to discuss. He admits he had been planning to bring this up earlier today, but a distracting blanket derailed his train of thought from the lingering question he has wanted to ask her for quite a while. He gently points out that she has been occasionally helping him with work, a statement she modestly attempts to downplay as nothing more than really simple document sorting. Refusing to let her minimize her efforts, he firmly lists her extensive daily contributions, emphasizing that beyond restocking all the supplies, she diligently cleans his workroom and cooks his meals. Stunned by his sudden and thorough acknowledgement of her unseen labor, Sana simply stares with wide eyes and lets out a soft, bewildered utterance. The lower half of Alan's face is cast in shadow as his lips part to deliver a heavy, unspoken truth. A wave of somber nostalgia washes over Alan's face as he internally murmurs that this diligent behavior is exactly as expected of Carol's lineage. Completely losing the thread of his mysterious internal monologue, a visibly confused Sana utters a questioning sound. Brushing aside his melancholic thoughts, Alan firmly insists that regardless of how she might feel about it, her huge help definitely qualifies as legitimate, demanding work. He carefully rationalizes that even within the grand halls of the castle, there are dedicated people who perform the exact same kind of work without exception. Lowering his gaze with a touch of melancholy, he gently reminds her that this fundamental truth remained valid even back when she was queen. A sudden, paralyzing shock courses through her system, leaving her staring blankly ahead as she struggles to identify the strange, overwhelming feeling welling up inside her chest. She tightly shuts her eyes against the rising emotional tide, desperately telling herself not to think too deeply about this profoundly strange feeling. Feeling terribly guilty for having her labor away for free all this time, Alan officially asks if she would consider working as his designated assistant. She hesitates, expressing her immense gratitude while questioning his certainty, but he smoothly counters by reminding her that she was actively looking for work, even if she claimed she wasn't in a rush. Maintaining his humble posture, Alan insists that he should be the one begging for her invaluable assistance. Sana averts her gaze, letting the gravity of his generous and life-changing offer sink into her weary soul. Closing her eyes, she delves deep into the painful memories of her fractured past and the broken dreams she once held dear. She vividly recalls how she desperately wanted to open a flower shop but lacked the vital capital to start after her devastating divorce, a harsh reality that makes her truly thankful for this unexpected financial lifeline. Opening her eyes with a renewed, radiant smile, she lets go of her past anxieties and fully embraces the hopeful future standing right in front of her. Reaching out to firmly grasp his gloved hand, she solidifies their new partnership as Alan warmly expresses how much he looks forward to working alongside her. Later, bundling up against the creeping chill, Sana walks down a snow-dusted stone path carrying a basket of delicate blooms. A sudden movement near the estate's perimeter catches her attention, prompting her to pause and peer curiously toward the frosted gates. A lone, heavily coated figure trudges through the snowy courtyard entrance, his breath pluming in the freezing winter air. The approaching man, bundled in a thick scarf, raises a friendly, gloved hand and offers a warm, cheerful evening greeting. Recognizing him instantly as the dedicated soldier who always comes on patrol, Sana returns the polite greeting and curiously inquires if he is finally off duty today. The weary soldier sighs, explaining that he traveled all the way to the capital to buy flowers because today is actually his beloved daughter's birthday. The intricate folds and heavy buttons of the soldier's thick winter coat emphasize the biting cold of the harsh environment he just traversed. Sensing his underlying disappointment, Sana leans in with genuine concern and asks if something unfortunate happened during his trip. He laments that after scouring several flower shops in the castle town, he found barely any blooms because poor production has forced the merchants to switch strictly to reservation-only sales. Sana gasps in sheer disbelief, utterly bewildered that a severe flower shortage is ravaging the capital even though there is surprisingly no snow on the ground. The soldier logically explains that a sudden, brutal drop in temperature shocked the crops, ensuring the fragile supply simply hasn't been able to keep up with the town's demand. He elaborates that the deceptive lack of snow makes the bitter air feel much colder than before, piercing right through him even though he is thoroughly used to this town's freezing weather. Seizing the perfect opportunity to help a friend in need, Sana smiles brightly and generously asks if he would like to take some of the vibrant flowers from her house. The soldier chuckles and sheepishly admits he originally came hoping to boldly buy some from her, to which Sana happily replies that his timing is perfect since her courtyard flowers are blooming far too much. Cradling her overflowing basket of delicate clippings against her chest, she offers a radiant smile and politely asks the relieved father to wait just a moment. Turning on her heel with a newfound sense of joyous purpose, she hurries back toward the grand wooden doors of the estate. Her long, braided hair cascades elegantly over her shoulder as she rushes inside to fulfill the soldier's desperate birthday wish. With practiced, graceful hands, she quickly begins sorting through bundles of dried stems, fresh petals, and crisp wrapping paper spread across her work table. A serene, satisfied smile graces her lips as her deft fingers expertly bind the colorful stems together, pouring all her latent floral passion into the creation. The final result is a breathtaking, impossibly lush bouquet overflowing with gigantic, pristine sunflowers and intricately layered romantic roses. Clutching the magnificent floral arrangement to his chest, the overjoyed soldier beams with tearful happiness and loudly proclaims his immense thanks. When the grateful father immediately attempts to offer payment for the masterpiece, Sana enthusiastically waves her hands in the air and cheerfully insists there is absolutely no need for his money. The soldier cheerfully declares the beautiful bouquet is a heartfelt thank you for everything she has done. With a relieved smile, he explains his daughter absolutely loves flowers and he can finally deliver them to her safely. Hugging the precious floral bundle against his thick winter coat, the grateful father beams with pure, unadulterated joy. Sana quietly watches his retreating back as he trudges happily out through the snow-dusted estate gates. A soft, hopeful smile graces her face as she reflects on the unexpected happiness her simple garden could bring. Staring ahead, she murmurs that once she gathers enough funds for her own flower shop, she might finally take real steps forward. Her expression turns slightly pensive as she vividly recalls the soldier mentioning the sudden, harsh drop in temperature. Turning her gaze sideways, a lingering shadow of concern suddenly crosses her normally bright features. Gazing up at the cloudy sky, she worries that Carol must be having a terribly hard time dealing with the situation if this bizarre temperature shift continues. Meanwhile, Lord Carroll stands bundled in a heavy traveling cloak, his breath pluming in the freezing air as he glares intensely toward a grand building. Confronting a pair of well-dressed nobles at the doorway, Carroll's voice drips with icy accusation as he questions their disgraceful actions. He furiously demands what the hell they were thinking by throwing her out into the cold without a single escort. Trying to maintain a sliver of composure, he firmly states he only came to ask for the exact address of Vera's new residence. The noblewoman haughtily replies that since Vera incurred his wrath, they saw absolutely no reason to care for her any longer as she is no longer considered family. Flanked by his cloaked guards, Carol listens coldly as the smug nobles offer their hollow assistance and dismissively ask what brings him to their doorstep. Carol's sharp eye narrows into a deadly glare, his patience instantly vaporizing at their callous dismissal of a former royal. Snapping furiously, he demands to know when he ever gave the order to throw Vera out into the unforgiving world entirely alone. He angrily clarifies his command was only for her to move to another city so Esta wouldn't lose the spirit's blessing from worrying, swearing he never once said to cast her out with absolutely no support. The noblewoman stammers in sudden fear, while the nobleman nervously sweats under the crushing weight of Carol's seething rage. Clenching his fist, Carol admits he had grown tired of constantly pushing Vera into the spotlight, believing she might genuinely be better off directing her focus elsewhere entirely. He confesses his profound relief when Esta finally received the spirit's highly coveted blessing. He notes the immense joy he felt believing Esta's blessing, guided by her capable father, would independently bring back the kingdom's lost abundance without constant prompting. However, he firmly emphasizes he never wanted misfortune to befall Vera, which is exactly why he arranged a generous separation settlement to ensure she lacked for nothing. Looming over the trembling pair, a horrifying realization strikes Carol as he menacingly asks if they stripped her of that vital settlement as well. The terrified nobleman frantically stutters that they only deducted a small amount to compensate for the supposed damage her divorce inflicted upon their household. Carol's pupil dilates with absolute, unadulterated disgust at their pathetic and incredibly greedy excuse. Turning his back on the disgraceful pair, he coldly orders them to return every single coin immediately before the royal family takes lethal offense at their mistreatment of a former royal. His mind races with dark scenarios, terrified of what might happen if a completely unprotected Vera were to be ruthlessly exploited by someone with ill intent. The cowardly nobles stand frozen in shock, completely outmatched by the sheer intensity of Carol's protective fury. Spinning back around with terrifying authority, Carol demands they immediately reveal her current location. He steps forward, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous rumble as he asks exactly where the vulnerable woman is currently living. Suddenly, an unexpected realization pierces through Carol's blinding rage, making his eyes widen in surprise. The scene flashes back to a humble, snow-dusted cottage standing bravely against the freezing winter chill. Standing outside the rustic two-story home, the memory of that serene location abruptly cements itself in his racing mind. Looking up toward the sky, Carol softly breathes Vera's name into the freezing, turbulent wind. A vivid image of her radiantly smiling face suddenly fills his memory, completely disarming his previous hostility. He perfectly recalls the breathtaking moment she happily offered a massive, beautiful bouquet of flowers. And he vividly remembers Alan, his trusted brother, looking down at her with an incredibly soft, uncharacteristically warm expression. Carol's eyes widen as a startling puzzle piece clicks into place, murmuring his brother's name in sheer disbelief. The contrasting images of Vera's joyful laughter and his usually stoic brother's gentle, loving smile violently collide in his mind. Shocked to his very core, Carol mentally stammers as he realizes his emotionally distant brother was genuinely smiling. He visualizes the profound, unspoken connection radiating between the two as they shared that simple, quiet moment. The memory of their intertwined happiness is so bright and genuine that it completely shatters his preconceived notions about their relationship. The mental image of Vera fractures with an intense, confusing emotional weight, leaving Carol momentarily breathless. Deeply troubled, he wonders if the usually burdened Vera often smiles that radiantly when she is alone with him. Clutching the heavy fabric over his violently beating heart, Carol is overwhelmed by an agonizing, unidentifiable ache. Staring down at his shaking hand, he desperately tries to understand the strange, painful jealousy tightening around his chest. The hauntingly beautiful memory of the pair glancing back with shared warmth refuses to leave his troubled mind. His eyes reflect a profound, vulnerable sadness, entirely devoid of his previous aristocratic fury. Snapping him out of his turbulent reverie, his concerned escorts step forward and cautiously ask if something is terribly wrong with their lord. A distressed figure in a heavy cloak stubbornly insists he is fine, dismissing any underlying concerns with a sharp denial. He stands tense outside a snow-dusted cottage door, confronting a quietly observant woman named Vera. Half of the man's face remains obscured, revealing only a hardened gaze that betrays intense inner conflict. Startled guards snap to attention as the commander abruptly orders their immediate departure from the snowy premises. Walking away, he wrestles with his own confusing motives, wondering why he even came and what he truly hoped to say to Vera. Shaking off his lingering doubts, he coldly rationalizes that his feelings do not matter as long as she is safe, convincing himself he has far more important duties to attend to. His heavy boots crunch definitively through the winter snow, leaving the complicated past behind him. Wrapped securely in a thick fur-lined cloak, the man gazes out over the desolate, frosty landscape with renewed resolve. Staring out over the freezing expanse, he firmly reminds himself that he simply does not have the time to linger here. Meanwhile, beneath the dappled shade of a large tree, a young man rests peacefully alongside a stack of discarded books. Later that evening, Vera gazes thoughtfully out of a dark, grit-paned window. As the heavy grandfather clock ticks onward, she notes with anticipation that Alan should be arriving very soon. Settling into her comfortable routine, Vera muses that she genuinely prefers operating quietly behind the scenes. Glancing around her peaceful environment, she reflects on how accustomed she has become to Alan working directly from home. Pondering her current situation, she acknowledges that it has been quite a while since she held an official job as an assistant. Comparing her turbulent past to her peaceful present, she admits that this quiet life is vastly easier than her demanding days working as the crown princess. A bright, genuine smile graces her face as she realizes her new life brings her so much more joy and fun. Looking at her vibrant floral arrangements, she happily notes that her work as a local florist has steadily been increasing. She recalls how it all started simply by giving flowers to a soldier, which sparked a local trend where castle workers now frequently stop by to purchase her blooms. Her reputation has grown so much that a shopkeeper she frequents even offered her a dedicated corner in his store to sell her colorful arrangements. Remaining highly practical about her burgeoning business, she grounds herself by recognizing it is still too early to expect massive success. A beautifully arranged bouquet of fresh, delicate blossoms stands as a testament to her ever-growing skill. Selling these vibrant flowers has provided her with a wonderful avenue to connect with diverse people throughout the castle and the surrounding town. Out in the snow-covered streets, Vera graciously hands a beautifully wrapped bouquet to an appreciative customer. Her bright eyes sparkle with a profound sense of fulfillment and quiet pride. Later, Vera strolls leisurely through the snowy courtyard alongside a cheerful Alan, enjoying his warm company. Alan beams down at her with genuine affection, his thick fur-lined cloak protecting him from the bitter winter chill. Vera flashes a brilliant, contented smile, expressing how deeply happy she is and how much she genuinely enjoys her new path. Transitioning indoors, Alan works diligently at a heavy wooden desk in a grand library while Vera organizes books nearby. A moment of quiet concentration settles over the grand room as Alan focuses intently on his paperwork. Looking up from his complex documents, Alan asks Vera if the somewhat limited book they possess is the only comprehensive dictionary available in the country's language. Absorbing her confirmation, his expression turns highly thoughtful as he mutters his quiet understanding. Sensing his sudden shift in demeanor, Vera gently leans in to ask if something specific is troubling him. Alan admits he likely misunderstood a project he previously declined, revealing that the other party replied as if their business deal was actually still active. Intrigued by the complex linguistic puzzle, Vera carefully inspects the foreign document with a sharp, analytical eye. Utilizing her extensive knowledge, she explains that the unique phrasing is merely a polite cultural rejection, translating to a gentle offer to reconnect for future opportunities rather than an active deal. Surprised by this subtle nuance, Alan quickly attempts to re-evaluate the second half of the page based on her expert clarification. Realizing he is completely out of his depth, he sheepishly asks Vera if she would mind translating the entire letter, to which she happily agrees. Reviewing the dense text, Vera feels immensely grateful for her rigorous studies as a crown princess and her past political correspondence with the queen. Deep relief washes over Alan's face as he sincerely thanks her for successfully unraveling the confusing correspondence. Thoroughly impressed, Alan marvels at her ability to read and write a foreign language so flawlessly without a dictionary, a highly useful skill she credits to years of intense study. Offering a charming, self-deprecating smile, Alan teasingly admits he is a little jealous of her impressive linguistic talents. Shifting seamlessly to diplomacy, Vera advises Alan on sending a return gift, warning him to avoid strongly scented items and suggesting lightly fragrant flowers or well-received fruit instead. Eager to capture her extremely valuable advice, Alan frantically pauses to jot down her recommendations while she graciously offers to compile a complete list of suitable gifts. With the daunting translation crisis finally averted, Alan sags back into his wooden chair with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Accurately noticing his lingering fatigue, Vera gently suggests they take a well-deserved break, which Alan readily accepts. Vera offers one last encouraging, radiant smile from the wooden doorway before leaving him to rest. Relieved of his stressful diplomatic duties, Alan dramatically stretches his stiff arms backward to release the tension. Completely drained from the ordeal, he unceremoniously collapses backward onto the plush cushions of the large sofa. Throwing a heavy arm over his tired eyes, Alan finally surrenders to the quiet, peaceful comfort of the room. A heavily gloved hand tightly grips the fabric of a pristine white garment, signaling a sudden and highly tense movement. Resting against the plush tufted cushions of a large sofa, Alan stares blankly upward as deep exhaustion finally overtakes his posture. His dark-gloved fingers rest gently against the soft white material, entirely unmoving in the quiet stillness of the tranquil room. A melancholic gaze softens his sharp features as he quietly contemplates the complex reality of his current serene surroundings. Letting his heavy eyelids droop, Alan murmurs aloud how truly peaceful this quiet moment feels. He deeply admires the exceptionally comfortable working environment Vera has created, reflecting on her impressive knowledge and the immense effort she visibly puts into her daily life. Realizing she is someone he absolutely never wants to lose, he questions with genuine confusion why Carol ever dismissed her as incompetent. Basking in the gentle atmosphere of his temporary sanctuary, he sighs softly and fully embraces the profound warmth enveloping his body. A bittersweet longing fills his chest as he desperately wishes things could stay like this forever and that he could simply remain safely in this house. The brilliant, breathtaking memory of Vera's radiant and welcoming smile flashes vividly across his deeply relaxed mind. Closing his eyes completely, he imagines nothing more satisfying than finding ultimate peace directly by her side. Suddenly, the dreamscape shifts as a striking, open-collared version of himself materializes in his active mind's eye. The vibrant vision transports him to a sprawling, sunlit courtyard bordering a massive stone fortress and a towering ancient tree. Staring up at the vast, cloudy sky, the wandering man realizes he is merely drifting through the hazy fragments of a dream. His attention slowly drifts downward toward the immense, sprawling roots of the ancient tree firmly anchoring the ethereal landscape. The gnarled wooden roots stretch endlessly across the misty ground, weaving a complex, protective pattern into the pale earth. Drawn forward by an unseen magnetic force, he paces deliberately toward the protective shade of the towering, leafy canopy. Kneeling down into the soft earth, he gently brushes his bare hand against the lush, sun-dappled grass. Leaning heavily against the rough bark of the massive trunk, he lets the phantom warmth of the vivid dream wash over his weary body. Raising his hand to catch the shifting light, he notes that this deeply comforting sensation feels exactly like the peaceful warmth inside that house. A sudden, jarring realization strikes his core as the ethereal image of Vera's flowing hair appears brightly before his eyes. He silently acknowledges that the profound comfort he desperately seeks stems entirely from being closely with her. Musing on their deep connection, he intimately compares this soothing patch of sunlight to the undeniable warmth of her gentle presence. The tranquil dream shatters abruptly as Vera's highly concerned voice softly calls out his name in the waking world. Jolting awake from his deep slumber, Alan blinks in pure confusion at the sudden, disorienting interruption. Hovering cautiously over the plush sofa, Vera gently cups his face with her gloved hand to affectionately check on his condition. Thanking her for waking him, Alan insists he is fine, but she guiltily apologizes for interrupting, asking if he wants to sleep longer before his important afternoon plans. A remarkably tender and deeply caring smile lights up her delicate features as she watches him collect himself. Still slightly dazed from the sleep, Alan gazes up at her beautiful, attentive expression with wide, utterly captivated eyes. Politely declining more rest, he explicitly requests something to shake off the drowsiness, prompting Vera to offer to immediately brew them some fresh tea. As she steps away to the kitchen, Alan sits up on the edge of the cushions, looking downward as he becomes lost in heavy thought. He slowly raises his dark-gloved hand, staring intently at the trembling fingers that had just reached out so freely in his dream. A heavy, stunned silence overtakes his entire being as the terrifying weight of his recent unconscious actions fully sets in. Frantically piecing the fragmented memory together, he realizes he had instinctively reached out for the warm sunlight in his sleep. His heart drops into his stomach as he desperately denies the shocking truth that, in reality, his reaching hand had actively sought her out. The ominous, cloaked silhouette of his younger brother abruptly invades his panicked thoughts like a dark storm cloud. Crushing regret floods his mind as he questions why he never told her that Carol had come to maliciously see her that fateful day. Gripping his aching chest in profound emotional confusion, he angrily demands to know what the hell this agonizing feeling is. The chilling image of his dear younger brother's smiling face solidifies a dark, incredibly protective resolve deep within him. He fiercely acknowledges that he absolutely refuses to let anyone, even his own blood, interfere with the precious time he currently shares with Vera. Burying his face deep in his gloved hands, he brutally berates himself for harboring such a deeply selfish and possessive thought. A bitter, self-deprecating smirk pulls at his lips as he chuckles darkly at the absolute absurdity of his own emotional predicament. The harsh reality of his cursed existence crashes down on his shoulders, reminding him that even if he truly loves someone, he remains hopelessly restricted. An agonizing sorrow tightens his throat as he finally accepts the crushing truth that he can never safely touch the person he desperately desires. Meanwhile, just outside the room, Vera leans weakly against the closed wooden door to desperately steady her rapidly trembling legs. Pressing her back against the solid frame, she breathes heavily and wonders why her skin suddenly feels so incredibly ticklish. Attempting to logically rationalize the intense encounter, she nervously guesses that Alan must have simply been lost in a highly vivid dream. However, the striking image of his peaceful, sleeping face remains burned vividly into her racing, overwhelmed mind. She distinctly remembers the breathtaking moment his dark-gloved hand gently reached out to cradle her cheek with impossible, lingering tenderness. Flushing a brilliant crimson, she cradles her own cheek, reeling entirely from the overwhelming realization that no man has ever touched her like that before. A stark, numbered title page marking the beginning of the sequence. A young blonde woman leans tenderly over a silver-haired young man resting on a couch, their eyes locked in an intimate gaze. Suddenly, the young woman's expression shifts to one of wide-eyed shock as she registers something unexpected. The young man's profile stiffens in alarm as a sudden realization dawns upon him. Without warning, a hand reaches out and firmly covers his face, plunging his vision into darkness. He is abruptly shoved backward with violent force, the world blurring around him in a sudden rush of motion. Gasping for breath, the silver-haired young man cries out in shock at the sudden, biting cold enveloping him. Transitioning to a formal setting, a stern-faced leader sits behind a heavy desk, demanding a full explanation from the two men standing at attention before him. The two battered officers, sporting fresh bruises and bandages, bow their heads in deep shame and offer a profound apology for their actions. Unmoved by their apologies, the leader demands to know exactly what provoked two of his most elite and capable subordinates into such a brutal, senseless brawl. Hesitating under his piercing gaze, the bruised men can only stammer out that they are deeply ashamed of their disgraceful conduct. With a frustrated sigh, he orders them to ensure no further disturbances occur before swiftly dismissing them from his presence. Stepping outside the office, one of the heavily bandaged men leans exhaustedly against the doorframe, physically drained from the ordeal. Left alone in the quiet room, the silver-haired leader buries his face in his hands, desperately wondering what on earth is happening to his people. He mentally laments the crumbling state of affairs, noting how crucial supply mismanagements and constant petty disputes are severely hindering their national policy and operations. Adding to his mounting pile of anxieties is the troubling situation surrounding a young woman named Esta. He reflects with frustration that their engagement should have been formalized by now, yet Esta's education sadly trails far behind Vera's capabilities. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he attempts to shake off the oppressive stress weighing him down. His gaze narrows as a stifling wave of heat washes over him, prompting a quiet murmur about the rising temperature. Beyond the confines of his office, the sprawling capital city bakes under an intense, unforgiving sun. He realizes with growing horror that this bizarre, unprecedented heatwave is violently sweeping across the entire nation. Driven by a sudden surge of resolve, he slams his hands down onto the desk and rises to his feet. He steels his resolve, knowing that avoiding this crisis head-on would set a terrible example for the very people he is supposed to lead. Standing tall and composed, his features harden with the unwavering determination of a leader ready to take charge. Elsewhere, a quiet observation is made about the lingering, unseasonable weather and the continued absence of snow. Seeking a moment of respite, Esta and Alan sit together on a quiet wooden bench bathed in the harsh daylight. Alan notes aloud that the lack of snow over the past few days has actually been quite a fortunate turn of events for both him and the bustling city. Offering a gentle smile, Esta softly questions whether this localized warmth is truly due to the capital's heatwave. He proudly counters her doubts, declaring that the powerful protection of his spirit will maintain their sanctuary even as neighboring nations suffer through the unexplained inferno. Shifting the conversation, Esta voices a lingering, quiet concern over the well-being of a man named Lord Carroll. At the mention of that name, Alan's features subtly tighten, betraying a flicker of hidden jealousy from beneath his high collar. When Alan questions her concern, Esta admits she worries the royal might push himself too hard in this mysterious, oppressive heat. Pushing further, Alan pointedly questions whether Esta and Lord Carroll actually managed to part on good terms at all. Caught completely off guard by his probing question, Esta blinks in surprise and utters a confused sound. Instantly regretting his harsh words, Alan awkwardly averts his gaze and rubs the back of his neck in discomfort. Lowering her eyes with a solemn expression, Esta softly admits that she genuinely is not sure where she stands with him. She confesses the painful sting of Lord Carroll losing interest in her, yet remains profoundly grateful to him despite his slow, mounting frustration. She realizes that without his specific influence pushing her forward, she might never have summoned the courage to take that crucial first step toward growth. Intrigued by her heartfelt confession, Alan gently presses her to elaborate on what she means by this first step. She recounts her childhood terror of public events, explaining how Lord Carroll's support saved her from fainting when she was suddenly thrust into the spotlight as the Crown Prince's fiancée. Staring at her neatly folded hands, she credits his habit of stepping forward to shield her and assure her safety as the only thing that got her through those terrifying ordeals. With a watery, poignant smile, she laments that overcoming deep-seated fears is never simple, wishing she could have entirely conquered her dread of public scrutiny. Hearing her lingering insecurities, Alan silently clenches his gloved fist tight as a surge of protective emotion washes over him. Unable to hold back any longer, he firmly places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, causing her to jolt in surprise. Blushing furiously at his own bold gesture, he quickly looks away and clears his throat with a flustered hum. Stammering through his intense embarrassment, he quickly retracts his movement and dismisses the moment as nothing important. Esta stares at him in stunned silence, her wide eyes carefully studying his sudden, uncharacteristic shyness. She silently observes that while he clearly doesn't dislike her, Alan has been behaving in this strangely guarded manner for several days now. Turning her gaze away from him, she looks thoughtfully up toward the pale, overcast sky above. A soft gasp escapes her lips as a solitary, delicate snowflake finally drifts down from the heavens, breaking the long dry spell. Sitting together outdoors as gentle snow begins to fall, Alan observes the changing weather, noting with a hint of resignation that their little tea party outside has been ruined. Gazing at his gloved hand wrapped around a delicate cup, he confesses that the very act of sitting outdoors and drinking tea feels wonderfully surreal, admitting it is not a bad experience at all. The young woman smiles warmly as she turns back, gracefully balancing a small tray holding their warm tea. Alan's expression remains stoic and contemplative as he silently looks on, deeply moved by the quiet moment. Reaching out with a dark, gloved hand, he seems to grapple with an unseen, agonizing barrier. Trapped in his own melancholic thoughts, he silently accepts the devastating reality that he can never truly touch her. Closing his eyes to hide his profound sorrow, he attempts to convince his own aching heart that this distant proximity is enough and that he is truly content. Watching her bright, radiant smile brings him immense joy, making him realize that just being near her and seeing her happiness when they talk is a priceless gift. Inside the estate, a roaring fire crackles within the grand fireplace, casting a warm and inviting glow across the stone hearth. Lost in the ethereal moment, he reflects that even the biting, bitter cold feels almost miraculously pleasant in her presence. Her bright eyes suddenly widen in surprise as a sudden realization strikes her mind. Glancing at the ornate mantel clock ticking away, she quickly determines that she should go and wake up Lord Alan soon. Steaming hot tea pours smoothly into an elegant porcelain cup, filling the quiet room with a comforting, rich aroma. With the freshly brewed tea carefully prepared, she turns and begins walking quietly toward his grand quarters. Entering the massive room, a bewildered sound escapes her lips as an unexpected sight completely catches her off guard. Instead of being properly in his bed, Lord Alan lies fast asleep on a luxurious tufted leather sofa situated right in the middle of the grand library. Resting peacefully with his arm draped across his forehead, his bare skin is openly exposed, completely devoid of his usual protective garments. Astounded by this rare vulnerability, she marvels that this is the very first time she has ever seen him without his gloves, wondering hopefully if he is finally starting to feel at home here. A tender, deeply affectionate smile graces her features as she quietly watches the burdened lord rest so peacefully. Kneeling carefully beside the heavy leather couch, she leans in closer to check on the slumbering young man. Resting discarded on the floor right beside his heavy leather boot lies his stark black glove, abandoned in a rare moment of careless ease. A sudden grimace twists Alan's handsome face as he groans quietly in his sleep, visibly tormented by a dark and distressing nightmare. Startled by his sudden movement, she accidentally drops her delicate teacup in complete shock as hot liquid splashes wildly through the air. Her breath catches in her throat as she stammers out a confused plea, entirely unprepared for the boundary that is about to be broken. Reaching out in a desperate, unconscious reaction to his terrors, his bare hand makes direct, forbidden contact with her delicate skin. Staring down in absolute disbelief, she realizes that his touch is incredibly and impossibly free of its usual devastating consequences. Letting out a startled gasp as he suddenly pulls her downward, she collapses against his chest in a heap of fabric and utter confusion. Panicking over the shattered boundary, she frantically stammers out a desperate apology for disturbing his troubled sleep. Pulling her into a fierce, desperately tight embrace, Alan buries his face deep into her shoulder, seeking refuge from his harrowing dreams. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden and intense physical contact, she calls out his name in a shocked, trembling voice. A single, wide eye stares blankly ahead, silently asking 1,000 desperate questions as she tries to comprehend the impossible reality of his warmth. Trembling slightly, he clings to her with heartbreaking vulnerability, his face hidden entirely against the comforting warmth of her neck. Frozen in place, she silently processes the overwhelming weight of his sorrow and the shocking absence of his lethal freezing curse. Slowly, her initial panic fades into a profound, empathetic understanding as she realizes exactly how much pain he is truly carrying. Yielding to his desperate need for comfort, she gently wraps her arms around his broad shoulders, holding him safely in the quiet room. Sitting upright moments later, a deeply ashamed Alan covers his mouth and apologizes for his forwardness, while she quickly and softly reassures him that it is perfectly okay. Staring intently at their hands resting together, he notes with utter bewilderment that she is miraculously not freezing from his direct touch. Looking down at her own unaffected skin, she softly confirms his unbelievable observation, assuring him that she is completely unharmed. With the shattered teacup lying forgotten on the floor, he agonizingly apologizes for improperly touching a lady, while she desperately insists that his touch is truly fine. A massive wave of relief washes over his handsome features, leaving him gazing at her with a gentle, vulnerable awe that he has never shown before. A soft, radiant blush creeps across her cheeks as she bashfully breaks eye contact, overwhelmed by the sudden, sweeping intimacy between them. Nearby, solid jagged ice shatters off the delicate petals of frozen flowers, visually confirming the terrifying, destructive power he still usually wields. Her mind races with frantic, calculating thoughts, trying desperately to decipher the impossible mechanics of the miracle she is currently experiencing. Analyzing the illogical situation, she reasons that his powers haven't changed since everything else he touches still freezes instantly, making her wonder why she is the sole miraculous exception to his curse. Still fearing he has somehow harmed her, Alan apologizes profusely and assumes his cursed hands must feel terribly cold against her skin. Looking up at her with a tentative, desperately hopeful expression, He waits to hear her true feelings about his perilous touch. Brushing off his deep concerns, she marvels that his hands barely hold a slight chill, happily confirming they are hardly cold at all. His eye widens slightly in absolute shock, the heavy burden of his lifelong isolation finally cracking under the weight of her incredible revelation. Deep in analytical thought, she determines that this impossible warmth isn't because she has gotten used to his curse, nor is it a simple transfer of her own body heat. Dismissing the idea of a residual blessing from her great-grandfather, she finally concludes with awe that this miraculous immunity is something else entirely. Vera and Alan sit closely together on the leather sofa, exchanging a deeply serious and contemplative look. Breaking the silence, Alan gently apologizes and asks if he may have her examined again to confirm whether she truly carries a spirit's blessing, to which she eagerly agrees because she also wants to know. He explains that nullifying the effects of a high-ranking spirit's blessing would require someone of a similar or higher rank, though they will investigate the presence of both high-level and ordinary blessings just to be completely thorough. Vera lowers her gaze, her expression clouded with deep uncertainty and concern about her own mysterious nature. Lost in her own thoughts, she frantically wonders what in the world is happening to her own body. Her internal monologue is suddenly interrupted when Alan leans in closely and softly remarks that she feels warm. A breathtakingly gentle and affectionate smile graces his face as he looks at her, his eyes filled with a tender relief. Taken aback by his sudden warmth and proximity, her eyes widen slightly in surprise as she stares up at him. A soft, radiant smile soon replaces her shock, bringing a quiet sense of comfort and mutual understanding to the room. However, a sudden, dark hypothetical begins to cast a shadow over her fleeting moment of happiness. She silently worries that if she truly is blessed, she might be violently forced to return to the capital. Alan's expression shifts back to a focused, determined stoicism as he prepares to lay out their next steps. He assures her that they will review the results together, just the two of them, and firmly states that he will not tell the investigators about his ability to touch her since nothing is certain yet. Looking at her with unwavering resolve, he vows to ensure her will is respected, promising that absolutely no one will force her back to the capital against her wishes. Overwhelmed by his protective devotion, a gentle blush dusts her cheeks as she softly thanks him. Despite her gratitude that he is always the one saving her, she humorously wonders when exactly he plans on letting go of her hand. She glances down with a flustered, awkward expression, highly conscious of their lingering physical contact. Meanwhile, Alan simply beams with an aura of pure, unadulterated happiness, seemingly oblivious to any social propriety. Seeing his incredibly bright and joyful face, she admits to herself that she cannot even bring herself to say anything to ruin the moment. A short while after that fateful day, the official results of the investigation into her potential divine protection finally arrive. Holding the official document, an unseen speaker confirms her suspicions by stating that this is not the divine protection of an ordinary spirit. The speaker reasons that it would be completely impossible for an ordinary spirit to be entirely unaffected by Alan's own incredibly powerful divine protection. The true issue, however, lies in a completely different, far more perplexing revelation hidden within the paperwork. Vera suddenly hesitates, letting out a nervous hum as a strange realization washes over her. Noticing her sudden shift in demeanor, Alan glances over with a soft, questioning hum. Flustered by his proximity, she quickly forces a strained smile and dismisses her thoughts, claiming it is absolutely nothing. She internally notes that ever since the day he realized he could touch her, Alan has been standing much closer to her. Staring at his gloved hand, she realizes that he has also started touching her much more frequently now that he knows she won't freeze. Blushing deeply, she finds it strange that she doesn't mind his touches at all, admitting that if Sir Carol tried the same thing, she would find it quite unpleasant. She suddenly wonders if they are actually starting to spend their time together as a true married couple. Shaking off the thought, she sternly reminds herself that she hasn't even fulfilled her royal duties yet, making this hardly the appropriate time for romance. She reflects back to when they first got married and their relationship was strictly professional, remembering how he would just give her a puzzled, oblivious look whenever she questioned their dynamic. Her thoughts briefly drift back to Sir Carol before she forces her attention back to the present moment. Alan continues to diligently read through the paperwork, his handsome profile calm and focused as he searches for answers. Vera firmly shuts down her romantic delusions, refusing to let her imagination run completely wild. She desperately tries to convince herself that Alan is simply overjoyed to finally experience basic human contact after a lifetime of cursed isolation. Resolving to keep her emotions in check, she tells herself that she just needs to try not to think about his newfound clinginess. Alan suddenly calls out her name, completely snapping her out of her spiraling internal monologue. Snapping back to reality, she listens as he reveals the shocking conclusion that she possesses absolutely no divine protection from a high-ranking spirit either. Staring at the reports laid out on the table, she asks the obvious question of why she is immune, prompting him to declare that he wants to look into the spirit's divine protection one more time. Sitting up with renewed determination, she eagerly asks if he is curious too, to which an unseen voice emphatically replies in the affirmative. He explains that this mystery is directly related to her power and the unknown reason why he can finally touch her, fiercely adding that he refuses to be separated from her again. Resting his gloved fingers against his chin, his sharp eyes narrow in deep, calculated thought as he formulates a plan. He formally asks Vera if it would be all right to incorporate the time to search for her great-grandfather's historical documents into their current work schedule. A genuine smile breaks across her face as she warmly replies that she would be incredibly happy if he did that. Acknowledging that no known documents exist about divine protection, he notes that they must find the direct research findings of her great-grandfather, leaving Vera sweating nervously as she wonders where they should even begin their massive search. Standing side by side near the doorway, she practically suggests they just go in order, starting with the very closest room, which he quickly agrees to. The two of them stride purposefully into a cluttered room filled to the brim with scattered books, rolled scrolls, and forgotten scientific instruments. Turning his head slightly with a determined glint in his eye, Alan asks if they shall begin the massive undertaking. Standing amidst towering piles of disorganized texts while Alan carries a heavy crate of books, Vera looks up, fully prepared to dive into the daunting investigation. Standing before towering bookshelves, Vera eagerly presented her findings to Alan. Wasting no time, the pair immediately began sorting through the massive stacks of dusty tomes. Vera admitted that the collection before them was incredible, to which Alan reasoned that the mansion was simply packed with artifacts from across the globe. Surveying the vast room, Alan acknowledged the multitude of interesting items but expressed a strong desire to downsize slightly. Alan offered a warm, reassuring smile as he gazed down at his companion. Vera looked away momentarily, a faint blush dusting her pale cheeks. Kneeling gracefully on the floor, Alan gently reached out to wipe a stray tear from Vera's eye. His thumb softly brushed against her cheek, carefully catching the glimmering teardrop. Suddenly, Alan's eyes widened as something completely unexpected caught his attention. Reflected deep within Vera's tearful eye was a strange, shimmering light. Leaning closer, Alan murmured in quiet disbelief as he questioned what exactly he was seeing. Flustered by his sudden proximity, Vera hastily apologized and asked for a moment to compose herself. Ignoring her protests, Alan leaned in even closer, capturing her face gently but firmly in his hands. Overwhelmed by the intimate gesture, Vera stammered nervously as her heart raced. Alan stared deeply into her eyes, completely transfixed by the mysterious, beautiful phenomenon. A soft sound escaped into the quiet room as the unspoken tension between them thickened. Astonished, Alan demanded to know what on earth was happening while Vera frantically asked if something was there. Her wide, trembling eyes reflected an undeniable, ethereal glow that illuminated the shadows. Stepping back slightly, Alan revealed in awe that he saw flowers dancing within her eyes. Utterly baffled, Vera clutched her flushed cheeks and repeated his strange words in total confusion. Alan elaborated that upon closer inspection, he witnessed translucent pink petals fluttering, convinced something magical was reflecting in her gaze. Shock radiated through Vera as she struggled to comprehend what was happening to her vision. Holding her face tenderly once more, Alan offered a comforting anchor amidst the bizarre revelation. The soft, elegant fabric of Vera's dress pooled around her as she remained seated on the wooden floor. Seeking reassurance, Vera stammered a nervous question, and Alan firmly confirmed that the ethereal petals were dancing once again. Piecing the clues together, Alan deduced that her great-grandfather must have known something crucial about this magic. Vera mused that knowing her ancestor, he likely left a mark on any box holding important secrets, wondering if hints lay inside a nearby puzzle box or a lockless chest. Examining a small object, Vera considered the distinct possibility that the research documents only contained partial truths. Alan reasoned that if there were hidden clues left behind, they would logically be placed somewhere obvious. He further questioned why her great-grandfather would deliberately hide a revolutionary, unknown discovery from the rest of the world. Alan pointed out that publishing such findings would have progressed spirit research and earned him immense fame and money, prompting Vera's quiet agreement. Vera countered that her ancestor lacked interest in worldly desires, which might explain why his brilliant findings remained entirely unpublished. She speculated he might have simply given up or achieved lackluster results during his complex experiments. Alan agreed that was possible, gently advising her that they should proceed step by step to uncover the truth. Opening an ancient, handwritten ledger, they began searching for any hidden clues within its aged pages. Carrying a heavy box of reference materials, Vera navigated the towering labyrinth of the mansion's vast library. Alan watched her diligent efforts with a fond, quiet admiration. Working side by side, they meticulously pulled thick volumes from the highest shelves. Pausing her rigorous search, Vera let out a quiet gasp of surprise as she uncovered a hidden, framed painting. She held up the delicate canvas and asked Alan if the portrait depicted him as a young child. Confirming her suspicion, Alan noted it was stored alongside royal gifts but expressed open confusion over its presence in this specific mansion. He wondered aloud if it had been mixed in by mistake, noting that his childhood portraits rightfully belonged in the main residence. Glancing around the massive room, Alan admitted he finally understood why she found the spacious mansion impossible to tidy up. Vera smiled nostalgically, explaining that her great-grandparents lived here alone in their later years, allowing the clutter to naturally pile up over time. Below her gaze rested two elegant, framed portraits of her esteemed great-grandparents. Holding the canvas tightly, Vera gazed softly into the distance, deeply moved by the enduring legacy of her family. A tender smile graced her lips as she whispered a hopeful, secret desire for her own future. Startled back to reality by Alan taking a seat on the floor, Vera quickly apologized as he looked up at her in mild confusion. Blushing slightly, she confessed she was remembering their harmonious life together, calling it something she truly aspired to emulate. Alan repeated her words with a soft, inquiring gaze, entirely captivated by her earnest confession. Turning his back, Alan quietly confessed his desire to one day have a marriage just like his great-grandparents. He lingered on the thought, repeating his heartfelt wish for a love that echoed the enduring bond of his ancestors. Smiling softly, Vera admitted that she had held the exact same dream as a child, feeling a sudden wave of sweet nostalgia wash over her. Curiously, Alan pressed her to reveal if those childhood dreams had changed over the years, prompting a hesitant pause from Vera. Staring into the distance, she murmured thoughtfully, genuinely wondering if her heart still desired the same things. She confessed that she hadn't actively considered it until this very moment, recalling Sir Carol's permission for her to remarry freely. Considering the possibilities, she reasoned that if she ever found someone she truly wanted to spend eternity with, she might just tie the knot once more. However, she quickly brushed the thought aside, deciding it was a concern for some distant day in the future. Reality weighed heavily as she reminded him of her complicated status as the former crown princess, noting her isolated lifestyle consisting only of running basic errands. She logically concluded that finding a suitable match would be incredibly difficult anyway, quickly adding that she was perfectly content just having fun exploring the old house for now. A charged, silent tension settled between them as their eyes suddenly locked together. Vera's pupils dilated in sudden, wide-eyed shock as the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Alan stared back with an intense, unwavering focus, his expression darkening with sudden realization. Breaking the silence, Alan quietly condemned himself for being foolishly carefree in his assumptions, leaving Vera confused and concerned. Her heart skipped a beat as she stared up at him, entirely captivated and bewildered by his sudden shift in demeanor. Covering his mouth with a gloved hand, Alan grimly reiterated that he had been taking his time far too leisurely, drawing a confused gasp from his companion. While Vera stammered nervously, Alan muttered bitterly about his own naive complacency regarding their comfortable situation. Vera listened in stunned silence as he tore into his own misguided belief that things were perfectly fine progressing naturally. He bitterly admitted that his fear of making her uncomfortable had made him far too complacent, mistakenly believing a gradual progression was safe. With heavy regret, he confessed his arrogant assumption that she would simply always remain by his side. He realized his utter foolishness in selfishly assuming that, no matter how many years passed, she would endlessly spend her days with him. Gently but firmly grasping her chin, Alan leaned in and desperately pleaded for her attention, admitting he could never stomach a future where she married another man. Gazing intensely into her wide eyes, he begged her to let him fulfill her dream, swearing an absolute vow to make her undeniably happy. Caught completely off guard, Vera squeaked in confusion as he reminded her of the wishes she had so frequently spoken aloud. Alan laid his desires bare, fiercely claiming that he wanted to be the one to give her the peaceful life as a florist in this very house that she had always wanted. Stripping away all hesitation, he finally confessed his deep, burning love for her. Pulling her into a desperate, passionate embrace, he closed his eyes and clarified that his love for her was undeniably that of a man for a woman. As Vera froze in absolute, wide-eyed shock against his chest, Alan murmured a final, breathless plea asking her to entrust her entire future to him. Overwhelmed by the explosive confession, Vera collapsed to the floor, huddling into a tight, trembling ball to process the life-changing moment. Opening the second episode, a profound question echoed in her mind about what she should do. Gazing blankly into the dark void, her expression reflected a deep inner turmoil. Staring up at the wooden ceiling and chandelier, she continued to agonize over her next steps. The haunting memory of a man declaring his romantic affection for her as a woman played out vividly in her thoughts. Rolling over onto her stomach in bed, she buried her face and let out a soft groan of frustration. She vividly recalled his gentle yet firm touch, his large hands, his low body temperature, and the heavy weight of his loving words. A sudden realization washed over her wide eyes, prompting a quiet gasp. Sitting up slightly, it dawned on her that this was the very first time a man had ever confessed his feelings to her. The undeniable truth echoed in her mind that Alan had genuinely stated he liked her. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as her heart raced at the thought of his confession. Curling up into a tight ball, she marveled at how warm her chest felt receiving such direct affection from another person. She reasoned that this intense warmth was entirely because the affection came specifically from Alan. Burying her face into her pillow once more, she desperately questioned what her own desires truly were. Lying on the edge of her bed, she remained baffled as to why he would like her when she had never done anything special for him. Extending her hand upward toward the heavy wooden ceiling beams, she seemed to grasp at an invisible truth. Dropping her hand, a striking epiphany suddenly widened her tired eyes. An image of his partially obscured face surfaced in her mind, revealing that there was just one specific reason he might favor her. Standing thoughtfully in her dress, she deduced that she was special solely because he craved deep human contact, and she was the only person he could safely touch. The memory of his large, gloved hand securely clasping hers flashed brightly before her mind's eye. Staring blankly toward the ceiling, she convinced herself that his ability to touch her was his primary driving motivation. Doubt clouded her expression as she wondered if her unique physical accessibility was the only reason for his heartfelt confession. Visualizing his majestic cape, she immediately rejected the cynical thought, remembering that as a noble royal, he vehemently despised hurtful lies and deception. Tossing violently in her sheets, the burdensome memories of her own lifelong immersion in royal society came flooding back to haunt her. Her expression darkened as the ingrained, manipulative values of the royal family weighed heavily on her fragile spirit. Turning abruptly, she realized that if the ruthless royals discovered her unique condition, they would inevitably force her into a political marriage with him. Considering his royal standing, she understood that personal freedom was often sacrificed for the kingdom's benefit, making her an indispensable marital asset. Casting her gaze downward, she agonizingly debated whether his joy of touching her was hopelessly entangled with his royal duties. Clutching her chest with a pained grimace, she desperately fought against her own growing skepticism. She fiercely wanted to believe in the absolute sincerity and pure kindness that Alan had always shown her. The dark, calculated methods of the nobility she had witnessed since childhood constantly undermined her deep desire to blindly trust his intentions. She accepted that his romantic words might technically be true while still serving a larger, hidden political agenda. With a heavy sigh, she questioned whether any of his affection truly originated purely from his heart. Burying her face deep into her mattress, she completely broke down and rejected the crushing weight of her circumstances. Exhausted by political machinations, she desperately yearned to protect her hard-won peace from royal interference. Recalling a hollow, performative wedding gown, she silently declared that she was entirely finished with superficial marriages designed for the convenience of others. Lying beneath the glow of a crescent moon, she whispered his name while begging her own mind to stop doubting him. Rising early to face a new day, she quietly prepared tea at the kitchen counter while dressed in her typical maid uniform. A delicate porcelain teapot and 2 matching cups sat neatly arranged on an elegant serving tray. She silently marveled at how smoothly the ingrained routines of her daily chores carried her through the morning. Carrying the heavy tray through the halls, her body moved efficiently on sheer muscle memory despite her inner chaos. Pausing by the kitchen counter, panic set in as she realized acting differently might mistakenly signal her rejection before she even had an answer. This sudden fear of hurting him forced her to confront her own underlying desire to keep his affection. Taking a deep, shaky breath, she braced herself to finally face the man who had confessed to her. Suddenly freezing in place, her eyes widened in profound shock at an unexpected encounter. Stepping into the grand hallway, she abruptly crossed paths with Alan himself, who stood wrapped in his thick winter mantle. Caught entirely off guard, a small noise of utter surprise escaped her lips. After he offered a calm morning greeting, she stammered awkwardly to return the pleasantry. Maintaining a polite distance, he handed over some letters for translation and gently requested her continued support for the day. Still bewildered by his completely normal demeanor, she reflexively accepted the mundane task while staring at his retreating back. Watching him walk away down the corridor, the stark contrast between her agonizing night and his calm professionalism left her utterly speechless. Staring blankly ahead, Vera processed the unexpected shift in the morning atmosphere. Blushing deeply, Alan chuckled and begged her not to laugh, admitting he simply couldn't help his nervous behavior. Realizing the truth behind his awkward demeanor, a soft sound of understanding escaped her lips. Covering her mouth with a bright smile, she apologized but noted with relief that she wasn't the only one feeling anxious. He firmly agreed, confessing that his erratic actions yesterday were driven almost entirely by sudden impulse. Shifting his gaze, he nervously pointed out that they hadn't even shared a proper romantic encounter yet. He admitted his original plan was to slowly develop their relationship, but he panicked and jumped straight to marriage. Looking deeply regretful, he explained that his lack of calm leeway yesterday caused him to lose sleep over his hasty actions. Listening to his earnest explanation, her tense demeanor finally melted into a gentle, amused giggle. Steeling his resolve, he leaned in slightly to ensure she understood his core message. Looking directly into her eyes, he declared that she was truly dear to him and his affection was entirely genuine. Emphasizing his sincerity, he firmly promised that the loving words he spoke yesterday were not a lie. Calling her name gently, he assured Vera she could take all the time she needed, entirely free from false pretense or rushed expectations. A sudden flutter of emotion caused her to gasp slightly at his highly considerate declaration. Maintaining his earnest expression, he reiterated his deep desire to eventually learn her true, unvarnished feelings. He clarified that this genuine curiosity was exactly why he refused to force a hasty answer from her. Tentatively breaking the silence, she softly requested just a little more time to process her swirling emotions. Reaching out with his large gloved hand, he tenderly cupped the back of her neck. Offering a soft, understanding gaze, he readily agreed to give her the space she needed. Pausing briefly, he hesitantly set aside their romantic tension to ask if she harbored any underlying dislike for him. Her eyes widened in absolute shock at the very idea, instantly rejecting the absurd notion. Fidgeting slightly, she argued that if she disliked him, she wouldn't have spent the day agonizing over his absence. Relieved by her swift denial, a heavy weight visibly lifted from his broad shoulders. Leaning affectionately into his warm touch, she confirmed that his physical closeness wasn't unpleasant to her in the slightest. Dropping her gaze, she honestly admitted that her own feelings were still a confusing mystery. She openly wondered whether her fondness for him leaned toward pure friendship or genuine romantic love. Resolving to figure it out, she expressed a deep desire to cross over her emotional walls and fully believe in his confession. Smiling softly, she promised to eventually return his profound sincerity with genuine feelings straight from her own heart. A warm, breathtaking smile spread across his face as he softly acknowledged her heartfelt promise. Standing tall beside her, he confidently declared that he would simply have to do his absolute best to win her over. Caught completely off guard by his bold romantic challenge, she let out a flustered squeak. Shifting the topic to the snowy morning, he smoothly suggested they warm up with some tea before starting work, which she happily accepted. A sudden puff of steam drew their attention back to the mundane reality of the chilly morning. Trailing behind him toward the kitchen, she internally lamented that she still had more lingering thoughts left unspoken. The quiet, rhythmic scratching of a fountain pen soon filled the tranquil office space. Settling into their daily routine, the two worked diligently at their respective desks in comfortable silence. Pausing his paperwork, he held up a wax-sealed envelope with a contemplative gaze. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, he gently called out her name across the expansive room. Extending the elegant envelope toward her, he informed her that a missive had arrived in her name. Looking up from her documents in surprise, she quickly confirmed that the delivery was indeed meant for her. Approaching his grand desk, she carefully accepted the mysterious correspondence into her hands. Scanning the parchment, she recognized the sender as someone she used to exchange letters with during her days as a crown princess. She marveled at how the sender had managed to track her down based entirely on old message cards and foreign festival gifts. Clutching the letter to her chest, she realized with a heavy heart that her old acquaintances were deeply worried about her. Reading further, she discovered they were expressing gratitude for past gifts and extending a genuine hand of friendship. He reassuringly noted that despite her quiet nature, she had clearly done an excellent job building bridges during her time as a royal. Gesturing to the mail, he explained that her lasting diplomatic impact was exactly why foreign royalty still sought a personal connection with her. Agreeing softly, she admitted that conversing with him always helped her relax in the best way possible. He teasingly pointed out that even the notoriously serious former crown princess adopted a much softer tone in her current writing. Gazing fondly at him, she concluded that everyone must feel the same calming aura when speaking with him. Staring intently with his striking eyes, a white-haired man initiates a serious conversation by stating that there is something she should know. He gently suggests that she could afford to assert herself more, catching her slightly off guard as she questions his sudden advice. Pressing the issue further, he urges her to display more confidence in her own thoughts and the quality of her work. Startled by his directness, the blonde woman stammers out that his natural consideration for others is so subtle she often only notices it after the fact. Gesturing dismissively with his black-gloved hand, he assures her that her actions never come across as pushy anyway. Leaning back at his desk as she approaches, he teasingly adds that if she talked more, it would make it much easier for him to properly woo her. He closes his eyes with a soft, lingering smile and a subtle conjunction, leaving her blushing profusely at his bold romantic confession. Meanwhile, palace officials fret over the continuing abnormal weather and Lady Carol's impending remarriage, noting that the homeland standardizing foreign gifts has left them incredibly short on available hands. The political gossip continues as they whisper about how Carol's remarriage remains entirely unsettled, lacking even a basic wedding date. The conversation momentarily stalls as confusion sets in regarding the delayed nuptials. Reflecting on the passage of time since her exile from the homeland, she realizes it should already be time for the grand ceremony to take place. Dismissing the delay, they speculate that the homeland might simply be prioritizing the disastrous weather problems over a royal wedding. A brief, silent pause hangs in the air as the weight of the political situation completely sinks in. Continuing her internal calculations regarding her exile, she finds it highly suspicious that the homeland hasn't even established a date for the ceremony yet. Reassuring themselves, they guess the royal court is likely just overwhelmed by the ongoing weather crisis. Shaking off her concerns about the homeland's messy affairs, she resolves to simply focus on managing her current responsibilities right here. Expressing her gratitude, she asks Vera to translate a letter, suggesting they can arrange for direct exchanges from now on if Vera wishes to send a reply alongside hers. She warmly reflects on how incredibly fulfilling it feels to make more friends in her new environment. A profound sense of relief washes over her as she admits how genuinely glad she is to have come to this specific house. Admitting his own subtle possessiveness, Alan notes that if he hadn't been her very first friend, he would probably be feeling quite jealous right now. Touched by his earnest words, she graces him with a radiant, deeply affectionate smile. Meeting her joyous expression, Alan flashes a charming, carefree wink that brightens his handsome features. Her gaze softens with profound emotion as she remembers her initial impressions of him. Gazing at him with wide, awestruck eyes, she confesses internally that she never imagined a man like him could laugh so freely and beautifully. Suddenly, Alan's demeanor shifts to sheer surprise as he notices a startling phenomenon manifesting in her eye. Caught completely off guard by his sudden intense scrutiny, she stiffens in absolute confusion. She tentatively asks if something is showing, to which he firmly confirms her suspicions. She melancholically explains that occasionally, drifting floral petals appear within her eyes, a strange phenomenon whose ultimate cause remains a complete mystery to her. Despite frequently checking the mirror for these mystical flowers, she laments that she has never actually been able to witness the petals herself. Staring thoughtfully out the window, Alan asks for confirmation that she has truly never seen the magical manifestation with her own eyes. Falling into a brief contemplative silence, he seamlessly pivots the conversation by reminding her of their plans to clean the house that afternoon. Standing before a set of sturdy double doors, they hope that today's thorough cleaning will finally yield at least one solid clue regarding the research into her mysterious eyes. An ornate grandfather clock quietly ticks away, marking the steady passage of time as they prepare for their task. Armed with determination and rolled-up plans, the duo steps into a cluttered room filled with towering bookshelves and stacked crates. Working in perfect tandem, they grasp the edges of a massive wooden bookshelf and carefully slide it across the floor to reveal what lies hidden behind. Standing triumphantly beside the relocated furniture, she notes with a bright smile that uncovering hidden spaces is actually quite exciting. Poking his head through a newly discovered floorboard trapdoor, Alan peers directly into the darkened depths of the hidden level. The trapdoor reveals a barren, dust-covered attic room illuminated only by a single shaft of sunlight piercing through a small window. Pulling herself up beside him, she stares in profound disappointment at the completely empty room. Surveying the desolate space, Alan confirms that aside from massive piles of dust, there is absolutely nothing of value hidden up here. Scanning the corners of the rafters, he observes with mild suspicion that the room is entirely devoid of cobwebs despite its obvious abandonment. Refusing to give up so easily, he suggests they meticulously check the surrounding area just a little bit more. Turning her attention away from the floorboards, the woman slowly tilts her head back to inspect the architecture towering above. Her eyes lock onto a specific section of the room as a sudden, inexplicable sensation abruptly washes over her. Noticing her sudden intense fixation, Alan pauses his search to ask what is wrong. He points out that she kept staring intently toward the window, leading him to believe that something dangerous or important had just occurred. Visibly uncertain of her own senses, she hesitates to give him a definitive answer regarding her strange premonition. Standing side by side, they both stare at the seemingly innocuous wall as he presses her to explain exactly what she is sensing. Focusing her mystical awareness, she finally reveals that the wall is radiating a very specific atmosphere that feels remarkably similar to his own magical signature. Rendered in a comical state of pure shock, she blurts out a loud noise of utter bewilderment as the sheer absurdity of her own magical discovery shatters her composure. Blushing, she quickly clarifies that she doesn't mean the wall is literally like him. Groping for the right words, she explains that it radiates a pleasant spring warmth identical to the comforting feeling she gets whenever she is near him. Taken aback by her unintentional compliment, he awkwardly thanks her as she reaches out toward the stone surface. Pressing her hand firmly against the solid stone, she searches for the source of the magical resonance. A hidden panel suddenly slides open with a grinding noise, causing both of them to jump back in sheer surprise. Peering into the newly revealed alcove, she spots a metal handle resting in the shadows. They both stare blankly at the hidden compartment, completely stunned by the unexpected discovery. Nestled within the dark recess sits a large, intricately patterned box. Examining the strange object closer, she recognizes it immediately as a complex puzzle box. Hefting the surprisingly large box, Alan agrees that it will take both of them to open it, while she notices a stack of letters resting alongside it. Holding up one of the crisp envelopes, she reads her own name on the cover and gasps in utter disbelief. The two companions exchange a wide-eyed look of profound confusion at the sight of a letter addressed specifically to her hidden in this secret room. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun of a different land, Episode 12 begins with Lord Carroll wiping sweat from his brow. Shielding his eyes from the blinding glare, he squints across the overgrown courtyard. Taking in the unkempt gardens, he notes with a heavy sigh that he hasn't visited this peaceful area in quite some time. Spotting a familiar figure tending to the hedges, Carroll calls out a casual greeting to the old gardener. Startled from his work, the bearded groundskeeper turns and respectfully acknowledges his lord. Exhausted from his royal duties, Carroll heavily slumps against a stone railing with a defeated sigh. Staring blankly at the ground, the troubled ruler asks the old man exactly where he went so wrong in his leadership. The gardener calmly acknowledges the chaos, noting that even inside the castle walls, bitter quarrels are erupting and many people are falling severely behind in their work. Looking utterly miserable, Carol confesses that his advisors explicitly told him to restore the castle's operations to how they were when Vera was managing things. Snipping a stray branch with his shears, the wise gardener simply agrees with the assessment. Crushed by the validation of his failures, Carol covers his eyes and admits he already knew the truth all along. He complains that people constantly grumbled about Vera forcing them to do their own ignored duties, a strict management style he never actually understood. Continuing his pruning, the gardener points out that Vera purposely separated workers whose toxic relationships were actively interfering with the castle's workflow. Leaning back with a pained expression, Carol finally realizes that he was the only fool who failed to understand her brilliant methods. The gardener gently reminds him that Vera always listened to the common workers and personally moved to resolve crises when everyone else was floundering. Pausing his work, the humble gardener requests permission to speak some harsh truths to his king. Desperate for genuine guidance, Carol accepts the old man's request without hesitation. Before delivering the hard truth, the gardener assures Carol that he hasn't been completely wrong in all of his royal decisions. He praises the young king's desperate work ethic, reminding him of how hard he fought when he was suddenly thrust onto an unexpected throne. The old man warmly notes that many loyal subjects worked tirelessly without complaint solely because of Carol's inspiring personal efforts. Caught off guard by the unexpected praise, Carol stares at the gardener in stunned silence. Shifting to the critique, the gardener explains that Carol heavily favors loud individuals because he places too much value on flashy, visible results. He admits that having bold leaders taking charge is certainly a blessing for any functioning nation. However, he warns that this exact favoritism encourages ambitious nobles to push all their unseen, tedious work onto the shoulders of others just to look good. He casually states that this kind of selfish political maneuvering is unfortunately entirely natural. The constant offloading of duties caused the truly burdened workers to quit from sheer exhaustion, leaving the remaining staff hopelessly overwhelmed. Carol realizes with a heavy heart that the root of the castle's current collapse is simply because he couldn't see through his courtiers' selfish deceptions. Smiling gently, the gardener reminds the king that Vera used to perfectly manage all those unseen issues so Carol wouldn't have to carry the entire burden alone. He explains that the former crown princess quietly moved through the shadows to cover every single administrative blind spot her fiancé couldn't grasp. The old man points out that Carol was desperately obsessed with forcing Vera to the public forefront instead of letting her thrive in her natural supportive role. Defending his past actions, Carol stubbornly argues that royalty must always stand at the forefront as a shining model for the common people. Conceding the point slightly, the gardener notes that in many prosperous countries, the king stands tall in the light while the queen securely supports him from the shadows. He asks Carol to remember how violently Vera trembled on her first public appearance, noting that pushing her would only be fine if she were actually comfortable with it. Carol solemnly agrees, admitting he was completely shocked to discover that someone could harbor such a paralyzing terror of public crowds. The gardener concludes that Vera was simply better suited for supporting from the rear, emphasizing that a true leader must place the right person in the right role. Looking down in profound realization, the young king softly agrees with the gardener's indisputable wisdom. Pressing his final point, the old man asks if the grand duty of standing bravely before the people isn't a role perfectly fulfilled by Carol alone. He firmly assures the king that even amidst the terrifying weather crisis, the kingdom feels secure simply because their ruler continues to stand strong in the light. Pruning a bush, the old gardener tells Lord Carol that he and Vera were well matched because she quietly kept moving for his people without standing out. The old gardener smiles warmly while handing a freshly pruned flower to the listening man. He explains that Vera took time out of her busy days to bring Carol his favorite flowers because he was straining himself. Carol stares ahead with a stunned and sorrowful expression as the realization hits his heart. Slowly closing his eyes, Carol absorbs the heavy weight of the old man's words. He quietly acknowledges the healing memory of the tea she brewed and their small conversations at the end of the day. Tilting his head back in deep reflection, Carol wonders if he was truly healed by the time Vera gave him. Startled by the gardener's next question, Carol learns that Lady Vera was the one who quietly cleaned up after his mistakes when they were newly engaged. The gardener reminds him that since he was never meant to inherit the throne, he had a massive gap in knowledge compared to the queenly educated Vera. Looking down in disbelief, Carol realizes Vera never told him she was the one secretly filling his knowledge gaps. The gardener reveals that Lady Vera would sometimes visit this very garden to express her true feelings. She constantly expressed her deep and unwavering desire to support him. Feeling sorry that she couldn't meet his expectations by standing at the front, Vera simply wanted to help because she respected his tireless dedication to the people. The gardener mentions hearing the painful news about the day Carol declared his divorce to Lady Vera. He recounts how she supposedly smiled beamingly and claimed she had lost interest. While Carol groans in guilt, the gardener suggests her supposed happiness was just the joy of receiving the spirit's blessing and her dismissive words were mere passing remarks. Carol looks up with a pained expression as the gardener prepares to pivot his point. Smiling gently, the old man notes that Lady Vera had faults too and that the couple simply lacked proper communication. He scolds Carol for not listening enough and notes that Vera shouldn't have shouldered everything alone or given up just because he ignored her once. The gardener emphasizes that marriage requires deepening their bond as husband and wife and adjusting their thoughts together. A dark memory surfaces showing Carol coldly questioning if they even had time to live as husband and wife, leaving him wondering now if things could have been different. The gardener points out that Carol only ever allowed himself to lean on Lady Vera, a truth that takes the Lord completely by surprise. Though Carol was oblivious to his own actions, the old man always found their dynamic heartwarming to watch. He observed that Carol uniquely treated Vera not as a crown princess, but simply as another human being. The gardener asks a piercing question, wondering if Carol would have truly smiled and accepted it if anyone other than Vera had claimed to lose interest during a divorce. Carol looks away in silence, fully understanding the depth of the old man's incredible insight. He bitterly recalls demanding Vera to act like a proper crown princess instead of appreciating her support. Curled up in deep regret, Carol admits he only ever kept leaning on her and ultimately just hurt the woman he cared for. The gardener shifts the focus to Lady Esta, noting she cannot easily catch up to Vera's lifelong royal education. However, the old man encourages Carol, stating he is now highly capable of properly thinking about his partner. He adds his earnest belief that Lady Esta is a fine young lady worthy of his effort. Carol agrees quietly, acknowledging the undeniable truth in those wise words. However, a lingering resolve suddenly builds in his mind before he can move forward. Carol firmly states his desperate desire to go see Vera just one more time. Knowing it won't change the past, he simply wants to apologize for hurting her and thank her for her years of support. Turning to leave, Carol thanks the old man for listening, though the gardener insists he should be the one expressing gratitude. The old man expresses his profound joy that Carol would come visit a mere, rankless gardener like him. He declares that any man willing to listen to the words of an impudent old fool could never truly be a bad person. Offering a final genuine smile, Carol thanks him again before joking about finding a way to handle the unbearable climate. Meanwhile, a voice tells Vera that all her countless questions and doubts will be answered if she just tries calling a specific name. Vera carefully holds open a folded letter, revealing a handwritten name etched onto the paper. Shock flashes across her wide eyes as she reads the mysterious name Frulin. Someone desperately calls out Vera's name as the world seems to blur around her. Alan urgently catches the unconscious Vera as she suddenly collapses backward into his arms. Panicking wildly, Alan holds her tight and demands she get a hold of herself as confusion sets in. Groaning weakly, Vera slowly opens her eyes as Alan continues to shout her name in sheer terror. Finding herself suddenly sitting on a blanket in a vast, sunlit field, a confused Vera looks around in total disbelief. She stares up in awe at the glowing sky, breathing out a quiet word of wonder at the beautiful scenery surrounding her. Realizing what happened, she recalls fainting immediately after speaking the name written on the letter while standing with Alan. A mysterious voice asks if she called for Frulin, prompting Vera to turn around in shock while still wondering about Alan's whereabouts. A serene, long-haired man with pointed ears rests quietly by a sunlit forest stream, gazing thoughtfully into the ethereal distance. Vera kneels gracefully on a patterned blanket, turning her head in complete awe as she takes in the breathtaking, luminous forest surrounding her. Her wide eyes trembling with sudden realization, Vera hesitantly calls out to the majestic figure, addressing him respectfully as Frulin-san. The man turns slightly with a soft, melodic hum, gently requesting that she drop the awful formality and simply call him Fru. Still utterly bewildered by the surreal encounter, Vera softly tests the casual nickname on her tongue. Looking back over his broad shoulder, Fru offers a warm, reassuring smile and confirms that the familiar name will do perfectly. Holding her gaze with his striking, timeless eyes, the spirit acknowledges her by name and notes that it has been a very long time since they last met. His expression softening with genuine warmth, Fru expresses his heartfelt relief that they could finally reunite in this manner. Sitting across from the imposing being, a stunned Vera struggles to process her location and the true identity of the man resting before her. Frulin calmly reminds her that she was the one who summoned him, formally introducing himself as what humans recognize as a magical spirit. Staring in absolute disbelief at the delicate cherry blossoms swirling around his bare feet, Vera asks if he is the entity who bestowed a blessing upon her. With a casual, effortless grace, the spirit confirms her suspicion with a simple, knowing nod. Processing the heavy revelation, Vera immediately recalls the vivid pink flowers so closely associated with her mysterious magical condition. She suddenly notices Alan's absence and deduces that the floral manifestation he previously witnessed in her eyes must have been Frulin's divine doing. Panic briefly flashes across her pale features as she pieces together her fragmented memories, realizing she collapsed abruptly while reading the mysterious letter. Sensing her rising alarm, Frulin quickly reassures her that her physical body is merely resting safely asleep, while only her spiritual consciousness has traveled to this realm. He leans in slightly, elaborating that the mortal realm and the spirit domain operate under vastly different flows of time. Gesturing openly with a gentle smile, Frulin explains that hours of immersive conversation here will equate to mere minutes passing in her human reality. Acknowledging her countless burning questions, the spirit politely pauses her racing thoughts, insisting he has one crucial statement he must deliver before proceeding. Calling her name softly, Frulin admits that although this is their first direct encounter since her initial blessing, he has never truly left her side. Gazing at her with profound ancient respect, the spirit sincerely thanks Vera for her enduring efforts and praises her for a job well done. The unexpected, sweeping validation strikes Vera to her absolute core, leaving her wide-eyed and completely speechless as the immense weight of his words sinks in. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of raw emotion, Vera bows her head in tears while Frulin gently reaches out to pat her hair in a comforting, fatherly gesture. Through her quiet sobs, Vera experiences a profound catharsis, finally realizing that all her grueling past struggles and unseen efforts were never truly ignored. Covering her trembling mouth to muffle her tears, the young woman stammers out a wet, heartfelt thank you to the benevolent spirit. Frulin dismisses her gratitude with humble grace, asserting that as her lifelong silent guardian, he was merely stating the undeniable truth of her immense resilience. Lifting her tear-stained face, Vera manages a radiant, genuinely grateful smile as she tries to find her voice once more. Frulin's expression shifts into solemn intensity as he abruptly questions her about her lingering familial connections in the treacherous mortal world. The spirit's ethereal eyes narrow softly as he confirms his own observation with an air of absolute, unshakable certainty. Surrounded by a breathtaking field of blossoms, Frulin warmly declares Vera his own family, offering this magical sanctuary as a permanent, welcoming home whenever she needs it. He confesses he often considered kidnapping her away from her mortal misery, but stayed his hand because she never once succumbed to hatred or surrendered to despair. Vera listens in stunned silence as the spirit recounts how she continually pushed forward with desperate courage, no matter how excruciating her trials became. Frulin admits his immense worry during her bitter divorce, noting he only refrained from intervening because she sought refuge in the happy memories of her former home with Alan. Observing the newfound peace glowing brilliantly in her features, Frulin praises his own restraint, confidently concluding that letting her stay was the right decision. After Vera softly accepts his compliment, Frulin abruptly shifts the focus back to her pressing curiosities, inviting her to ask whatever she desires before their limited time expires. Seeking concrete confirmation, Vera nervously asks if he is indeed the legendary spirit of spring, a title Frulin readily accepts as the ruler of this floral domain. The sheer magnitude of the word rule hits Vera like a physical blow, causing her to stutter as she fully processes his divine authority. A wave of profound realization washes over her, leaving her utterly blank-faced and paralyzed by the staggering truth of her companion's status. Flustered by her sudden realization that she is casually chatting with the supreme king of the spring spirits, Vera panics, though Frulin quickly begs her to keep dropping the lonely honorifics. Her racing mind connects the scattered dots, deducing that only a spirit king would possess the overwhelming power required to completely nullify Alan's volatile high-spirit blessing so safely. She marvels at the perfect logic of the situation, realizing that human instruments failed to detect her blessing simply because an absolute spirit king exists entirely outside conventional magical metrics. Trembling with sheer disbelief, Vera wonders aloud how she, a mere human, managed to secure the personal blessing of one of the only 4 almighty spirit kings in existence. Frulin chuckles and points to the undeniable proof written across her face, asking if floral patterns occasionally bloom and dance within her very eyes. He explains the phenomenon is a direct mark of his divine favor, causing ethereal blossoms matching his signature pink hue to physically manifest within her gaze. However, the spirit clarifies that this magical resonance remains dormant most of the time, only triggering and blooming when her internal joy surges past a specific threshold. Tilting her head in quiet fascination, Vera asks if this divine mark is purely tethered to her fluctuating human emotions. Frulin nods gently, affirming that whenever she experiences a wave of profound, genuine happiness, the magical spring flowers will joyously dance in response. Close up on Frulin's serene eyes as he adds that the greater her intense ecstasy and joy, the more fiercely and beautifully the ethereal flowers will bloom. Peering closely at the ancient king, Vera boldly flips the question, asking if his own current happiness mirrors hers. Struck by her earnest inquiry, a tender, profoundly peaceful smile slowly spreads across the spirit king's timeless features. A gentle voice affirms that they finally got to meet Vera. Surprised, she realizes the surrounding flowers have begun to dance. Vera gazes wide-eyed into the mirror as the ethereal male spirit gestures gently behind her reflection. She contemplates the revelation that the mystical blossoms twirl whenever she experiences true happiness. A sudden realization halts her racing thoughts as she pieces the scattered clues together. Connecting the dots, she understands that Alan witnessed the flowers blooming precisely because she was always happy in his presence. Recalling Alan's words, she remembers him describing the phenomenon as a beautiful blizzard of swirling petals. The memory of her confession and their subsequent morning conversation floods back, bringing the undeniable truth that the flowers were blooming fiercely all along. Completely flustered, Vera's face flushes red as Alan warmly calls her name amidst a cascade of blossoms. She realizes that the floral display constantly reflected her deepest emotions whenever they bloomed before her eyes. The truth settles in that these magical moments always occurred whenever Alan touched her or confessed his tender feelings. Grasping the depth of her own heart, she acknowledges that Alan's touch brought her immense happiness and embarrassment, causing the flowers to dance, while her previous anxieties had only made them fade. With a warm, serene smile, the spirit expresses his genuine joy over her newfound happiness. Still reeling from the revelations, she turns to the spirit and questions exactly when and why he decided to bestow his blessing upon her. Looking down with a hint of melancholy, the spirit remarks that she truly possesses no memory of their fateful origin. Dismissing her forgetfulness with calm grace, he assures her that her lack of recollection is perfectly fine. He softly admits that walking back through the cherished memories of the very first day they met is an enjoyable endeavor for him. Transported to a breathtaking field of fallen petals, an overwhelmed Vera wipes away tears as the spirit sits peacefully beside her. The vision shifts to the past as an observer dryly notes that some things remain stubbornly unchanged even from the very moment of birth. While holding the newborn, a mustached man and a woman express gratitude for the child's health amidst premature discussions of marriage plans, completely unaware of the spirit watching from the corner. Observing the scene from her past, a stunned Vera slowly agrees with the unfolding reality before her eyes. Gazing fondly at the adorable infant, the family admires her peaceful face and confidently predicts she will grow into a stunning beauty. Vera silently watches the ethereal projection of her own family fawning over her infant self in the grand, sunlit room. Staring intently at the swaddled newborn, Vera points out the obvious and asks if the baby is truly her. The spirit confirms her suspicion, verifying that they are witnessing the exact day she was brought into the world. When Vera questions the strange mist shrouding the man holding her, the spirit explains that the haze is actually the entity who blessed her great-grandfather. The spirit elaborates that humans cannot perceive their true forms unless explicitly revealed, noting that her ability to see even the mist is solely due to his current power displaying the past. Accepting this mystical truth, Vera ponders what qualities her great-grandfather possessed to earn a spirit's affection and what kind of conversations they might have shared. Vera wonders aloud if the lingering presence in the room is the Fru of the past as the spirit solemnly observes the joyous family. Standing side by side, the spirit imparts the ancient wisdom that the creation of new life brings immense joy to their kind. He reminisces about watching the baby with gentle amusement, intrigued by the child who seemed to carry a bright aura remarkably similar to the spring spirits. Though he was fond of her from that very first moment, he confesses that it was a specific incident shortly after that compelled him to bestow his blessing. In the vision, the ethereal spirit steps closer to the mustached man as present-day Vera watches the scene unfold with wide, astonished eyes. Leaning in closely, the majestic spirit intently studies the tiny infant cradled securely in the oblivious man's arms. Surrounded by a sudden, magical bloom of illusory flowers, the newborn baby opens her eyes, smiles warmly, and reaches a tiny hand upward. Caught completely off guard by the infant's direct reaction, the normally composed spirit pauses in silent wonder. Bridging the gap between the mortal and ethereal realms, the newborn's tiny hand firmly grasps the spirit's extended finger. The spirit's eyes soften with profound tenderness as the unexpected physical connection stirs something deep within his ancient soul. When Vera asks if she could actually see him as a baby, Fru clarifies that it would be far more accurate to say her infant self instinctively sensed his divine presence. The narrative shifts back to the serene present as Fru and Vera sit facing each other on an ornate carpet amidst a sea of radiant, blooming flowers. Turning her head to process the weight of his words, Vera listens closely as Fru continues to unveil the hidden truths of her infancy. Maintaining his earnest gaze, Fru boldly declares that the profound connection they shared in that instant was nothing less than love at first sight. The sheer magnitude of his confession hangs heavily in the air as Vera processes the idea that a divine being fell in love with her from the start. Fru recalls how her innocent, beaming smile and the firm grasp of her tiny hand completely captivated his heart. Overcome by an intense protective urge, he decided in that very second to bless her and watch over her for the rest of her life. Quickly clarifying his statement to a blushing Vera, Fru insists she shouldn't mistake his adoration for romantic love, explaining that he simply found her existence incredibly precious. He elaborates that while infants generally sense spirits easily, she was the very first mortal to actively look at him, smile, and grab his hand. This deep innate connection explains why dense crowds and swirling emotions always overwhelmed her, as she was born with the rare ability to acutely sense the feelings of everyone around her. Hesitant, Vera admits she never truly recognized this empathetic power within herself, though she softly concedes that he might be right. Fru astutely points out that even if she remains oblivious to her own warmth, others surely notice it, which is exactly why Alan so desperately wanted to stay by her side. Reconsidering his words, the spirit Fru cuts himself off and simply states that Vera will discover the truth in due time. Holding delicately falling petals, he explains the grave weight of their power, revealing that he is the only spirit king in history to ever bless a human because such interference risks upsetting the world's balance. He adds with a fond smile that the other spirit kings were actually envious of his decision, claiming he had found a truly wonderful encounter. Vera stares back in wide-eyed, blushing astonishment as she absorbs the sheer magnitude of his divine favor. Still processing the revelation, she asks if he truly bestowed the blessing on the very day of her birth, which he confirms happened right after her tiny hand grasped his finger. Confusion clouds her features as she wonders why she grew up completely unaware of his protection and devoid of any mystical dreams. Tilting his head in mild surprise, Fru casually mentions that he did, in fact, inform her through a dream. He insists he clearly explained his blessing and his vow to always watch over her, leaving Vera to internally panic over forgetting something so monumental. Desperate for answers, she urgently calls out the ancient spirit's name. She presses him to reveal exactly when he delivered this incredibly important message into her mind. Chuckling at his own oversight, Fru rubs his chin and admits he delivered the dream message while she was still a newborn, conceding that it makes perfect sense she forgot. Shifting the topic, Vera points out that a spirit king's blessing on royalty should have brought prosperity to the entire nation, yet her kingdom remained completely unremarkable. Caught slightly off guard by her astute observation, Fru averts his gaze and hesitates to answer. Before he can explain, a familiar, urgent voice suddenly echoes through the serene field of flowers, calling Vera's name. Startled by the sudden intrusion, both Vera and the spirit turn their attention toward the unexpected sound. The desperate cries ring out through the bright sky, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the spiritual realm. Fru chuckles in genuine amusement at the sheer audacity of a mortal interfering in a divine space, while Vera breathlessly recognizes Alan's distant voice. Looking at her with profound warmth, the ancient spirit smiles and notes that being so deeply loved is a truly wonderful thing. In a sudden flash of magical force, the spiritual connection begins to sever, violently pulling Vera away from the ethereal picnic mat. As her physical form fades, Ferk calmly explains that she cannot remain long because her mortal body has not yet attuned to the spiritual realm's unique atmosphere. Gently placing a hand on her forehead, he softly promises that she can always return to this realm simply by calling his name. Filled with immense gratitude, she promises to visit him again and warmly thanks him for his divine guidance. His glowing touch sends a surge of warmth through her body as her vision gently fades into a deep darkness. The last thing she sees is the Spirit King's tender, radiant smile bidding her a silent, temporary farewell. Slowly drifting back to consciousness, the faint, panicked sound of her name begins to pierce through the heavy void. Her heavy eyelids flutter open, struggling to adjust to the blinding light of the waking world. Her vision clears to reveal Alan leaning fiercely over her, his face twisted in absolute terror as he screams her name. Snapping back to reality, she finds herself securely cradled in Alan's trembling arms as he breathes a heavy sigh of relief. He pulls her close in desperate relief, and she immediately apologizes for causing him such profound worry while asserting she is unharmed. Still visibly shaken, Alan insists they seek medical attention immediately, but Vera gently tries to calm his racing heart. He argues that she suddenly collapsed out of nowhere, terrified that something horribly wrong might have happened to her during those missing, unresponsive minutes. Gathering her bearings, she softly confesses that her sudden fainting spell was not caused by any physical illness. Reaching out to soothe his anxiety, she assures him that she understands exactly what happened and asks him to take a deep breath. Staring into her eyes with lingering fear, he asks for one final confirmation that she is truly safe. His voice cracks with raw emotion as he admits that the mere thought of losing her is entirely unbearable. Touched by his fierce devotion, she offers a gentle, reassuring smile and thanks him for his unwavering care. As she listens to his desperate, heartfelt confession, a bittersweet realization begins to wash over her racing mind. Despite encountering the divine spirit who blessed her, she realizes she still struggles with lingering internal doubts about her own worth. Stunned by her casual mention of a divine encounter, Alan asks if she actually met a real spirit and confirmed her blessing. Confirming the miraculous event, she explains that she hasn't finished reading her great-grandfather's letter and asks if he was able to decipher its contents. She looks to him for answers, but Alan stares at the old parchment with a deep frown of absolute confusion. Processing the sheer weight of her revelation, he murmurs in awe that her ancestor must have genuinely spoken with divine beings. Vera eagerly asks about the mysterious name mentioned in the text, hoping Alan managed to read the hidden ink. Looking deeply apologetic, Alan admits that the ink is completely invisible to his eyes and the page appears entirely blank. A sound of pure confusion escapes her lips as she struggles to comprehend his shocking answer. Gesturing to the journal, she tries to explain that the moment she read the hidden words on that very page, her consciousness was violently pulled away. She adds that the text transported her directly to the spiritual realm, prompting an intrigued Alan to ask for the full story. Sensing his initial hesitation, he quickly backpedals, frantically assuring her that he isn't calling her a liar. He sheepishly rubs his neck, admitting that spontaneously teleporting to a divine realm through an old letter is a rather difficult concept to swallow. He sincerely apologizes for his fleeting doubt, and she gently waves it off with an understanding smile. Reflecting deeply on the sheer impossibility of the situation, Alan boldly declares that even he, a person who actually spoke to the entity firsthand, wouldn't have believed the phenomenon without experiencing it himself. He astutely deduces that possessing a Spirit King's highly coveted blessing perfectly explains the physical anomalies, specifically illuminating why Vera doesn't freeze when touching him and why comprehensive tests yield absolutely no results. Pondering the vast complexities of ethereal communication, he hypothesizes that if spirits can fluently converse depending on their fluctuating moods, then his own spirit might eventually respond as well. Turning his intense gaze toward the silent space, he gently asks if she wants to try speaking to the unseen presence right now. Reaching out to the quiet void, he directly asks if the spirit is listening, humbly stating he would be incredibly glad if it finally offered an answer to his desperate call. Vera softly shares the ancient wisdom from her great-grandfather's letter, explaining that the ancestor had to call out many times before achieving success, noting that whether a spirit chooses to answer is entirely up to their own unpredictable will. Alan acknowledges the profound truth in her comforting words, firmly deciding that he has absolutely no valid reason to stop trying if there is even a minuscule chance this endeavor could miraculously ease the heavy burden of his chaotic power. Realizing that invoking the Spirit King's sacred name allows her to visit the ethereal realm at any time, An eager Vera tentatively suggests to Alan that she should try reaching out once again. Alan immediately rejects the dangerous idea, pragmatically advising her to finish reading the historical letters first so she can thoughtfully gather her critical questions before attempting another demanding spiritual communion. Showing fierce concern for his physical well-being, Vera strictly dictates that from now on she will only attempt communication when physically beside him, reminding him that the spirit could only stay briefly and worrying that pushing further today would place an unbearable burden on his shoulders. Yielding to her undeniable logic and empathetic care, Alan softly concedes with a gentle smile that she is completely right. A heavy wave of immense guilt washes over Vera as she bows her head slightly, sincerely apologizing for causing him unnecessary worry and expressing her deep, heartfelt gratitude for his unwavering support. With a reassuring and utterly steadfast demeanor, Alan completely dismisses her frantic apology, declaring fiercely that as long as she remains safe, nothing else in the world truly matters. Vera immediately rebukes his self-sacrificing mindset, demanding a strict promise that he won't push his own limits and insisting he must tell her right away if anything feels physically or magically wrong. Accepting her fierce and loving terms, Alan promises to tirelessly keep trying to decipher the intricacies of the mechanical puzzle box while she dutifully continues reading the archaic letters. Examining the complex contraption in his hands, he candidly admits that it looks extremely difficult and confidently predicts he will inevitably struggle to unlock its stubborn secrets. Vera nervously laughs while offering a heartfelt apology on behalf of her eccentric great-grandfather's relentless trials, but Alan effortlessly and warmly brushes off the concern. A confident, thrilling smirk graces Alan's handsome features as he passionately declares that a genuinely good challenge is exactly what makes life fun. Looking back at the dense parchment, Vera astutely observes that while the text thankfully answers some pressing questions, a vast multitude of complex mysteries still stubbornly remain hidden in the shadows. Fueling her own inner resolve, she silently promises to do her absolute best, firmly believing that uncovering more forbidden knowledge about spirits will undoubtedly become the ultimate key to helping Alan. The cryptic document heavily displays a string of confusing, coded characters and symbols, prominently featuring the numerical sequence 1828 amidst the bizarre, encrypted text. Scanning the newly flipped page, Vera's eyes widen as she distinctly realizes the subsequent passages are explicitly written under the bold assumption that she had already met the spirit Fliu. The great-grandfather's letter passionately reveals his terrible shock upon hearing from his own spirit that Vera received the Spirit King's blessing, apologizing deeply but coldly stating his absolute intention to hide this truth from everyone since it could be safely disguised under the overwhelming influence of his own personal blessing as long as he drew breath. A chilling realization washes over Vera as she confirms the blessing's immense influence truly existed, vividly recalling that back during her restrictive days as the Crown Princess, there was utterly no sign of such magical interference, prompting her to firmly decide to question Fliu about the historical discrepancy. The emotional letter elaborates that he maintained absolute silence out of a paralyzing fear that her ambitious parents would ruthlessly exploit the Spirit King's blessing, noting with awe that whenever the infant Vera felt true happiness, ethereal flowers would miraculously dance in her beautiful eyes. Highlighting the strangely selective nature of the phenomenon, the ancestor documents that absolutely no one else in the royal court ever noticed the dancing flowers, as the divine manifestations strictly occurred only in front of him or his beloved wife. He expresses profound bewilderment that even when oblivious outsiders looked directly into her joyously smiling eyes, they completely failed to realize the magical anomaly, leaving him with absolutely no safe avenue to reveal the perilous truth of the Spirit King's blessing. Driven by an intense desire to protect her fragile future, he decisively chose to conceal this deeply revealing letter alongside his extensive, highly classified research materials on spirits, strictly as a failsafe in case she eventually noticed the terrifying anomaly herself and suffered terribly from its isolation. Pouring his absolute soul into the parchment, he prays fervently for Vera's ultimate happiness, granting her full permission to use the left-behind information however she pleases because he possesses an unshakable belief that she will never stray from the righteous path. The heavy, emotional confession is formally and definitively signed at the very bottom by her great-grandfather. Closely scrutinizing the physical state of the gathered documents, someone audibly notes with intense curiosity that a specific section of the writing appears to be quite remarkably new. The ancestor's letter desperately continues, confessing to Vera that he tirelessly tried to find a legally sound way to permanently take her into his own protective custody. He lavishly praises her chosen fiancé, Lord Alan, vividly describing the young man as an exceptionally intelligent, incredibly perceptive, and deeply kind soul, actively urging Vera to let him bring her immense happiness while she equally brings joy to his troubled life. The ancient page suddenly dissolves into a chaotic, corrupted mixture of Japanese characters instructing someone to make him happy, layered nonsensically over disjointed English banking and mining terminology. Reading the shocking name written on the page, Vera lets out a massive, uncontrollable gasp of pure disbelief. Staring fiercely at the dark ink, she completely convinces herself that there is absolutely no mistake in what her panicked eyes are reading. Trembling slightly amidst the garbled background text, she explicitly points out the world-shattering detail that the ancient letter specifically names Lord Alan as her destined fiancé, completely omitting any mention of Lord Carroll. Snapped out of his deep concentration by her sudden outburst, Alan turns with a highly concerned expression, asking what could possibly be wrong while she stammers out a frantic, flustered apology. Utterly overwhelmed by the monumental historical revelation, Vera struggles terribly to form a coherent sentence, weakly murmuring that it is just something completely unexpected. Vera stands completely frozen in place, her wide eyes staring blankly into the distance as the sheer magnitude of the hidden truth furiously processes in her reeling mind. Visibly distressed by her pale demeanor, Alan steps closer to gently interrogate if she is really not feeling well, but she nervously laughs and forcefully insists that her physical health is not the issue. Blushing furiously with a complicated mixture of overwhelming embarrassment and profound awe, she hesitantly extends her trembling hand, directly offering the revealing letter to Alan so he can witness the impossible truth himself. Carefully scanning the delicate parchment, Alan's eyes widen in genuine shock, and he awkwardly stutters that while the stunning revelation is incredibly surprising, he honestly does not know exactly how he should put his chaotic feelings into proper words. Recovering his dignified composure, he earnestly and passionately confesses that being formally and highly acknowledged by her esteemed family, especially her great-grandfather, fills his battered heart with an indescribable, pure happiness. Rapidly connecting the historical timelines in his sharp mind, Alan deduces that considering the extremely young age she was originally set to marry into the royal family, his own prestigious right to the throne was actually ranked far above hers long before she ever received the fateful blessing. A sudden, brilliant realization strikes Vera as she pieces the puzzle together, loudly declaring that until they actually met in person, the vague rumors only ever stated she would marry into royalty, making Alan the completely natural, universally expected partner all along. Gazing thoughtfully at the surrounding decor, Alan astutely theorizes that the solitary portrait of him hanging in the house might have been originally commissioned and given explicitly for their intended childhood engagement, which perfectly explains why it was carefully kept directly alongside her own portrait. Lowering his gaze with a vulnerable, deeply melancholic expression, he openly admits that he suffered through many agonizing, heavy worries in the dark days immediately following his reception of the spirit's curse-like blessing. Smiling with a beautiful, bittersweet relief, he softly reveals that he had originally resigned himself to the belief that brutally losing his divine right to the throne was a tragic, unavoidable fate that simply couldn't be helped by anyone. Staring intensely into her eyes with a fiercely burning devotion, Alan solemnly declares that for the absolute first time in his entire life, he deeply and painfully regrets losing his right to the throne, realizing with breathtaking clarity that if not for the blessing's interference, he would have undoubtedly been the exact man chosen to marry her from the very beginning. Lifting the heavy box, Alan gently asks Vera not to make such a pained expression. Vera remains completely silent, lowering her gaze with a complicated mix of emotions swirling in her quiet mind. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Alan carefully positions the intricate puzzle box on his lap to examine its stubborn mechanism. Approaching him, Vera asks if he can move a specific part simultaneously, theorizing that shifting them together should open the device, to which Alan promptly agrees. Working in perfect sync, the puzzle box finally clicks open, prompting a surprised gasp of success from both of them. Examining the unlocked mechanism, Alan remarks on the puzzle's extreme difficulty, calling their ability to open it in a single day a minor miracle. Watching his highly satisfied expression, Vera warmly observes that Alan looks incredibly happy with their shared success. Alan flashes a bright smile, agreeing that the sense of accomplishment from solving such a difficult challenge feels truly refreshing and immense. Inside the beautifully crafted box rests a carefully folded document, patiently waiting to reveal its hidden historical secrets. Leaning in closer side by side, Alan and Vera stare intently at the uncovered parchment, their eyes wide with intense anticipation. Realizing the sheer volume of information is impossible to read today, Alan decides he should head back, suggesting they start sorting the delicate documents tomorrow instead. Stepping out into the crisp air, Alan offers a gentle wave goodbye as Vera stands gracefully in the open doorway to warmly see him off. After securely closing the door, Vera sinks deeply into the couch, letting out a heavy sigh of absolute exhaustion and relief. Closing her eyes to process the day's overwhelming revelations, she softly reflects on just how much has happened recently. Resting a hand against her forehead, she recalls Fliu's highly reassuring promise that she could always safely return to the spirit realm if she wished. Her scattered thoughts drift tenderly to Alan, silently praising him for enduring absolutely everything with such steadfast, quiet resilience. A profound wave of deep empathy washes over her delicate features as she gazes softly into the room, her heart aching terribly for his past struggles. Staring blankly up at the ornate chandelier, the silent house actively amplifies the heavy weight of her deep introspection. Her mind flashes violently back to a pivotal, emotionally charged day from her past, a dark memory anchored deep within her soul. She vividly remembers a time when the agonizing pain was utterly unbearable, a fragile moment where she desperately fought to hold back her falling tears. Contrasting that dark past with her bright present reality, she realizes that most of her home is now beautifully filled with warmth and gentle memories. A serene image of pouring tea comfortably fills her mind, solidifying the fact that spending time with Alan is the ultimate source of this profound peace. Recalling their quiet moments working together in the grand study, she warmly recognizes that simply being with him brings her pure, unfiltered happiness. Visualizing their hands gently intertwined amidst blooming cherry blossoms, she fiercely decides she wants to remain by his side forever. She completely solidifies her desire to spend her life with him, deeply admiring how he continues to live kindly despite carrying the crushing responsibilities of a king and the isolating pain of his curse. Without a single shadow of a doubt, she fully acknowledges Alan as the brave, compassionate man she completely fell in love with. Covering her blushing mouth in a sudden moment of profound clarity, she whispers the word love as the romantic truth finally settles into her racing heart. A beautiful, genuine smile instantly graces her face as she fully accepts the undeniable reality that she truly does love him. A daunting realization suddenly strikes her. If she directly gives him her romantic answer, she will inevitably have to return to the crushing pressure of the royal family. Despite fearing a rigid life stripped of her current freedom, she determines that the agonizing thought of living without Alan by her side is infinitely more painful. Her anxiety briefly spikes as she nervously considers the possibility that if Fliu's blessing solely allows their physical contact, another person might someday receive that exact same divine gift. Looking down with a heavy, troubled heart, she begins to mentally unpack the terrifying implications of another woman sharing that highly unique physical bond. Gripping her dress nervously, she admits that taking the first romantic step is frightening, logically knowing she should be glad if someone else could finally cure his lonely isolation. A bitter pang of awful jealousy pierces her chest as she dreads the thought of him showing affection to another blessed individual, wondering if his affection only stems from her touchability. Shaking her head forcefully to dispel the dark insecurities, a spark of fierce determination violently reignites within her chest. Clenching her delicate fists, she firmly grounds herself in reality, confidently declaring that she already knows the absolute, unwavering truth of his genuine feelings. A solitary, radiant flower rests elegantly in its simple vase, perfectly symbolizing her newly blossoming courage and unwavering resolve. Resolving to reward the patient man who waited so long for her reply, she promises herself to properly confess her deep love to Alan when he visits tomorrow. Looking out towards the distant horizon, she takes a deep, soothing breath, finding quiet comfort in the endless expanse of the bright blue sky. Moving with highly renewed purpose, she neatly sets aside her heavy book and sits before her vanity mirror to carefully tie back her incredibly long hair. Wanting to stay highly productive while she waits, she briskly walks down the long hallway, deciding to tend to the blooming flowers around the estate. Her bright eyes widen in pure astonishment as she notices an excessive, vibrant overgrowth of colorful flowers unexpectedly blooming absolutely everywhere. Staring blankly at the magical flora, she wonders aloud if this beautiful anomaly is yet another potent side effect of the Spirit King's lingering blessing. Absolute panic suddenly grips her as she checks the time, realizing with a violent jolt that it is already incredibly late and Alan will be arriving very soon. Frantically trying to compose her erratic self, she scolds her racing mind for being completely overwhelmed by nervous thoughts of the impending confession. Blushing furiously with a slightly deranged, panicked smile, she tries to desperately comfort herself by noting she still technically has a little bit of time left. Spiraling into adorable, hyperactive anxiety, she desperately wonders exactly what perfect words she should use to convey the massive weight of her romantic feelings. She marvels at the terrifying weight of complete vulnerability, honestly stunned by just how much sheer courage it takes to utter those 3 simple words. Reflecting deeply on the daunting challenge ahead, she admits she never truly understood the immense bravery required to actively voice her love aloud. Taking a deep, fortifying breath to steady her trembling hands, she powerfully settles on a beautifully simple battle plan. First, she will just smile warmly and say good morning. As a heavy boot steps into view, a blonde-haired young woman named Vera turns with a warm, welcoming smile, her braided hair catching the light. The narrative pauses momentarily, building a sense of lingering anticipation as the moment stretches onward. Vera stands face to face with a blonde, cloaked man who gazes back at her with a slightly surprised, wide-eyed expression. Recognizing the unexpected visitor standing before her, the young woman stammers out the name of Lord Carroll in sheer disbelief. Lord Carroll offers a soft, somewhat nervous smile, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he gazes affectionately at her. Meeting on a sunlit garden pathway, the young woman respectfully addresses Lord Carroll as the 15th chapter of their unfolding story commences. Apologizing sincerely for his abrupt and unannounced arrival, Carroll admits that he should have sent word ahead of time, prompting a soft gasp of surprise from the young woman. When she hesitantly inquires about the whereabouts of his royal escort, Carroll quickly explains that he deliberately left his guards at a nearby outpost because he insisted on making this journey entirely by himself. Flustered but accommodating, she agrees to his presence before he gently requests if she might spare a brief moment of her time to speak with him. Readily accepting his request, she invites him to come inside the house while she hurries around to open the front entrance for him. Inside the rustic, brick-lined kitchen, the young woman stretches her arm upward to retrieve an item from the high wooden shelf lined with various jars. A subtle background sound hums through the quiet kitchen as she busies herself with the preparations. The clatter of kitchenware subtly echoes through the room as she continues her focused work. Turning gracefully from the stone counter, she presents an elegantly arranged silver tray bearing a steaming teapot, delicate teacups, and a plate of fresh pastries with a warm, inviting smile. Emerging into the living area where Carroll waits, she politely apologizes for the slight delay in preparing the refreshments. Carefully setting down a hot cup of tea with a soft clink, she warmly encourages her guest to drink and soothe himself from the chill of the journey. Deeply touched by her gentle hospitality, Lord Carroll expresses his quiet, heartfelt gratitude as he receives the tea. The warm, comforting steam wafts upward from the freshly poured tea, accompanied by the subtle clatter of delicate tableware. Staring thoughtfully into his steaming cup, Carroll wears an expression of profound melancholy as he quietly confesses his past ignorance and utter lack of understanding. He marvels aloud that despite the vast expanse of time that has elapsed since their divorce, she remains surprisingly attentive, prompting a look of pure confusion to cross her face. Carroll notes with a bittersweet smile that she still instinctively prepares his favorite tea leaves and serves his sweets with the exact extra portion of sugar he always preferred. As she stammers, momentarily lost for words, Carroll gazes at her with deep self-reproach, lamenting the heartbreaking reality that he knows almost nothing about her own personal preferences. Shifting the focus of their solemn meeting, a hand firmly pushes a thick, sealed envelope across the table toward her. Seated rigidly on the sofa in his ornate, embroidered attire, Carroll watches her reaction with a tense, unreadable expression. Startled by the sudden offering, she picks up the envelope with a soft rustle, her wide eyes betraying her absolute bewilderment. Peeking inside to see thick, heavy stacks of currency, she listens in shock as Carroll explains that these funds represent a portion of their official divorce settlement. A wave of sheer horror washes over her delicate features, leaving her trembling and utterly speechless at the sight of the immense wealth. Panicking, she frantically apologizes, utterly mortified by the realization that her greedy parents had dared to misappropriate royal funds directly from Lord Carroll himself. Carroll immediately intervenes, gently reassuring her that this theft is entirely not her fault and admitting that the brazen act caught him completely off guard as well. Although acknowledging that the funds have arrived far too late to cover past property repairs, he optimistically hopes the substantial money will at least alleviate her ongoing daily living expenses. Bowing her head slightly, she accepts the heavy envelope and offers him her quiet, profound gratitude for his incredible generosity and understanding. A heavy, contemplative silence descends upon the room as Lord Carroll sits quietly on the sofa while she gazes downward, both weighed down by the complex emotions of their shared past. Lowering his gaze in profound self-deprecation, Carroll whispers a bitter confession of his own enduring incompetence and foolishness. Without warning, the tall nobleman abruptly rises from his seat, looming over the young woman as the atmosphere in the quiet room instantly shifts. The two former spouses lock eyes in a breathless, suspended moment, their expressions a mirrored reflection of lingering pain, unspoken regrets, and nervous anticipation. Shattering the fragile silence, Lord Carroll suddenly bows forward in a dramatic, desperate display of contrition, forcefully shouting an apology to Vera. Utterly bewildered by the nobleman's sudden subservience, Vera stammers in sheer panic, practically begging him to stand up and preserve his dignity. Refusing to rise, Carroll confesses that his entire purpose for visiting today was to beg for her forgiveness, but seeing her beautiful face completely scrambled his thoughts and ruined his initial resolve. He reveals the grim truth that immediately following their painful separation, the vital, day-to-day administrative operations within the royal castle swiftly began to decay and stagnate. Elaborating on the castle's rapid deterioration, he explains that while each administrative failure seemed minor, the cumulative lack of careful oversight caused daily arguments among subordinates and critical supply shortages. Burdened by the mounting chaos and the mysterious, abnormal weather patterns, Carroll describes how an endless, suffocating fatigue transformed him into a constantly irritated and miserable leader. Through his grueling struggles, a humbling epiphany struck him. The only reason he had ever succeeded in the past was because Vera had been silently and flawlessly supporting him all along. He notes that it took exhaustive internal investigations and massive, painstaking staff retraining programs just to return the castle's fractured environment to a basic level of functionality. Filled with immense regret, he admits to his profound blindness, finally understanding that her unseen, diligent presence was the singular force keeping his entire world running smoothly. Recalling memories of her gentle evening care, he confesses that his crushing physical exhaustion stemmed directly from the devastating loss of their peaceful, intimate time together at night. Carroll explains that a revealing conversation with Gia finally exposed the incredible depth of her behind-the-scenes support, leaving him drowning in deep regret for the cruel things he said on the day they finalized their divorce. Choked with emotion, he condemns his own selfish behavior, acknowledging that instead of lashing out with hurtful words, he should have offered her nothing but profound gratitude and a sincere apology. Touched but overwhelmed by his intense display of remorse, Vera turns her head slightly and softly begs Lord Carroll to stop dwelling on the painful mistakes of their past. Unable to bear the sight of the proud nobleman humiliating himself any further, she steps forward and gently but firmly insists that he raise his head. Looking at her with a mixture of enduring affection and lingering exasperation, he softly rebukes her selfless nature, gently urging her that she needs to learn to assert her own desires far more often. A close-up reveals the delicate profile of the young woman, her eye closed as she reflects deeply on their shared past. Standing calmly before him with a gentle smile, Vera reassures Lord Carroll that she harbors absolutely no resentment or hatred toward him, feeling only gratitude for their time together. She admits that his words on the day of their divorce stung deeply, particularly when he smiled and callously declared he no longer had any interest in her. Looking back on their long engagement, she explains that having watched him struggle with his royal burdens for years, she finally understands the true meaning behind that painful parting smile. She acknowledges how she quietly observed him for years, watching him constantly maintain his public smile while desperately working behind the scenes to enrich a country deprived of her great-grandfather's blessing. Realizing that Lady Esta's spirit blessing appeared as a long-awaited savior to his administrative nightmares, Vera concludes that his parting smile wasn't a mockery, but rather a profound expression of pure relief and joy. When she softly asks if her realization is true, the burdened nobleman quietly confirms her deduction. Vera confesses she had already sensed his fading interest long before he spoke the words aloud, accepting the heartbreaking separation as an inevitable reality. She blames herself for never overcoming her crippling stage fright, fully understanding why he would find her social ineptitude unpleasant and lose interest in her as a royal partner. Carroll vehemently interrupts, fiercely blaming his own ignorance for thinking he was managing everything alone and cruelly treating her like a burden when she was actually his greatest support. Refusing to let him shoulder all the blame, Vera firmly interrupts his self-flagellation. She stands her ground, her voice unwavering as she cuts off his desperate attempts to apologize. Smiling with genuine warmth, she counters his guilt by reminding him that he was always the one who helped her. Startled by her unwavering kindness, Carol gazes up at her with wide, vulnerable eyes. She reminisces about the very first day they met, recalling how he spoke to her with endless patience and kindness when she was just a trembling, wordless child. Acknowledging his profound impact on her life, Vera credits his gentle teachings for her ability to finally look people in the eye and survive her daunting duties as crown princess. Though she admits to selfishly relying on his warmth, Carol refuses to let himself off the hook, maintaining that his eventual coldness was unforgivable. Ignoring his guilt, she softly reminds him that despite everything he always waited for her. She recounts how he never abandoned her during high-stakes diplomatic meetings, always pausing to wait whenever her legs locked up in sheer terror before massive crowds. Deeply moved by his past patience, she expresses gratitude that he never forcefully dragged her along, explaining that his gentle care gave her the courage to try and be a worthy royal partner even if their romantic bond failed. Filled with bitter regret, Carol wishes he had truly listened to her back then, condemning himself for utterly failing to communicate like a proper husband. Bowing her head in sorrow, Vera apologizes for never living up to his expectations and failing to create an environment where he felt comfortable confiding in her. Slumping forward on the sofa in absolute defeat, Carol begs for her forgiveness, realizing his irritation only stemmed from his own blind inability to see her constant, quiet support. A heavy, contemplative silence settles over the cozy room as the former couple sits on opposite sides of the crackling fireplace. Glancing at each other, they share a bittersweet, knowing smile that bridges the vast distance of their shared misunderstandings. Chuckling softly at their mutual regret, Vera notes the irony that they are now just endlessly apologizing to one another for things they should have discussed years ago. Admitting that their faithful servant Gio was entirely correct, they mutually agree that their marriage died simply because they both gave up on communicating their true feelings. Breaking the reflective silence, Carol firmly calls out her name. Bowing his head in ultimate submission, the proud lord offers one final, encompassing apology for the entirety of their tragic past. Lifting his voice with raw sincerity, he thanks her from the bottom of his heart for unconditionally supporting him through all their years together. Her eyes widen in momentary surprise before softening into a look of profound, quiet peace as his heartfelt words wash over her. Finally feeling a sense of absolute closure, Vera accepts his gratitude and returns it, thanking him for giving her the chance to change while offering her own final apology for falling short of his royal ideals. In the quiet sanctuary of her own mind, Vera suddenly realizes that her lingering guilt over this failed marriage was the very trauma preventing her from honestly accepting Alan's romantic feelings. Looking at her former husband, she finally understands that the only closure she ever truly needed was for Lord Carroll himself to simply acknowledge the desperate efforts she made during their time together. Tears of profound relief and long-awaited closure finally well up in her eyes, washing away years of hidden pain. Shifting the emotional atmosphere to something lighter, Carol observes the vibrant flora filling the house, prompting Vera to happily explain that Gia gave her the seeds to start her new, joyful hobby. Intrigued by her newfound passion, Carol asks if he might step outside to admire her flourishing garden. Stepping out into the sunlight together, Carol marvels at the sheer volume of beautiful blooms, noting that their old servant would be absolutely delighted by the sight. Astonished that so many delicate flowers could survive in such a harsh region, Carol listens in awe as she reveals she has grown enough to actually start selling them in the local market. Changing the subject as they admire the garden, Carol asks if her new life is inconvenient, to which she cheerfully replies that despite the messy house left by her great-grandfather, she enjoys every single day. Dismissing any concerns about her own living situation, Vera turns the focus back to him and asks if the erratic, dangerous climate around the royal castle has finally stabilized. His expression darkening, Carol admits that despite exhaustive research and international inquiries, he has found absolutely no solution to the violent temperature swings that are making the citizens deathly ill. Deeply concerned by his exhausted appearance, Vera gently urges him to prioritize his own health and ensure he takes the time to eat and rest. She emphasizes her point with genuine worry, warning the nobleman that driving himself to the point of collapse will help absolutely no one. Touched by her unwavering care, Carol smiles warmly and thanks her before a sudden, silent realization seems to strike him. He gazes down at her serene, smiling profile, captivated by the quiet strength she radiates. Overwhelmed by the crushing weight of his royal burdens, a desperate, unspoken wish echoes in his mind for her to still be standing by his side. Shaking off the impossible fantasy, the burdened lord turns his gaze away, accepting the reality of their fractured paths. Clenching her fists with newfound resolve, Vera firmly declares that while she once desperately wanted to support him as crown princess, their bond is now permanently broken, and they both possess new loyalties. Throwing his own cruel divorce words right back at him with a breathtaking smile, Vera decisively announces that she is no longer interested in supporting him. A silver-haired man smiles softly, reflecting on how the same words can change meaning drastically depending on the feelings behind them. He opens his eyes, looking thoughtfully toward a woman with long braided hair standing beside him. His resolve hardens as he vows to continue facing forward, declaring that his awareness as a royal will never change. Smiling brightly at Vera, he expresses his gratitude and joy at having married her, to which she softly replies with her own thanks. Calling out for Vera in an empty room, he realizes with a heavy heart that their future will never again intertwine as husband and wife. Startled from his thoughts, the man turns his head slightly as he notices an approaching figure. Vera and the man look on in surprise as a cloaked man arrives, prompting him to call out the name Carol. The man addresses the cloaked figure as Carol, watching as the young man steps out of the shadows. The cloaked man stands before them, looking slightly out of breath as he meets their gaze. Stepping forward, Carol excitedly calls out to his brother. Taking a moment to process the sudden arrival, the older brother greets Carol, noting that it has been a while and asking if he has been well. The older brother smiles warmly, expressing his genuine relief at seeing Carol looking so healthy. Rushing forward, Carol enthusiastically grabs his brother's hands, startling both him and Vera. Carol explains that as the crown prince, he is strictly forbidden from visiting or touching him, but today he comes simply as his younger brother. Beaming with joy, Carol declares how glad he is to reunite, insisting that within this house he is nothing more than a younger brother. Touched by the sentiment, the older brother agrees, softly echoing that he is glad to see him too. Vera watches the two brothers share a tender moment of reunion from a short distance away. Blushing with a gentle smile, Vera realizes that Carol's hidden, affectionate side is exactly why she cannot bring herself to dislike him. The brothers stand face to face before the older sibling asks if Carol came all this way just to talk to Vera. The older brother shamefully admits that despite Vera helping him for years, he failed to realize it and drove her away harshly. Acknowledging that Carol likely knows about his poor behavior during the divorce, the older brother explains he simply had to offer Vera his sincere apology and gratitude. The older brother casts a warm, apologetic glance toward Vera, who responds with a soft, understanding smile. He confesses that he had only been looking at surface-level things and relying on Vera far too much, which she gently acknowledges. Admitting his past immaturity, he explains that being with Vera allowed him to relax as a human being rather than a prince. Looking down slightly, Vera humbly denies his praise. Her ex-husband smiles gently, confidently reassuring her that he feels exactly the same way. Vera asks if Carol came alone, but he admits his guards are waiting nearby and will worry if he doesn't return soon. Thanking his brother and feeling renewed, Carol announces he will return to the capital to continue working on measures against the abnormal climate. The older brother agrees, noting that while they have the spirit's blessing, there is still work to be done. Vera realizes the root cause of the climate problem is still unknown while the older brother explains he is currently searching through all the castle's records. The older brother and Vera share a quiet look of determination. Remembering something important, the older brother urgently calls out to Lord Carol before he can leave. He reveals that they actually found some old research notes on spirits left behind by their great-grandfather. Carol turns back in shock, asking if it is really true while his brother confirms it with a hint of hesitation. Vera silently ponders whether she should discuss the matter of flu with Alan first before proceeding. The older brother explains they haven't fully grasped the contents yet because their great-grandfather shoved the documents away as if they were meant to be concealed. He clarifies that the only thing they know for certain is that the hidden documents heavily concern spirits. He reasons that while some things might be better kept secret, they plan to organize and review the contents since his issue with the high-ranking spirit's blessing is involved. Vera agrees, stating it would be unforgivable for ignorant people to misuse the spirit's power and harm the very beings lending them strength. Carol promises to share any information that could lead to a solution, requesting that his brothers secretly share any useful findings in return. A close-up shows a character's determined eye, quietly taking in the gravity of the newly formed pact. The older brother turns his gaze sharply before gently calling out Vera's name. With a serious expression, he warns Vera that if they make the spirit documents public, she should formally cut ties with her family since their current agreement is only verbal. Vera closes her eyes in solemn understanding, firmly agreeing to his advice. Thanking Lord Carroll for his concern, Vera reveals she was already planning to formally sever ties and promises to hurry the process. Carroll agrees that it's for the best, revealing that a letter from her family arrived for him when he first started visiting. Carroll scoffs at the memory, explaining that her family wanted him to drive her out and hand over the house in exchange for lobbying the capital to raise their status. Vera gasps in absolute horror, apologizing profusely as she realizes the disgusting extent her family was willing to go to. Carroll smiles reassuringly, insisting he doesn't blame her and that his high opinion of her wouldn't change based on her family's actions. The older brother agrees that he feels the same way, praising Vera for skyrocketing his work efficiency and maintaining a high reputation even within his castle. Alan explains that the reason for cutting ties isn't to spare them trouble, but because Vera's family will only continue to drag her down. The two brothers, Alan and Carroll, stand side by side, radiating a quiet, united strength as they face the future together. Overwhelmed with emotion and teary-eyed, Vera expresses her profound gratitude and promises to hurry the legal procedure, desperately wishing she could give something back to them. Contemplating her next steps, Vera determines that her priority is to listen carefully to Flu regarding the castle's environment and the lingering effects of Alan's blessing. Vera realizes that understanding these mysteries should connect to solving their various problems, acknowledging that this is a unique duty only she can fulfill right now. Stepping out of the grand building, Alan and Vera walk side by side into the bright, open air. A gentle breeze sweeps past them as Vera walks with a soft, hopeful smile, watching Carroll and his aide depart in the distance. Her long braided hair dances beautifully in the wind as Alan stands stoically beside her, watching his younger brother leave. Approaching his cloaked escort, Carroll warmly notes that it was about time his companion arrived to pick him up while apologizing for selfishly dragging him along. Flashing a handsome, reassuring smile, Carroll suggests they head home, mentioning he wants to stop by the tea shop on the way to buy a souvenir for Esta. Clutching his cloak tightly as he walks away, Carroll somberly reflects that heartbreak truly is a painful experience, yet his core duties remain completely unchanged. Gazing forward with clear, determined eyes, Carroll vows that as royalty he will rebuild the nation, knowing the precious people he must protect are still counting on him. As the view shifts to a quiet countryside home nestled among the trees, a lingering thought from Vera echoes that these romantic feelings, realized far too late, must now be left in the past. Sitting together on comfortable sofas, Alan admits his profound surprise over Carroll showing up, prompting Vera to agree that the unexpected visit startled her as well. Vera gently admits that she initially thought it was Alan who had arrived early, but was shocked to discover it was actually Lord Carroll standing there. Blushing with a beautifully warm smile, Vera thanks Alan deeply, grateful that his intervention allowed her to finally have a proper conversation with Carroll. Vera explains that witnessing Carroll voice his feelings so directly inspired her to properly express her own, reminding Alan of his past advice to assert herself more. Alan's eyes soften with quiet understanding as he humbly accepts her gratitude, genuinely glad that his words could help her grow. Looking down thoughtfully at the table, Alan admits he debated saying something to Carroll but chose to stay quiet after hearing the royal castle was gradually improving, especially since she was already trying to leave her capital life behind. Staring at him with wide, shimmering eyes, Vera remarks with tender admiration that he looks incredibly refreshed. Alan merely offers a soft, melancholic smile in return, his gaze shifting slightly as if carrying the quiet weight of unspoken memories. He gently breaks the silence, sincerely telling Vera that it is a wonderful thing she can finally turn their turbulent past into a fond memory. Leaning back slightly, Alan playfully but honestly confesses that knowing her breakthrough was thanks to a conversation with Carroll makes him feel just a little bit jealous. Vera sits perfectly still, a deep blush painting her cheeks as his candid words completely fluster her. She reflects internally that his statements always feel half like a joke, yet carry the undeniable weight of genuine words. Normally she would get hopelessly flustered and let Alan endlessly tease her, but today she steels her resolve, reminding herself she already decided to confess her own feelings. Vera turns her body fully toward Alan, her heart pounding with a deafening thud as she prepares to cross the line between them. Taking a deep, trembling breath, she gazes into his eyes as the world around them seemingly fades into a haze of sparkling anticipation. Noting her sudden intensity, Alan's playful demeanor instantly vanishes into a troubled look as he softly calls out her name in concern. Gripping her skirt tightly to steady her shaking hands, Vera hesitates, agonizing internally that his worried face is not the expression she wants him to make right now. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Vera firmly states that she has something incredibly important she needs to tell him today. A beautiful close-up captures Vera's flushed, determined face, her eyes locked onto the man she has finally realized she loves. She internally panics over her unromantic setting, wondering if she should have invited him to the flower-filled courtyard where the open air might have helped clear her nervous head. Sitting stiffly in her large armchair, the oppressive silence of the study suddenly feels overwhelmingly heavy as she questions her own timing. Glancing toward the cold, unlit fireplace, Vera searches the mundane room for a sliver of romantic inspiration. Her gaze softens with profound realization, recognizing that no amount of beautiful scenery could rival the raw truth beating in her chest. Rejecting her doubts, she decides this ordinary room is actually the perfect place to confess because it is where they have spent the most meaningful time together, far removed from romantic facades. Vera slightly parts her lips, taking one final, absolute breath as she prepares to lay her soul bare. Alan watches her with a look of pure, breathtaking tenderness, his attentive eyes silently encouraging her to speak her mind. The two sit locked in a profound, intimate silence, the distance between their sofas feeling simultaneously vast and electrifyingly close. With a brilliant, tearful smile radiating pure affection, Vera softly calls out his name. Holding his gaze as he waits patiently, she starts her sentence with a breathless tremor. Her face burns crimson as the absolute weight of her upcoming words completely overtakes her composure. Pushing past all her fears, Vera proudly smiles and declares that she also shares the exact same feelings. Alan's eyes widen to an impossible degree, completely paralyzed by the sudden, overwhelming shock of her words. Framing his handsome, stunned face, the narrative beautifully immortalizes the moment she finally tells him she loves him. Tears of sheer, unrestrained relief prick the corners of Vera's sparkling eyes as she finally lets her guarded heart fly free. Alan remains completely frozen, his breath hitching as the incredible reality of her romantic confession slowly begins to wash over him. Blushing furiously but looking happier than she has in years, Vera beams with an enchanting, triumphant warmth. A deafening, absolute silence stretches between them before Vera lets out a small, confused noise as Alan completely short-circuits in disbelief. Stunned by a sudden revelation, a quiet gasp of surprise shatters the silence. Sitting alone on her bed, Vera gazes out the window, recalling her struggle last night to find the perfect words before deciding to give her answer today. The magical flowers dancing in her eyes bloom fiercely, a phenomenon the Spirit King and others always noted occurred whenever she felt profound happiness. Searching her memories, she realizes that the vast majority of those incredibly happy moments happened while she was spending time with him. Blushing deeply, Vera apologizes for overthinking and taking so long to answer, absolutely certain that the flowers must be dancing wildly within her eyes right now. Steeling her nerves, she tentatively asks if her delayed answer is still on time. Radiating a warm, beautiful smile, Vera softly asks if he will finally make her his lover. Alan's face freezes in utter shock, a single tear of sheer disbelief welling up in his wide, trembling eye. Overwhelmed by the sudden confession, Alan turns his back to a confused Vera, stammering brokenly as he tries to process the moment. Slumping down and hiding his face, an insecure Alan asks if it is truly okay for her to choose him of all people. Overcome with emotion, Alan tightly clenches his heavily gloved hand into a trembling fist. Closing the distance, Vera gently wraps her arms around the tearful, blushing Alan from behind. Reaching down, she tenderly clasps his heavily gloved hand in a comforting, grounding grip. With cheeks flushed with deep affection, Vera firmly assures him that she doesn't want anyone like him, but only him. Sitting close together on the couch, Vera holds his hand and declares her acceptance of everything about him, including the time he has lived until now in his famously cold hands. Flashing a radiant, heartfelt smile, she emphasizes that she wants him, including absolutely all of it. Alan gazes at her with tear-filled eyes as she softly but resolutely declares her unconditional love for him. Pulling Vera into a desperate, tight embrace, Alan leaves her slightly surprised but happily leaning into his warmth. He mentally berates himself for his pathetic lack of composure, realizing that despite being the one who begged for her love and overthought everything, he rushed his confession in the heat of the moment and was left entirely speechless when she finally answered. They hold each other intimately close, with Alan looking deeply moved while Vera tears up from the overwhelming emotional weight of their shared embrace. Holding her waist tightly, Alan confesses that he doesn't know what to do because it is the very first time he has ever felt so profoundly happy that it physically hurts to breathe. Startled by the sheer intensity of her glowing gaze, Alan marvels at the amazing sight of the flowers blooming like a blizzard in her eyes. Looking at her with profound tenderness and awe, he sincerely thanks Vera for choosing him. Reaffirming the sacred promise he made during his confession, Alan swears to make her incredibly happy as an apology for stealing her dream. Vera gently interrupts to correct him, stating warmly that her dream wasn't stolen but has simply changed. She reveals that her new, beautiful dream is to live peacefully by his side forever while running a flower shop right here in this house. She recalls a past conversation where someone advised her to let him make her happy, and to make sure she makes him happy in return. Pledging to stay by his side forever, Vera swears with utmost sincerity that she will make him happy as well. Pressing their foreheads together affectionately, Alan asks her to always stay beside him, to which a blushing Vera playfully replies that those are her lines. Drawn together by an irresistible pull, they share a tender, passionate kiss on the couch. Pulling back just slightly, they gaze intimately and lovingly into each other's eyes. Alan immediately breaks the comfortable silence to apologize, painfully acknowledging that his touch is freezing cold. Vera tenderly touches his face, reminding him that she loves everything about him, especially those freezing cold hands that turn everything they touch to ice. Smiling warmly as happy tears fill his eyes, Alan tells Vera that she always blesses him with more words than he could ever possibly hope for. Alan admits that upon realizing his feelings, he surprised himself by deciding he wouldn't mind returning to the royal family if it meant he could stand proudly by her side. Bearing his deep insecurities, he confesses that he felt terribly awful and hated the thought of not spending time with her, dreading the idea of another woman blessed by a high-ranking spirit taking her place beside him. Vera listens intently, absorbing the heavy emotional weight as Alan completely opens up his vulnerable heart. Alan describes the piercing sting of jealousy as a deeply painful and sad feeling that he had never experienced before meeting her. Turning slightly away to hide his distress, Alan looks ashamed while Vera watches him with gentle, loving concern. He expresses deep regret, insisting that he never once wanted to make her feel unpleasant with his overwhelming, heavy emotions. Gently placing his gloved hand against his blushing face, Alan bashfully admits that hearing her say she was jealous actually makes him incredibly happy. Vera promises to avoid making Alan feel bad, acknowledging her inexperience with love and asking him to honestly tell her if her actions ever bother him. Grasping her hand tightly, Alan nervously asks what she had been worrying about right up until she finally gave him her answer. Vera hesitates for a moment, carefully considering how to frame her delicate thoughts before speaking. She admits that one of her absolute biggest worries was the fear that accepting his confession would force him to return to the royal family. Flushing with embarrassment, Vera apologizes and confesses she couldn't help but wonder if his love for her stemmed solely from the fact that he was actually able to physically touch her. She quickly clarifies that she never doubted his sincere words of love, a statement that leaves Alan visibly stunned. Hiding her face in embarrassment, Vera explains she feared he might have mistaken the sheer joy of physical touch, mixed with his heavy royal duty, for genuine affection. Alan aggressively turns his back to her with a heavy thud, dropping the bombshell that he already loved her even before he knew he could physically touch her. Leaving Vera completely shocked, Alan admits that as he kept visiting, he fell into despair, realizing he was helplessly drawn to her and loved her deeply, even when he thought touching her was permanently impossible. Lying peacefully beside him, Vera gazes into his eyes and softly confesses how incredibly happy she was on the day she could finally touch him without freezing. She admits that she had desperately wanted to tell him this during her initial confession, but she had gotten too flustered and completely forgot her words in the heat of the moment. Overcome with deep emotion, Alan suddenly pulls Vera into a desperate, tight embrace on the couch. Shedding a single tear of pure relief, Alan buries his face in her shoulder and vows that from now on, he will make absolutely sure to tell her everything properly. Holding her close, he promises to stop overthinking things all by himself and swears to openly share whatever heavy thoughts are on his mind. Pulling back slightly, the two share a tender, understanding smile filled with newfound, unspoken trust. Remembering his bright, happy smile when he claimed it felt like spring had finally come, Vera rests in his arms and deeply regrets not voicing her true feelings sooner. Smiling warmly against his broad shoulder, Vera tightly returns the hug and admits that she completely loves the winter-like chill radiating from his famous coldness. Resting her head against him, she realizes with absolute certainty that the arms she wants to hold her aren't warm ones, but his uniquely freezing embrace. Meanwhile, far away from their quiet home, a grand and sprawling royal castle stands tall over the bustling capital city. Standing tall in formal royal attire, Alan enters a lavish bedroom and warmly remarks that Carol is looking quite refreshed today. Resting comfortably in his large bed, the older king observes Alan's bright expression and notes that it feels like ages since he last saw the young prince smile so genuinely. Bowing his head in mild shame, Alan humbly admits that he still has a long way to go if his tense demeanor caused his father to worry. Lifting his head with renewed vigor, Alan explains that he feels so refreshed because he finally met and talked extensively with Vera today. Radiating a confident and joyful energy, Alan proudly declares to his father that he will do his absolute best for the kingdom once again. The king smiles knowingly at his son's sudden, nervous hesitation, correctly deducing that Lady Vera is the sole reason for this miraculous change in attitude. Changing the subject with a gentle smile, Alan confesses that he slightly broke his promise and happened to meet the king's older brother, noting that the exiled man looked incredibly well. Staring up at the ceiling in mild shock, the ailing king softly repeats his estranged brother's name. Expressing deep relief that his brother is safe, the king wonders aloud if the distant territory is still buried in snow and wishes he could finally meet him in person rather than just exchanging distant letters. Alan calmly reports that while the snow was piled dangerously high during his visit, the skies above the town were surprisingly clear. However, he mentally notes that this pleasant weather might just be an isolated anomaly simply because Vera's house is situated at the very edge of the town. Curious about the true state of the cursed domain, the king presses Alan for more specific details about his brief venture into the actual town. Maintaining a serious posture, Alan explains that although massive snowdrifts remain, the relentless blizzards seemingly stopped a year ago, leaving only cloudy skies and a much easier living environment for the locals. To the king's absolute astonishment, Alan reveals that the town's shops were lined with beautiful, large flowers that Lady Vera had apparently cultivated all by herself. Recalling the vibrant floral displays filling Vera's mansion, Alan theorizes that the freezing curse might be significantly weaker around the town's outer limits. Closing his eyes peacefully, the king expresses sincere relief that the citizens' daily lives are finally improving. A quiet, comfortable silence falls over the grand bedroom as the young prince sits dutifully beside his ailing father's bed. Resting heavily against his pillows, the king listens quietly as the massive double doors click shut behind his departing son. Left entirely alone, the king marvels at the undeniable fact that his normally rigid son completely regained his composure after a single, simple conversation. Staring quietly into the distance, the wise monarch finally admits to himself that Lady Vera might be an absolute necessity for the young prince's emotional survival. Elsewhere, a bespectacled noble sits formally at a long meeting table, carefully stirring his tea while discussing Lady Vera's ongoing impact on the realm. The assembled nobles note with great suspicion that ever since Vera was exiled, the freezing, cursed territory governed by Lord Alan has miraculously begun to stabilize. Adjusting his glasses, a minister argues that Vera must secretly possess residual traces of her great-grandfather's ancient blessing to cultivate so many blooming flowers in a frozen wasteland. Another noble chimes in, revealing spreading castle rumors that the kingdom was fundamentally more prosperous when Vera was present, a controversial sentiment the king himself seemingly shares. Looking over the long table, the men agree that reinstating Vera as the crown princess would be incredibly difficult as long as Lady Esta openly possesses the spirit's powerful blessing. Leaning forward with a subtle, calculating smirk, the mustached leader hints at the complex political maneuvering required to solve their unique problem. Staring down at his untouched teacup, he firmly concludes that various secret arrangements will absolutely be necessary to orchestrate her return. Suddenly, a brilliant, magical light flares violently within the shadowy darkness of an unknown room. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, Vera sits up in her cozy bed and happily stretches her arms as warm morning sunlight floods her room. Walking over to the large window, she gazes up in pure awe at the beautifully clear blue sky hanging over the freezing edge of the kingdom. A sudden, biting gust of winter wind hits her, forcing a shivering Vera to frantically scramble and pull the heavy window tightly shut. Pausing for a moment by the glass, she curiously notes that the fierce wind actually feels significantly less cold than it usually does. Gently touching her own chest, she wonders if the shifting weather is real or if her own core body temperature has simply risen. With magical flower petals suddenly dancing in the warm air around her flushed cheeks, she softly realizes that this overwhelming, lingering warmth is the absolute proof of her deep love for Alan. Later that evening, bathed in the pale glow of a crescent moon, a restless Vera paces her room and wonders frantically how she should act. Her heart pounds with intense, nervous anticipation as she realizes Alan is scheduled to arrive at her doorstep at any given moment. Blushing deeply with a nervous but beautiful smile, she recalls how deeply worried and painfully confused she was immediately following his grand, unexpected confession. Brushing her hair aside, she excitedly wonders if the dependable man arriving today will blush just as fiercely as he did on that fateful afternoon. Moving with a sudden burst of joyful energy, she hastily prepares a fresh tea set, grabs her favorite book, and double-checks her elegant reflection in the mirror. Staring blankly ahead as the sheer reality of her newfound romance fully sets in, a wide-eyed Vera blushes furiously, utterly consumed by her soaring heartbeat. A grand set of double doors subtly parts with a noticeable creak, signaling an unexpected arrival. A young woman with elegantly braided hair turns her head in mild surprise as a handsome man named Alan steps into the room. Alan, draped in a heavy, fur-lined winter cloak, gazes affectionately toward the young woman with a soft, inviting smile. Vera stares back at him in quiet awe, a faint but undeniable blush spreading across her delicate cheeks. Bathed in the warm morning light, she stammers nervously as Alan confidently fully enters their shared living space. Overwhelmed by the domestic intimacy of the moment, the young woman tries to gather her hopelessly flustered thoughts. Smiling radiantly amidst a picturesque flurry of falling cherry blossoms, Vera warmly wishes Alan a good morning. Alan instantly returns the cheerful greeting, his expression softening with undeniable fondness. He reaches his hand out gently toward her as she bashfully lowers her gaze. Stepping closer, he astutely notes that they are meeting at the exact same time as they always do. Walking side by side down the familiar hallway, Vera reflects that while the setting remains identical, something intrinsic feels remarkably different today. She awkwardly but endearingly greets him anew, which he quickly acknowledges with a reassuring, quiet nod. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Alan points out that despite spending yesterday together, today marks their very first morning meeting officially as lovers. Vera listens to his romantic declaration with wide, sparkling eyes, letting the joyous reality of their new status sink in. She realizes that while Alan walking beside her and their physical surroundings have remained constant, their core dynamic has fundamentally shifted. Blushing deeply with a tender smile, Vera happily agrees that only their relationship is what has truly changed between them. Smiling brightly beside him, she formally introduces herself to her new lover, and Alan warmly echoes her sentiment as they eagerly look forward to their shared future. Later that day, inside a vast, sunlit library, Alan sits at a sturdy desk reviewing documents while Vera works diligently nearby. Breaking the focused silence, he calls out Vera's name to gently grab her attention. Discussing a drafted letter, Vera explains that while one phrasing conveys the core meaning, the other option carries a much more polite tone suitable for closer acquaintances. She presents the document to him, asking Alan which wording he believes sounds clearer for their correspondence. Brushing her long hair aside, Vera thoughtfully notes that about 10 days have peacefully passed since they first greeted each other as romantic partners. She reflects that despite feeling dreamy and lighthearted for the first few days, they successfully managed to switch their intense focus back when it came time to actually work. Alan sincerely thanks her for leaving the completed list, noting that her diligent preparation will make their upcoming tasks significantly easier from now on. Smiling in quiet satisfaction, Alan declares that their planned morning workload is finally officially wrapped up. Vera cheerfully suggests they take an early lunch break, and Alan immediately agrees to the refreshing idea. Alan expertly outlines their afternoon plans to earnestly organize the spirit research materials, remaining confident that focusing for a few days will not be a problem at all. Having no scheduled florist work to distract her, Vera expresses her enthusiastic desire to read and organize absolutely everything if possible. The couple soon shares a quiet, elegant meal together at a long dining table beautifully illuminated by a tall candelabra. After finishing their delicious lunch, Alan moves to the tufted sofa and casually prepares a blanket, drawing a deeply surprised look from Vera. Realizing his cozy intent, Vera affectionately comments on his usual, endearing habit of taking a midday nap. Standing thoughtfully by the towering bookshelf, she touches her chin and considers joining him for a relaxing nap as well. Alan gently calls out to Vera, his soft, inviting gaze prompting her to turn around with a bright, receptive smile. He sits completely relaxed on the luxurious sofa, waiting patiently for her to approach his open space. Reaching out with tender care, he grasps her hand gently as she stands before him sporting a slightly puzzled expression. Smiling affectionately up at her radiant face, Alan softly asks what is currently troubling her mind. Flushed and visibly nervous from the sudden proximity, Vera stammers slightly under his intense, caring gaze. Flustered by his question, Vera stammers and asks what he means by wondering what is wrong with her. Alan smoothly pulls her closely onto the plush sofa, enveloping her completely in a remarkably warm, intimate embrace. She playfully teases him, pointing out that he was the one who just muttered about her taking a nap too. Relaxing deeply against his chest, Vera softly asks Alan if he is unnecessarily worrying about her well-being. She gently notes that she could have easily taken her midday nap in the quiet privacy of her own room. Fully acknowledging her logical point, Alan calmly admits that resting in her own room was indeed a highly viable option. Staring ahead with a suddenly serious expression, Vera reveals that a highly important letter addressed to her arrived earlier that exact morning. She explains that the documents inside finalized the formal process of severing ties with her parents, granting her full ownership of the house in exchange for leaving their assets completely untouched. Standing resolute and emotionally liberated in the darkness, Vera declares that she no longer has any family bound to her by blood in this world. Looking down with a profound, quiet sense of peace, she readily admits that she harbors absolutely no regrets about the life-altering decision. She expresses profound relief that her toxic family will never again cause trouble for Alan or Prince Carol, recalling a past encounter where the Spirit King offered her unexpected comfort. Smiling through forming tears, Vera beautifully shares the Spirit King's revelation that she is practically family to him and that he has been vigilantly watching over her since the day she was born. Holding her incredibly close, Alan smiles warmly and reassures her that she has not truly lost the precious existence called family. Recognizing that people can become family even without blood ties, Vera speaks her truth to Alan. Alan warmly agrees with her sentiment and pulls her into a tight, affectionate embrace. They agree to hurry and study the documents to understand the spirit's power themselves before reporting to the kingdom, keeping their relationship a secret for now to prevent exploitation. By reading the historical documents, they hope to learn not only about the Spirit King's blessing but also about the blessings from other high-ranking spirits. Vera affectionately asks Alan if he is feeling cold. Alan insists he is fine, though Vera worries he might have trouble sleeping in that position or end up sleeping longer because it is so warm. Gazing down at her with a soft expression, Alan begins to muse about their future marriage. He holds her close and casually notes that sleeping together like this will eventually become completely normal for them. Realizing there are still many mysteries and hidden mechanisms to find, Alan remarks that he could still come here for work after marriage, a sentiment Vera happily shares. Alan agrees, pointing out that there are even some rooms in the mansion that still remain locked. Staring thoughtfully, Vera admits that if they do not check every room, her curiosity will probably become too much to stand someday. Smiling warmly, Alan chuckles and confesses that being able to freely hold her like this might be what makes him happiest. Blushing deeply, Vera reflects that since they officially became lovers, the frequency of his physical touch has noticeably increased. Leaning into his chest, she quietly admits that being held like this makes her incredibly happy, prompting him to softly agree. A quiet wooden table sits nearby as the couple rests peacefully together on the plush sofa. A neatly organized box containing important research documents awaits their meticulous review. Realizing a mix-up in their piles, Alan points out that some materials from Vera's assigned era ended up in his stack. Sitting comfortably back-to-back on the sofa, the two dive into the massive stacks of historical documents. The couple continues their diligent, quiet research session without interruption. While Alan diligently takes notes, Vera peers over his shoulder amidst a gentle drift of flower petals. Vera smiles with genuine satisfaction as she carefully reads through the intricate historical records. Scattered documents and detailed charts lay spread out, revealing complex information about the spirits. Leaning his head back with a tired smile, Alan asks Vera if she has finished reading her massive pile of books. They discover that the effects and balance of blessings from high-ranking spirits depend entirely on the specific spirit's unpredictable mood. According to her great-grandfather's spirit, some spirits push power carelessly, some watch silently, some struggle to control their power, and others take humans into consideration. They realize they have absolutely no idea which category the spirit that blessed Alan actually falls into. Vera explains that her ancestor's spirit initially only watched, but eventually started replying and visiting because her great-grandfather kept talking to him. Alan laughs awkwardly and calls her great-grandfather amazing, noting that the texts say it is perfectly normal for most spirits to never respond when spoken to. Vera expresses disappointment that the texts lack details on how blessings affect the surroundings, leaving the various conditions and results entirely unknown. Determined to uncover the truth, Vera decides she must personally ask the Spirit King why her blessing had no effect on anyone when she was still a crown princess. Despite the lingering mysteries, they both agree that their intense reading session uncovered a lot of incredibly useful information. Smiling softly at her, Alan openly admits his envy over her remarkable ability to talk directly to spirits. They express deep relief at finding documentary proof of the Spirit King's blessing, knowing that merely touching Alan would never serve as sufficient evidence. Vera acknowledges the harsh political reality that personal testimony alone will never convince anyone of her legitimacy, especially when marrying into royalty. Formulating a solid plan, Alan suggests sending copies of the research method to the scholars investigating the blessing so they can officially re-examine Vera. Before executing the plan, they agree to read further and precisely refine the questions they intend to confirm with the Spirit King. Having solidified their strategy, Vera confidently announces her departure to the spiritual realm. Standing beside her bed, Alan awkwardly but endearingly tells her to be careful on her supernatural journey. Pulling the soft blanket over her face, a flustered Vera admits that being stared at while lying down alone is intensely embarrassing. Peeking out with a tender smile, she officially tells him she will be going now. Gazing down at her affectionately, Alan promises to wait patiently by her side until she wakes up. The scene instantly shifts as the spiritual name Flurin is invoked in the quiet void. Vera materializes sitting calmly in a breathtaking, sunlit forest clearing as she is warmly welcomed back. The majestic Spirit King softly calls out her name to acknowledge her ethereal presence. Looking up with a serene expression, Vera politely announces her return to Flurin. Turning his regal head beneath the drifting petals, the Spirit King directs his full attention toward her. With a gentle, knowing smile, he smoothly asks her what she wishes to inquire about. Sitting respectfully on a woven mat in the mystical forest, Vera faces the towering Spirit King to begin her inquiry. She directly asks him why her blessing's influence failed to spread to those around her back when she was still a crown princess in her home country. Looking down at her calmly, the Spirit King confirms if this specific mystery is the matter she had been concerned about before. Vera doubted there was a blessing, but Fru countered that his influence definitely existed and had never once been interrupted since he granted it. Staring intently at her, Fru asked for her agreement on the matter. Conceding his point, Vera agreed that he was right. Fru elaborated that two main factors affect a blessing's influence, noting the first is the spirit's own power, which depends on how the spirit thinks. He explained that depending on their personality, many high-ranking spirits cannot control their excessive power, while others adjust it depending on the person. Vera confidently stated she can fully control her power and asked Fru about his own abilities. Fru revealed he adjusted his strong blessing to mildly warm her house so she never suffers from the cold, using the time to understand the human world more deeply. Realizing the truth, Vera thanked Frua's blessing for always helping her and keeping the area around her house sunny with blooming flowers. Prompting her memories, Fru asked Vera what kind of time she experienced when more flowers bloomed and blue skies spread out above her. Vera recalled those moments, remembering when she was surprised by the blue sky and the abundance of blooming flowers. A sudden realization washed over her as she let out a soft gasp. She realized those occurrences happened exactly when she recognized her feelings for Alan and decided to confess them. Vera fondly remembered confessing under the bluest sky she had ever seen, and how many flowers bloomed the morning after they became lovers. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, she gazed softly as she processed the depth of her past emotions. Thinking of Alan's smile, Vera acknowledged that both of those instances were days she felt immense happiness. Closing her eyes, she smiled warmly as the joyful memories washed over her. Fru watched her with a gentle, knowing expression. Fru then revealed the simple second factor, explaining that the happier the blessed human is, the more their blessings spread as a positive influence to the surroundings. Conversely, he warned that if the blessed human isn't happy, good influence hardly spreads and may even turn negative depending on the spirit. He emphasized that while the spirit's power matters, how happy the blessed human is also plays a big role. Vera quickly deduced that if the blessed person isn't happy, the surroundings simply won't prosper. Fru nodded, stating that when spirits grant blessings to humans, they all think the exact same thing. He explained their universal desire is to support the child, give them happiness, and see the one they love living a happy life. Concluding his explanation, Fru stated that the more happiness the blessed person feels, the more naturally positive the influence around them becomes. Connecting the dots, Vera pondered the recent changes around her great-grandfather's house since she arrived there. She corrected herself, realizing the environment merely returned to normal because her growing happiness allowed Frua's blessing to start spreading around her. Reflecting on her time back in her homeland, she hesitated to say everything was miserable when considering if she was truly happy. Fru gently called out her name to draw her attention. He noted her former husband looks people in the eye, so if he never noticed the flowers dancing in her eyes, it meant there were no flowers in her eyes back at the castle. Expressing his gladness, Fru mentioned she had talked things through with her ex-husband and now possessed a much softer expression. Surprised by his observation, Vera let out a quiet sound of realization. Fru added that the man knows how comfortable it feels to live beside her even if he didn't realize it himself, prompting Vera to smile and thank him. Clarifying the past, Fru admitted his blessing was still slightly present at the castle, but his power was too great and the conditions just weren't right for it to manifest. When Vera asked why no one noticed the blessing, Fru explained her great-grandfather used to genuinely enjoy each day of his life. Because everyone lived under that normal spirit's hugely positive blessing for so many years, they probably got too used to the abundance. Vera deduced that since no one remembered what the kingdom was like before the blessing, the people's sense of prosperity became artificially higher than it originally was. Fru confirmed her thoughts, noting that when she was a happy child loved by her great-grandparents, his blessing had a strong positive effect on her surroundings. However, after her great-grandfather passed away and she started studying endlessly for the royal family, Fru adjusted his power so it mixed with the older blessing and went unnoticed. He noted that losing her loving family and being forced to do hated tasks left her with no time to feel happy, causing the blessing's influence to diminish. Consequently, when she was banished, the nation couldn't recognize the weaker blessing and probably felt deprived since they had grown used to living under a strong one. Looking down, Vera solemnly acknowledged that it was a long time where the right conditions never aligned. Pausing her train of thought, she gathered herself to pivot the conversation. Shifting focus, Vera questioned why the summer spirit's blessing isn't being felt in the homeland, though Fru noted it was outside his jurisdiction. Vera's eyes widened as she realized the summer spirit's influence is turning negative because the person who received the blessing isn't feeling happy. She worriedly concluded that Lady Esta, who once smiled so brightly, is no longer happy after her engagement to Lord Carroll was announced. Believing they could help, Vera suggested that telling the Crown Prince the story might allow him to find a solution. Fru observed her determination, commenting that she still cares a great deal about her homeland. Fru simply acknowledged her statement, listening to her theories. He confessed he doesn't know what kind of being the summer spirit is, but noted it seems it cannot handle its power properly. Fru concluded that because the distressed woman strongly desired to change her situation before the blessing could manifest, the spirit tried to respond but its power went out of control, causing the climate to go wild. Astonished by his insight, Vera asked if he could really perceive that much detail. Smiling gently, Fru explained he merely judged the situation without knowing the spirit's personality, assuring her he had no interest in anyone besides her. Vera stared back at him in quiet awe as flower petals drifted gently through the air. Studying his ethereal presence, she realized that despite his human appearance, he was truly something entirely different. When Vera expressed her sincere gratitude, Fru brushed it off by reminding her that he had promised to answer her questions. Closing her eyes with a serene smile, Vera softly acknowledged his point while still wanting to show her appreciation. She reiterated her heartfelt thanks, meeting his composed gaze with genuine warmth. Touched by her sincerity, Fru offered a soft and genuinely tender smile in return. Seeing his gentle expression, Vera smiled back radiantly as happy tears brimmed in her eyes. Shifting her focus, Vera curiously asked why his blessing affected the entire town even though she wasn't royalty. Fru chuckled at the human misconception, clarifying that a widespread blessing had nothing to do with royal bloodlines. Vera blinked in mild confusion, completely baffled by this new revelation. Fru explained that a blessing's range simply depends on what the blessed individual personally recognizes as their home, prompting a shocked gasp from Vera. He elaborated that royalty naturally perceive their entire kingdom as their domain, which expands the blessing's area of effect. Gesturing calmly, Fru revealed that the sunlight reached Alan's town simply because Vera had begun to accept that house and its surroundings as her true home. He went on to proudly note that within that designated area, his power completely surpassed even that of the high-ranking winter spirit. Unfazed by his boast, Vera simply stared at him and prompted him to continue. Reclining smoothly, Fru reminded her that a blessing's nature is fundamentally shaped by the happiness of its recipient. Recalling Alan's past, Fru explained that the high-ranking winter spirit's immense power turned negative as long as the man suffered in isolated loneliness. Vera gasped in realization as Fru pointed out that her arrival healed Alan's loneliness, naturally shifting the powerful spirit's influence into a positive force. Her thoughts drifted to Alan's warm and radiant smiles, confirming the profound joy he had finally found. A deep blush spread across Vera's cheeks as the weight of her impact on his life fully registered. Fru interrupted her racing thoughts, correcting their previous assumption that the lingering magic was from her great-grandfather's era. He revealed that his own blessings spread over their shared home, seamlessly merging with the winter spirit's power once Alan also recognized the house as his true sanctuary. Looking back on generations of love, Fru softly declared that a blessing is fundamentally granted with a pure wish for a person's ultimate happiness. Smiling gently, Fru clarified that blessings do not linger after the recipient is gone, making any environmental effects merely a pleasant bonus of their joy. Vera mentally pieced the puzzle together, deducing that all the recent environmental shifts were directly caused by the evolving emotions between her and Alan. Catching her realization, Fru smirked and advised her not to overthink the mechanics of their intertwined magic. He sagely counseled her to stop pretending for others and to simply embrace her genuine happiness with Alan while walking her own chosen path. Flashing a brilliant smile, Fru told her to let herself be swept away by this overwhelming love, leaving Vera thoroughly flustered by his blunt support. Resting his head on his hand, he confidently assured her that Alan undoubtedly felt the exact same way. Fru burst into bright laughter at her embarrassment, causing Vera to panic as her face flushed a vibrant red. Despite her embarrassment, Vera felt a strange but profound warmth realizing that her own joy was directly fueling the happiness of others. When Vera asked if their continued happiness would further improve the town, Fru agreed but noted it also depended heavily on the unpredictable winter spirit's mood. Fru mused that the winter spirit might even grant Alan additional blessings purely as a celebration of his newfound joy. As Fru turned his back, Vera internally wished she had the ability to communicate directly with Alan's elusive spirit. Gazing thoughtfully into the distance, she openly wondered how she might coax such a powerful entity into speaking with her. Fru immediately froze in place, his tone dropping as he quietly questioned her desire. A heavy silence fell over the blooming flower field as Fru slowly turned his head to glare back at her. Startled by the sudden plunge in temperature, Vera flinched and let out a confused squeak. Fru narrowed his eyes, his traditionally serene face now etched with distinct annoyance and thinly veiled jealousy. A harsh wind suddenly whipped through the meadow, prompting a concerned Vera to gently call out his name. The spiritual winds howled aggressively around them, mirroring the sudden turbulence in his mood. Shielding her face from the biting gusts, Vera struggled to keep her eyes open against his sudden outburst. The swirling tempest of petals and spiritual energy threatened to completely overwhelm the tranquil garden. Braving the unnatural gale, Vera nervously called out to him again in an attempt to soothe his flared temper. Refusing to meet her gaze, the spirit crossed his arms and stubbornly stared off into the distance. Noting his deeply furrowed brow and petulant posture, Vera suddenly realized the ancient spirit was actually sulking. When she pressed him further, Fru finally snapped back, demanding to know why she felt any need to converse with other spirits. Leaning in with possessive intensity, he firmly reminded her that as her chosen benefactor, she had absolutely no reason to seek out anyone else. A young woman stares ahead with wide, tear-filled eyes, clearly overwhelmed by unspoken emotion. Whispering the name Fru, she wonders if the spirit has finally appeared before her. Overcome with guilt, she apologizes and clarifies that it was Alan who wanted to talk to his spirit, not her. She admits that harboring unpleasant jealousy over someone dear makes her feel deeply ashamed. The imposing figure of Fru materializes in a swirl of petals, gently asking if she truly lacked the desire to talk. Shaking her head, she firmly declares that she needs no other spirits and remains endlessly grateful just to speak with him. Hearing her devoted confession, Fru gazes down in quiet contemplation. A soft smile graces his face as he effortlessly accepts her comforting words. Relief washes over the young woman, and she smiles back warmly at her spiritual companion. Fru openly admits he fiercely dislikes her interacting with spirits of other seasons, though he begrudgingly makes an exception for spring spirits. Seizing the opening, she thoughtfully mentions wanting to converse with the specific spring spirit who once blessed her great-grandfather. She hopes to uncover exactly what that spirit cherished about her ancestor and what delightful surprises they shared. Resting comfortably amidst the falling blossoms, Fru agrees that he would also enjoy listening to those ancient tales. However, he notes that the spirit currently prefers savoring those happy memories alone, advising her to wait until it feels ready to share. She nods in understanding, finding genuine comfort in the fact that the spirit so deeply treasures its past connection. Her expression darkens slightly as she tentatively brings up the far more difficult subject of the winter spirit. Fru explains that the winter spirit falls squarely under the jurisdiction of the winter spirit king, meaning he possesses no authority to force a conversation. Acknowledging this strict supernatural hierarchy, she accepts his limitation with a solemn gaze. Expanding on the nature of their kind, Fru clarifies that while he could theoretically command the spring spirits, he fundamentally respects their freedom. He advises her to practice patience, noting that the stubborn spirits might eventually yield just as they did during her ancestors' era. She laughs nervously, vividly imagining the sheer stubbornness of the elemental beings. Shifting the focus back to her own life, Fru promises that if she and her lover live happily, the town's environment and his blessing will naturally flourish. She agrees enthusiastically, her heart filling with confident optimism about their shared future. Grounding her expectations, Fru warns that the snow will persist and her lover's touch will remain freezing, though the agonizing cold will drastically improve. He reassures her that hardy crops will eventually grow in the snow, and the melted water will only amplify the potent effects of his spreading blessing. Astonished by the sheer magnitude of this environmental manipulation, she gazes at him in absolute awe. Smiling with casual arrogance, Fru reminds her that such immense power naturally flows from the Spirit King's blessing. Overflowing with gratitude, she warmly thanks Fru for everything, even if the winter spirit remains out of reach for now. He states with absolute certainty that as long as she remains happily by her lover's side, they will face no insurmountable problems. Pondering the wider political implications, she nervously asks if their localized happiness will also manage to improve the distant royal capital. Fru falls totally silent for a heavy moment before confirming the harsh truth of her unspoken fears. He brutally explains that since neither she nor her highly responsible lover truly recognize their homeland as home anymore, the blessing cannot anchor itself there. Walking side by side, Fru reiterates the strict rule that their emotional connection to a geographical place ultimately dictates the blessing's domain. He notes that if they were to genuinely view the homeland as their home again, the blessing's restorative influence would undoubtedly spread. However, he warns that this would inadvertently blanket the entire country in snow, and simply faking an emotional attachment would inevitably fail. Searching for a pragmatic loophole, Fru suggests that it would be much faster to systematically encourage the spread of the summer spirit's blessing instead. He reveals that the summer spirit, while notoriously clumsy with its power, cooperates well with another woman and can be subtly guided early on. Determined to seize this new tactical advantage, she firmly agrees to discuss the complex strategy with Alan. She turns back to Fru, expressing profound gratitude for his continuous guidance and invaluable teachings. Beaming with possessive pride, Fru promises to always answer her questions while strictly commanding her never to rely on any other spirit. She giggles at his blatant jealousy and readily accepts his protective terms. Calling out his name once more, she successfully catches his undivided attention. She earnestly asks if there is anything he desires or anything she can physically do to repay his overwhelming kindness. Startled by the unprecedented offer, Fru repeats her question in a tone of mild disbelief. She passionately explains that she simply wants to find some tangible way to thank him for always coming to her rescue. Chuckling softly, Fru finds the absurd idea of a mortal human offering a gift to a divine spirit incredibly amusing. He swiftly dismisses the need for gifts, boasting that he could conjure anything he wanted and fundamentally requires neither food nor sleep. Pausing to reconsider, he touches his chin thoughtfully and admits there is actually one specific thing he would like to experience. Taken aback by his sudden, intense shift in tone, she flinches slightly and repeats his ominous words in utter shock. She tightly closes her eyes, bracing herself for whatever bizarre or unexpected experience the ancient spirit is about to demand. Finding herself unexpectedly transported to a meticulously detailed outdoor kitchen area, Vera sits quietly across from the majestic spirit, taking in the bizarre yet comforting surroundings. Startled by the sudden realization of her environment, she looks back over her shoulder and utters a bewildered sound of pure confusion. Fru casually explains that he has magically manifested all the baking facilities from her actual house directly into this spiritual realm, assuming the familiar setup would naturally put her at ease. Standing with an aura of ancient, unwavering dedication, the powerful spirit solemnly reveals that he has been attentively watching over her entire existence ever since the very day she was born. Delving deeply into his nostalgic memories, he describes how often he observed her as a tiny child, spending countless hours joyfully making sweets alongside her beloved great-grandmother. He recalls the profound warmth of those domestic scenes, admitting that every single time he witnessed her cheerfully baking sweets with those two cherished family members, it left a lasting impression on his ancient soul. Watching her hand over the freshly baked treats while warmly saying, "Thank you," and "I love you," deeply moved him, prompting the silent, invisible spirit to affectionately think to himself that he was always watching over her too. Revealing a stunning moment of divine vulnerability, Fru confesses that witnessing the intimate privilege of having a family filled him with a bittersweet longing, openly admitting that he was genuinely jealous of their mortal bond. Overwhelmed by the sheer depth of his lifelong, silent guardianship, Vera sits completely speechless on the intricately woven rug, processing the beautiful weight of his unexpected confession. Breaking the emotional tension with a soft, eager smile, Fru gently asks if she will use the recreated kitchen to make some sweets for him too, a request that Vera enthusiastically and gladly accepts. Wasting no time, the eager mortal rolls up her sleeves and expertly begins kneading a large mound of fresh dough on the magically manifested kitchen counter. The ancient spring spirit watches her familiar, rhythmic motions with a profoundly serene and affectionate smile, thoroughly enjoying the peaceful domesticity of the shared moment. Pausing her focused baking efforts, Vera turns toward her majestic companion with a bright, cheerful laugh and asks if he wants to actively help her prepare the treats. Closing his eyes with a softly amused expression, Fru humbly accepts her unprecedented invitation, supposing that a divine entity could indeed lend a hand with a mortal recipe. Side by side in perfect, harmonious silence, the mortal girl and the towering spirit meticulously work the dough together, bridging the massive gap between their two entirely different worlds. Leaning down together, they both peer intently through the glass door of the glowing oven, their faces warmly illuminated by the magical heat as they watch their collaborative culinary creation slowly bake. Wearing protective, thick oven mitts, Vera carefully pulls out a flawless, steaming tray filled with an assortment of perfectly shaped round and flower-like cookies. She turns her head to look up at Fru with a radiantly joyful laugh, deeply moved by the quiet, intensely affectionate smile the ancient spirit returns to her. Holding the woven basket full of their freshly baked sweets, Vera watches in utter awe as Fru magically disperses the treats into the surrounding air with a single, graceful wave of his elegant hand. They share a profoundly quiet, contented moment of mutual appreciation, staring deeply into each other's eyes while surrounded by the wildly swirling, magical flower petals. Offering him the woven basket as a token of her immense gratitude, Vera sincerely thanks Fru from the bottom of her heart for always tirelessly watching over her. Overflowing with pure, unadulterated emotion and a blindingly bright smile, she boldly and unequivocally declares her deep, enduring love for the ancient spirit. Visibly moved by her incredibly earnest confession, Fru returns her sentiment by stating that he loves her too, softly thanking her for the profound and beautiful validation. The two kindred souls sit closely together amidst the vibrant, blooming flowers, sharing a beautiful, light-hearted laugh that echoes through their entirely secluded spiritual sanctuary. The intricately woven basket now rests completely empty on the patterned rug, signifying the deeply satisfying and joyful consumption of their wonderfully shared effort. Breaking the comfortable silence, Fru gently informs her that the time has unfortunately come for her to return to the waking world, a bittersweet reality that Vera solemnly and quietly accepts. Bowing her head slightly with closed eyes, Vera offers one final, immense expression of gratitude, thanking Fru so incredibly much for absolutely everything he has done for her. Reassuring her of his unwavering, eternal presence, the majestic spirit firmly commands her to call his name anytime she might ever need his divine assistance. He warmly extends an open invitation for her to visit him whenever she has free time, stressing that she doesn't need to wait until something is wrong, an offer Vera happily agrees to. Promising to practice diligently so she can make sweets he truly likes, Vera vows to bake something entirely different next time, an endearing idea that Fru anticipates with a hearty, booming chuckle. As the edges of the beautiful dreamscape begin to softly fade, Fru calls out her name one last time, his expression abruptly shifting to one of serious, ancient wisdom. Delivering a sobering and harsh truth, Fru explains that a spirit's blessing is never truly eternal, warning that it will instantly terminate right then and there if the spirit ever loses interest in or comes to hate the human they blessed. Elaborating on the tragic flaws of mortality, he notes that many humans drastically change and become hopelessly drunk on power after gaining it, making it entirely natural and unstrange for a spirit to eventually reject them. Such corrupted individuals, Fru warns with extreme gravity, often find themselves completely unable to live their lives properly once that overwhelming divine power is inevitably and permanently stripped away. Vera absorbs this heavy, cosmic reality with wide, incredibly solemn eyes, softly whispering her profound understanding of this undeniable and terrifying truth. Demonstrating immense empathy, she acknowledges that since a blessing is fundamentally rooted in a pure wish for someone's ultimate happiness, it is only natural for it to vanish entirely when the spirit's affection permanently fades. Immediately moving to relieve her sudden tension, Fru tenderly explains that the real reason he continuously blesses her and eagerly anticipates seeing her is simply because he deeply cherishes her gentle, spring-like warmth and incredibly earnest way of living. He passionately encourages her to hold her head high and utilize his potent power however she pleases without a single ounce of fear or guilt, proudly declaring that his massive blessing is a rightful reward she has thoroughly earned through her own tireless efforts. Overcome with immense emotional relief and a profound sense of validation, Vera closes her eyes as warm tears of pure joy begin to deeply prickle at their corners. Demonstrating her beautifully unwavering humility, she looks up at the spirit and earnestly asks Fru to firmly scold her if she ever happens to lose her way or stray from her righteous path. Flashing a brilliantly warm and deeply reassuring smile, Fru confidently agrees to her request, tenderly reminding her that she is, after all, his precious and beloved family. Reasserting his grand elemental identity as the Spring Spirit King, Fru majestically summons a small blossom into his hand, advising her to utilize his immense power specifically in areas concerning the nurturing and miraculous revival of flowers and trees. Vera nods obediently while sincerely thanking him, and Fru promises that if she simply raises those plants with genuine love, the raw, unbridled power of his blessing will naturally and beautifully manifest. Recognizing the undeniable pull of reality as her time in the spiritual realm officially concludes, Vera softly announces her immediate departure back to the physical world. With a tremendously gentle and protective gaze, Fru bids her a deeply fond farewell, warmly telling her to take good care of herself as she begins her transition back. As her vision of the majestic spirit violently fades into a brilliant, consuming white light, Frua's final, echoing vow promises to always think of her and tirelessly watch over her from afar. In his concluding, intensely fatherly blessing, he calls her family one last time and warmly urges her to simply come home safely to him. Vera slowly opens her incredibly heavy eyes, blinking away the lingering, magical traces of the beautiful dreamscape as she slowly awakens in the comforting familiarities of her physical bed. She is immediately greeted by the bright, incredibly relieved smile of Alan, who lovingly wishes her a good morning and expresses his profound gladness that she woke up safely, enthusiastically welcoming her back to reality. Smiling softly up at her human lover with heavy tears of absolute contentment gathering in her eyes, Vera realizes with beautiful clarity that right now, she is incredibly blessed to have two extraordinary places she can truly call home. Greeting Alan upon her return, a young woman settled comfortably onto the plush couch. Considering her words, Alan deduced that the spirit who granted his blessing acted not out of malice, but from a misguided desire for human happiness. He acknowledged that the way these ethereal entities granted their power varied drastically depending on the individual spirit. Pondering further, he speculated that the spirit either equated raw power with true happiness or simply lacked the ability to control its own output strength. He noted this theory perfectly explained his own freezing touch, finding it profoundly odd that its immense power only resulted in melted snow water. Vera murmured his name sympathetically, prompting him to softly admit that his only recourse was to keep trying to communicate with the elusive entity. Gazing at his glowing hand as magical snow began to gently fall around them, he confessed his initial disappointment but expressed deep gratitude for the mere possibility of a solution. Smiling softly, he recalled how her great-grandfather's spirit had also been stubbornly silent at first, resolving to keep talking to his own until it finally yielded. Pausing briefly to collect his thoughts, he leaned in slightly closer to her. He reassured her there was no need to rush, noting that his surrounding environment improved dramatically whenever she was near. Turning his affectionate gaze fully upon her, he softly requested that she remain steadfastly by his side from now on. Beaming brightly with a slight blush, she agreed without a single moment of hesitation. He confessed that he no longer had the courage to let go of her hand, joking that he would be in serious trouble if she ever decided she no longer needed him. A heavy wooden door stood firmly shut, separating the warm, intimate interior from the freezing winter outside. Standing on the snowy porch wrapped in a heavy winter cloak, he bid her a safe journey home as they confirmed they would see each other tomorrow. He cast one final, longing glance back at her standing in the brightly lit doorway before stepping out into the biting cold. She watched his retreating figure in lingering silence, her expression etched with quiet, loving contemplation. Inside a rustic wooden house surrounded by tall pines, a half-eaten meal sat completely abandoned on the dining table. Returning indoors and weary from the cold, he announced his intention to take a well-deserved nap. She agreed quietly, mentioning she would head back to the quiet study first. Smiling softly to herself, she approached the heavy wooden door of the study. Her hand rested gently upon a thick stack of meticulously organized documents resting on the wooden desk. Stepping up to the door, she gave it a polite, rhythmic knock to announce her presence. The door clicked open, instantly drawing his attention as she softly called out his name. He turned completely around, looking slightly surprised to see her standing there in the doorway. Noticing his startled expression as she carried the heavy papers inside, she immediately asked if something was wrong. Settling onto the plush couch with the documents in hand, she caught his confused gaze and began to explain what she had brought. He crossed the room and sat down right beside her, leaning in closely to inspect the papers. Handing over the thick stack of documents, she confirmed her intentions as he questioned her entirely unexpected gesture. He immediately began scrutinizing the files, his eyes darting quickly across the dense, handwritten text. She humbly admitted that while it was just a quick compilation of whatever materials were available in the house, the essential information was all there. Watching his troubled expression, she explained that she prepared the files specifically because she knew he had been deeply worried. His eyes widened slightly in silent awe as he processed the detailed text neatly arranged before him. She revealed that the documents contained a comprehensive comparison of the town's overall condition before and after he assumed leadership. Sympathizing with the townspeople, she reflected on how their desperate efforts to secure happiness had paradoxically suppressed the blessing's true, positive effects. She reasoned that if she felt such strong empathy for the people, he must be experiencing those heavy emotions on a much deeper level. Hoping to ease his immense burden, she had gathered the research to help him understand the town's history and plot a better course for its future. Listening intently, he quietly acknowledged that he had silently carried this immense weight for a very long time. He confessed his firm resolve to dedicate his life to the townspeople, feeling entirely responsible for the relentless snow damage they had endured because of him. She offered a gentle, validating smile in quiet response to his heavy confession. Staring out the window, he explained that he had willingly accepted his lonely isolation if it meant lessening the snow and reducing the town's suffering even slightly. He lamented the bitter irony that his self-imposed loneliness had only fueled the freezing storm, making the snow even stronger. Exhausted by his own profound revelations, he let his head drop heavily onto her supportive shoulder. Resting comfortably against her, he admitted that finding personal happiness had inspired him to review the town's past and monitor its future changes. Knowing they could not change the past, he confessed he had tried to hide his personal struggles to spare her from unnecessary worry. Smiling down at her, he expressed his amazement that she had not only noticed his secret turmoil but proactively researched vital solutions for him. Looking deeply into her eyes, he offered her a sincere and incredibly heartfelt thank you. Gripping the papers tightly, he admitted his relentless anxiety about the town and his plan to consult Carol regarding the spread of the spirit's blessing. He reiterated his critical need to understand the mechanics of the blessing to figure out their next strategic move. After outlining how an awareness shift might revive the crops despite the spreading snow, she gently asked if he would eventually return to the capital once the blessing issue was finally resolved. Reflecting on their situation, Alan noted that if a royal's blessing truly affected the entire nation, taking up a governing position could have been a viable option. He added that since the citizens absolutely adored Carol, this particular town was the first place that came to his mind. Smiling warmly, he predicted that once the spirit matters and the lingering castle problems were finally settled, Carol would manage things better than ever. She admitted she would have gladly followed him if he chose to govern the capital, though she agreed that the blessing's influence probably wouldn't spread much for a while. Staring thoughtfully, he concluded that the most realistic choice was for her and Carol to govern together or let Carol and Lord Esta handle the summer spirit side. Smiling softly in agreement, she remarked that they would eventually need to discuss these plans thoroughly with the capital. His gloved hand reached out gently, securely clasping hers over his lap in a quiet display of affection. They sat closely together on the plush couch, finding silent comfort in their firmly intertwined hands. Looking over his shoulder, he reminded her of his previous declaration that he would not mind returning to the royal family if he could stand proudly beside her. He explained that this decision now meant willingly sharing the heavy responsibility of making the townspeople happy alongside her. Resting her head affectionately against his shoulder, she admitted she might still be unreliable but hoped he would never hide his pain and would rely on her just as much. Smiling up at him, she revealed that every little thing he unknowingly gave her each day had been her greatest support all along. She added that simply having him quietly listen and truly understand her feelings meant the absolute world to her. Exhausted but completely at peace, he let out a soft sigh and leaned his weight entirely against her side. He confessed that her natural ability to comfort him made him feel so secure he was genuinely afraid he would come to rely on her far too much. Still gripping her hand securely, he worried aloud that getting too accustomed to this peace might become a problem later, though he admitted it was a luxurious worry to have. He firmly declared that once they were finally married, it would be his official duty to let her rest and ease all of her lingering worries. Leaning in close, he insisted that she must promise to rely heavily on him too when that time comes. She smiled softly and noted that she already relied on him more than enough, simply wanting to give something back since he spoiled her so much. Hearing her sweet words, he abruptly shifted his position, sliding down gracefully to rest his head directly upon her lap. Looking up at her fondly, he insisted that just being like this made him perfectly relaxed, while she lovingly asked if there was anything else he desired. Gripping her hand tightly against his chest, he firmly declined, stating that this quiet time together was truly what he wanted the most. Blushing warmly, she softly asked if he would continue to spend time with her exactly like this even after they were formally married. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he immediately confirmed his promise, claiming he absolutely couldn't bear it if they ever stopped. A tender, radiant smile spread across her flushed face as she absorbed his incredibly heartfelt promise. Gently stroking his soft hair, she casually mentioned finding another hidden door inside the bookshelf while organizing materials the previous day. She expressed a lingering worry that at this rate, there might still be many more hidden secrets waiting to be uncovered within the estate. He stared up at her curiously and asked what she found inside, while she admitted her slight fear that the house held mysteries they might never find in a lifetime. She revealed discovering bundles of beautiful leather cords, asking if he wanted anything specific made from them since it was such a lovely find. Pondering her generous offer carefully, he wondered aloud what he might want before excitedly suggesting a matching item they could both wear. He closed his eyes in deep thought while she stared back down at him, clearly surprised and touched by his incredibly sweet idea. She excitedly asked for clarification, and he quickly confirmed, explaining that wearing a matching item would make his solitary time at the castle feel much happier. Her cheeks flushed a deep, beautiful red at his hopelessly romantic reasoning, visibly moved by how much he truly valued their connection. Squeezing her hand firmly against his chest, he admitted he definitely wanted something but struggled to decide exactly what the matching item should be. He ultimately decided to browse the workroom later, hoping the physical materials would spark an idea since it was surprisingly difficult to choose on the spot. Still resting comfortably in her lap, he asked if she minded accompanying him, playfully wondering if they should just head to the workroom right now. However, he immediately changed his mind, gazing up at her deeply and declaring he would much rather stay exactly like this a little bit longer. He solemnly reflected that despite his heavy regrets about the unchangeable past, simply being with her was enough if their future happiness was what truly mattered. Caressing her face softly, he warmly confessed that simply being by her side made him happier than he could ever possibly ask for. Her eyes widened slightly before softening into a loving smile as a sudden memory of a gentle, long-haired man in a snowy robe flashed through her mind. She internally realized that Alan felt incredibly happy whenever they were together, a sentiment that perfectly mirrored her own profound, overwhelming joy. Looking down at him resting peacefully in her lap, she thought to herself that this undeniable mutual connection alone made her unbearably happy. Sometime later, standing beside a wooden workstation covered in dried flowers and crafting tools, she excitedly asked for his opinion on their new project. They stood closely side by side analyzing their handiwork, her face glowing with absolute pride while he looked on with a calm, impressed expression. Examining the finished piece closely, he noted with genuine satisfaction that the intricate project looked like it turned out remarkably well. Dangling a stunning glass pendant filled with a frozen flower, he winked playfully, glad it turned out nicely despite it being his first time attempting such a complex task. He explained that depending on how they strategically tied the leather cords, they could easily attach the beautiful pendant to a variety of different things. The pendant was a magical masterpiece, containing a spring-blessed flower frozen by Alan's winter magic and suspended entirely in potent snowmelt water. Holding the enchanted charm in his gloved hand, he noted that soaking the frozen flower in the country's snowmelt water made it a luxurious item designed to last significantly longer. Smiling softly at the magical creation, he confessed he never thought a day would actually come when he would want and appreciate his own frozen touch. Adjusting her attire with a radiant smile, Vera cheerfully notes that while replacing the flower is fun, removing the metal fittings helps the moments last longer. Alan gazes at her affectionately, silently wishing for this fleeting happiness to continue forever. Suddenly, Vera turns her head with a soft swish of her hair, prompting Alan to cast his gaze downward in quiet reflection. A serene but faintly melancholic expression settles over Vera's profile as she looks away into the distance. Examining his gloved fingers with a solemn expression, Alan contemplates a lingering, mysterious sensation. Following an exchange of letters with Lord Carroll, Alan and Vera share a warm smile, having decided the three of them would officially meet to discuss pressing matters. An expansive aerial view reveals the grand courtyard of a royal facility, strategically situated halfway between the capital and their hometown. Agreeing with a soft nod, Vera gently suggests they should prepare to depart for their journey. Their hands clasp tightly together in a reassuring grip, silently acknowledging that things are finally starting to move forward. Three elegant, horse-drawn carriages travel gracefully across a sunlit, grassy landscape toward a distant, towering castle. Gazing out the carriage window at the passing scenery, Vera softly remarks that it has been a while since she last saw a landscape completely devoid of snow. Sitting across from her wrapped in a heavy winter cloak, Alan reflects on how they recently finalized the meeting date with Lord Carroll. The chosen location is a magnificent building in the home country, equipped with overnight facilities and beautifully designed courtyards where royalty and nobles traditionally hold meetings. Acknowledging the unpredictability of the weather, they plan to stay for several days, though they cannot linger too long since they don't know how the snow will affect things. Alan reassures her with a gentle smile, explaining that he has meticulously arranged everything so his extended absence won't cause any problems. Noticing a subtle shift in his demeanor, Vera leans forward slightly and asks Alan if he is feeling cold or if he is okay. Closing his eyes with a warm smile, Alan admits it is colder than home, but her comforting presence makes it feel warmer than the castle. Vera happily reflects on their discovery that a spirit's blessing is heavily influenced by human emotions, even though the lack of clear standards makes its specific effects difficult to predict. Agreeing with her assessment, Alan states his clear intention to temporarily return home if it begins to snow during their stay. Vera looks warmly at Alan, her eyes reflecting a deep, silent understanding of the burdens he carries. Alan gazes back at her, his expression softening into a look of profound and quiet tenderness. Acknowledging that the timing might be odd, Alan solemnly confesses he never thought the day would come when they could spend time together in a place without snow. Vera agrees in a hushed tone, noting this is also their first time spending a prolonged period together away from the confines of their home. Looking out at the shifting landscape, a sense of quiet longing fills the air as someone laments the shame of not being able to take things slowly. The bright, warm sun shines brilliantly through the carriage windows, illuminating the rugged, snowless mountain peaks rolling by outside. An intricate view of the manicured garden paths surrounding the royal gazebo emphasizes the grand scale of their remote meeting place. Observing the wilting surroundings, someone notes that the climate issues are affecting this place too, making it feel notably lonelier than when Vera first visited as the crown princess. Vera looks on with a deeply saddened expression as her eyes trace the fragile, drooping flowers lining the garden path. A cheerful, familiar voice suddenly rings out, calling for Vera and her brother, prompting Vera to turn her head in pleasant surprise. Lord Carroll waves enthusiastically from across the courtyard, his bright smile welcoming them as he approaches through the grand archways. Greeting them with genuine warmth, Carroll remarks that it has been a while, even though the passage of time doesn't quite feel so long. Carroll beams with unhidden joy, openly expressing how deeply glad he is to see his brother again. Alan quickly scolds Carroll for his casual shouting, sternly reminding the flustered younger man that this is an official business meeting. Stepping in to diffuse the tension, someone playfully points out that it isn't strange to shake hands with someone you're officially meeting. A soft, light-hearted chuckle escapes, easing the rigid atmosphere between the brothers. Settling around an elegant table laden with tea and pastries, Alan offers a mild, belated apology to Carroll. Carroll expresses gratitude for the opportunity, assuming it took significant adjustments, but Alan clarifies that he wouldn't openly meet his brother without an important matter like this. Thanking Vera for everything she has done, Carroll earnestly explains that understanding the spirit's blessing is crucial for the very sake of the country. Vera politely interjects with a soft gaze, revealing that she too found herself in a dire situation where she needed to learn about the spirit's blessing. Carroll looks mildly surprised and asks if she genuinely needed to know, to which Vera firmly confirms with a single, resolute agreement. Alan watches closely, his posture stiffening slightly as Vera prepares to elaborate on her unexpected discovery. Holding her teacup delicately, Vera admits that she actually stumbled upon the crucial research materials regarding the spirits entirely by accident. She explains that she searched the entire estate to find the writings left by her great-grandfather, prompting Carroll to ask if she needed the information for herself. Intervening with a serious, intense gaze, Alan corrects Carroll by stating it is much more accurate to say that they both needed the information. Alan reveals that he initially began visiting Vera's home because he could feel an unnatural warmth inside, noticing that the meals miraculously stayed warm when he ate them. A brief moment highlights the sheer surprise of the revelation as a shocked voice echoes the implication, asking about her brother too. Carroll nods in understanding, recalling rumors that her great-grandfather's blessing was likely still lingering, a logical theory that Vera and Alan initially believed as well. The atmosphere thickens with a heavy, dramatic pause as a solitary word of doubt hangs ominously in the air. The narrative escalates sharply, revealing that a few months after his visits began, Alan accidentally touched Vera with his bare hand. A tight close-up captures Carroll's ear as he lets out a stunned gasp, utterly bewildered by what Alan just confessed. Recounting the incident with a gentle expression, Vera explains that she fell and bumped into him, and to her surprise, Alan didn't reach out to touch her. A close-up reveals the delicate, fleeting moment their hands unexpectedly brushed against each other. Sitting at the table with a stunned expression, Carroll seeks confirmation, asking if it truly didn't freeze. Alan admits he was completely shocked because, although Vera feels the cold, she doesn't freeze when he touches her. A tight shot captures Carroll's bewildered face as he stares in absolute disbelief at the staggering revelation. Breaking the heavy silence, someone quietly admits they don't really know why this miraculous exception exists. Overwhelmed by the implications, Carroll confesses he didn't know what to say as a flood of questions rushed into his mind. Alan and Vera sit quietly across from him, allowing the weight of the moment to settle as Alan simply replies, "I see." A relieved smile breaks across Carroll's face as he rejoices that his brother is no longer condemned to a life without touch. Overcome with deep emotion, Carroll's voice trembles as he repeats how truly glad he is. The overwhelming sentiment lingers in the air, echoing his profound relief for his brother's newfound hope. Vera covers her mouth in modest confusion, claiming she didn't do anything, while Alan shoots Carroll a grateful smile and thanks him. Shifting the focus back to the mystery, a voice notes that this phenomenon cannot be explained solely by her great-grandfather's lingering blessing. Finding it strange that only Vera remained unfrozen, they reveal they began aggressively searching for old documents to uncover the truth. Placing a neatly stacked pile of papers on the table, Alan presents the recovered documents alongside a summarized version of their findings. He explains that it took considerable effort, but they eventually discovered the hidden records concealed within the walls of a secret room. Carol reaches out to accept the heavy tome, expressing his gratitude for their relentless investigation. The three of them sit around the elegant table, preparing to delve into the ancient secrets binding Alan's curse and Vera's immunity. Alan's eyes narrow with intense focus, signaling the gravity of the hidden knowledge they are about to share. With a solemn demeanor, Alan carefully slides the crucial document across the table while Vera watches in quiet solidarity. Carol listens intently, his expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment as the unbelievable truth comes to light. A tight shot of Vera captures her firm, unwavering voice as she confirms the shocking detail. Stunned beyond belief, Carol asks if Vera has genuinely received the legendary blessing of the Spring Spirit King. Confirming the extraordinary claim, Carol asks in disbelief if she actually met and conversed with the Spirit King himself. Meeting his gaze with absolute certainty, Vera firmly answers, yes, solidifying the impossible truth. Alan glances back over his shoulder, sharing a deeply knowing look with Vera as she stands resolute. Carol questions how they became so certain it was the Spirit King's blessing, prompting them to recount their discoveries. Vera explains that soon after their search began, Alan noticed mysterious pink flowers dancing vividly within her eyes. A hand gently unfolds an old, creased piece of paper on the table, presenting the very letter that triggered the awakening. Holding the letter out, Alan explains that the Spirit King instructed Vera to call his name if she ever wished to meet him. Carol notes that the parchment appears entirely blank to him, marveling at the fact that Vera can actually see the hidden writing. Handing the document over, Carol suggests she read the single name written in the center aloud for them to hear. The moment Vera softly whispers the name, Frierin, a sudden, magical gust of wind violently sweeps through the stone gazebo. Her hair whips wildly in the sudden gale as a flurry of ethereal flower petals begins to swirl violently around her. Gazing in awe at the magical phenomenon, Vera holds out her hands as a glowing, spectral petal gently drifts down. The delicate, luminous petal lands softly in the center of her cupped palms, glowing with pure spiritual energy. Startled by the sudden eruption of magic, Carol and Alan flinch as Vera excitedly asks if they heard the voice. Alan shakes his head in confusion, admitting he knew she said something but couldn't actually perceive the words. They realize something mystical interfered, muffling only the specific incantation while leaving the rushing wind and flowers perfectly clear. Looking closely into her mesmerizing gaze, they note that the dancing flowers in her eyes are the undeniable proof of the Spirit King's blessing. Carol points out the irony that Vera never saw them herself, only realizing the blessing existed when Alan finally pointed it out. Smiling softly at the realization, Alan turns to her and begins to confess the true, heartfelt reason behind the phenomenon. Vera gently reveals that the magical flowers only manifest in her eyes when she experiences a certain, overwhelming level of happiness. Carol's eyes widen in profound realization, utterly struck by the deeply romantic implication of her magical condition. Alan and Vera share a poignant, lingering silence, the heavy weight of their shared struggles coloring their expressions. Turning his head away in guilt, Alan solemnly apologizes, lamenting the happiness she might have lost because of him. Brushing off his regrets with a warm smile, Vera reassures him that she doesn't regret a single part of their marriage, as it gave her the strength to stand before others. Radiating genuine joy, she reminds him that they already apologized for a lifetime's worth of grievances the other day. Acknowledging her unwavering grace, Alan smiles tenderly and thanks her, though a small, persistent, "I'm sorry," still escapes his lips. Closing his eyes in peaceful resolution, Alan addresses them both, acknowledging that they have finally settled the lingering ghosts of their past. The Spirit King's decree echoes through the chamber, mandating a discussion on how the group must move forward from this day. Seated around a circular table, the trio falls into a heavy silence as they process the weight of the divine message. Breaking the quiet, the revelation is confirmed that everything they have just heard came directly from the Spirit King. Lord Carroll and his companions remain gathered in the ornate hall, the gravity of their new reality settling over them. Carroll expresses his sheer disbelief that the recipient's happiness directly dictates the expansion of the blessing, a condition that had been completely misunderstood. Acknowledging his past failures, Carroll admits to Vera and the group that he made a terrible choice and must now focus entirely on the future. Carroll turns his full attention to Vera, his expression softening as he prepares to address her directly. Reaching out, he places a sealed envelope on the table, presenting it as a significant peace offering. He explains that the letter is an apology from Esta, who personally requested that it be delivered to her. Vera gazes at the spectral image of the woman, stunned and questioning why such an apology would be directed toward her. Opening the missive, Vera finds words of sincere regret that mirror exactly what Lord Carroll had described. The letter details how Esta became selfishly happy after receiving the blessing, realizing too late that the position she obtained was one Vera had earned through immense effort. Esta writes of her reflection and her new resolve to strive toward becoming a good queen who acts for the country just as Vera once did. The narrative shifts to the aftermath of their conversation, highlighting the emotional impact of their shared honesty. Carroll admits with a hint of surprise that his interaction with her marked the very first time he had ever truly argued with a woman. Vera is visibly taken aback, repeating his words in shock as she tries to process the idea of the composed Lord Carroll engaging in a heated dispute. He explains that their marriage failed due to a lack of discussion, leading them to agree to say what needs to be said, even if it results in frequent arguments. Despite the conflict, Carroll notes that the atmosphere between them has become strangely better than it ever was before. Signs of environmental recovery begin to surface as Carroll observes slight improvements in the long-standing climate issues. Where not even a single flower could bloom and the grass was withering, new life is finally starting to take hold. He concludes that if Esta's happiness is the key to the blessing's power, then their difficult conversation was ultimately a necessary good. The group decides to investigate Carroll's blessing first, agreeing to keep the specific link between happiness and power a secret to prevent the citizens from feeling a forced obligation to be happy. For the time being, this sensitive information will be restricted to the royals and a select few key leaders. With the initial plan set, Carroll prepares to return to the castle to handle the administrative side of the investigation. He asks Vera to remain where she is for her safety until the results of the blessing investigation are finalized, promising to stay in contact. The group agrees that having guards present is best, as both involved countries can quickly dispatch soldiers if the Spirit King's blessing is confirmed. Carroll's brother is asked to remain as well, ensuring a strong presence remains while matters are decided. They agree that staying put is more efficient than returning home, especially since more meetings regarding the transition will be required. Carroll emphasizes the need to avoid giving his father any stressful news, noting that the king has finally been doing better recently. There is a flicker of hope that the king may even recover from his bedridden state if his condition continues to improve steadily. They decide to report the status of Vera's blessing as still under discussion, while Carroll consults with his father's doctor. Apologizing for the burden he is placing on them, the brother notes that unlike Carroll and Esta, he possesses no spirit blessing to aid the climate issues. He vows to do everything in his power as royalty to support them in exchange for their spiritual efforts. Carroll offers a look of shock followed by a reassuring affirmation that his brother will be just fine in his role. He points out that the people already recognize his brother as the next king, proving that a spirit's blessing isn't the only mark of leadership. A close-up reveals a knowing smile, suggesting that the true answer to their problems has been in front of them all along. Deeply moved, the brother admits he has always looked up to Carroll and that hearing such praise gives him newfound confidence. Vera looks on with an emotional expression as she is suddenly addressed by Carroll. In a bold declaration of his feelings, Carroll announces to his brother that he is now in a romantic relationship with Vera. He reveals his intention to soon go to his father to formally greet him and ask for his royal permission to marry. The news leaves those present in a state of stunned, wide-eyed silence. A gentle, confident smile plays on Carroll's lips as he stands by his decision. His brother admits he isn't surprised, having already noticed the shifting atmosphere between the two of them. He recalls that he could tell right away from the way they acted together during their last meeting. Carroll realizes that the positive changes in the town must be happening because of the genuine happiness he and Vera feel when they are together. He reflects on his past, acknowledging that Vera taught him many things during their marriage that he failed to appreciate at the time. Admitting he was mistaken in his arrogance, he confesses that without her he would still be trapped in his own narrow values and unable to understand those who support him. With a look of profound sincerity and warmth, Carroll offers Vera a simple, heartfelt thank you. Vera responds with a tearful, blushing yes, finally accepting the emotional connection they have built. Carroll's brother watches them with a satisfied smile, reflecting on how he has aimed for Carroll's example since they were young while Carroll watched over him. Lord Carroll's brother offers a touching blessing, declaring that he has already received more than enough happiness from both Carol and Vera and that a spiritual blessing is secondary to his desire for their joy. With a bright and genuine smile, the brother offers his congratulations and vows to provide his absolute support whenever they might need it in the future. A soft, contemplative voice joins the sentiment, acknowledging that while they may not be in a position to speak, they truly wish for Lord Carol's lasting happiness. The shared desire for Carol's well-being is reaffirmed as the group's collective support becomes a source of quiet strength for the prince. Looking down with a gentle, serene smile, Carol softly accepts their well wishes with a simple, resonant affirmation of yes. The tension breaks with a light-hearted laugh and mutual gratitude, as Carol observes that the withered gardens around them will surely return to their former beauty soon. The atmosphere shifts to a more practical gear as the brothers share a firm, traditional handshake, signaling their transition from emotional bonding to strategic coordination. Vera looks on with a tender, supportive expression, silently reassuring Carol that everything is going to be all right as they face the coming challenges. Her gaze remains fixed on the garden, visualizing the restoration of life and beauty to the grounds that have suffered during the climate crisis. Carol watches her from the side, a hint of perspiration on his brow suggesting the mental load of the dual responsibilities he now carries for his country and his relationship. A silent moment of observation occurs as Carol glances toward Vera, who stands alone near the stairs, lost in her own thoughts about their new situation. The brother lowers his voice to warn Carol about suspicious nobles behaving strangely lately, urging him to be extremely careful as they seem to be keeping a close eye on Vera. Acknowledging the threat, Carol agrees that they must be even more cautious now that the news of the Spirit King's blessing is going public, especially since these nobles have also been investigating Esta. Carol promises to have the suspicious factions watched and to share information immediately, noting that the presence of his own guards should deter them from acting for now. Transitioning to episode 23, Vera enters a lavish room, realizing with a start that this is the specific chamber Lord Carol prepared for Alan. She admits to herself that the situation feels a bit strange, as she has never been on an overnight trip since she began living in her previous household. Standing in the elegant space, she reflects on the fact that this is the first time she has stayed anywhere other than Carol's house since she began governing her own country. Alan approaches, and Vera offers him a sincere thank you for his presence and support during the day's difficult events. She credits Alan's watchful eye for giving her the strength to speak properly with her own words when they finally sat down to talk with Lord Carol. Alan humbly deflects the praise, telling Vera that he did nothing and that it was her own courage that allowed her to find her voice. The scene shifts to a tender moment as Carol leans his head against Vera's, expressing relief that they have finally been able to talk openly about their relationship. He reminds her that while they are now united, the official public announcement must wait until after they have gone to greet his father, the king. The narrative captures a quiet passage of time, showing only the legs of the couple as they sit together on a sofa in the late evening light. Night falls, and the two are seen sleeping soundly, their faces close together in a rare moment of complete vulnerability and peace. They share a bed for the first time, wrapped in ornate blankets, their proximity a testament to the trust they have built. Vera wakes up and is momentarily startled by the intimacy of their situation, her face flushing as she realizes just how close Carol is to her. She watches him as he sleeps, listening to his rhythmic breathing, Sue, and feeling her own heart pound as he begins to stir. Carol opens his eyes and greets her with a sleepy, affectionate, "Good morning, Vera," his gaze soft and unfocused. Vera returns the greeting, thanking him and admitting that thanks to him, she stayed warm throughout the cold night. She reflects privately on the milestone, noting that even if she was essentially acting as a replacement for a hot water bottle, it was the first time they truly slept together. Her expression quickly turns to concern as she looks at him, urgently asking if he is okay. She points out that his lips are completely blue from the chill, remarking that it seems even colder than usual this morning. Carol admits that he didn't notice the cold at first because he was focused on their discussion and felt warmed by her presence by his side. He notes that it actually feels colder here than when he is alone at the castle, speculating that Vera's blessing must be gradually spreading and affecting the local environment. Realizing he is freezing, Vera tells him to wait a moment while she goes to retrieve the stole he gave her to help him warm up. As she moves to help him, she hesitantly asks if they should perhaps keep the details of their relationship hidden from the soldiers stationed at the villa. Carol looks at her with a start, his eyes wide as he processes the weight of her question regarding their shared future and secrecy. They huddle together under the blankets again, Vera noting that while it is warm now, the room is still significantly colder than her own home. Carol sighs and admits it is unavoidable, as this is his home country and neither of them can truly view this temporary villa as a real home. He expresses his hope that if they marry and live together in the castle, he would finally be able to recognize it as his true home from then on. A heavy silence follows as Carol pulls her closer, his gaze turning serious and meaningful. He points out that once they are married, it will be perfectly normal for them to sleep together every night, though he hadn't expected to experience it ahead of time outside of naps. Vera smiles back at him, assuring him that when that time comes, she is sure he won't be freezing like he is right now. Carol looks at her with deep affection, whispering her name as she replies that she is truly looking forward to their future together. Changing the subject to the day ahead, Carol asks if she would like to take a walk in the garden with him today. Vera asks if he will be okay with the cold, but Carol assures her he will simply layer the winter gear she gave him. He explains that once they return home, his royal duties and the blessing investigation will keep him incredibly busy, leaving little time for such freedom. They both recognize that these few days represent a rare chance to move freely without being bound by their roles, and even the word marriage makes Vera blush as the reality of their union draws near. The couple is seen from behind as they walk down a long, sun-drenched hallway, heading toward the light and their shared life together. Their private moment is interrupted as a servant or guard approaches, bowing and addressing Carol with a formal, "Lord Allen, excuse me." Accepting the item, a voice expressed deep gratitude for the successful delivery. Moments later, an announcement declared that a highly anticipated letter had finally arrived at the estate. Apologizing for the inconvenience, a blond man gently requested that the attendant deliver the missive directly to his room. Standing nearby, a composed woman immediately declined the need for any apologies or alternate arrangements. Acknowledging her calm intervention, the original speaker respectfully murmured his apologies once more. Watching from the sidelines, a silent observer pieced together the tense underlying dynamics of the exchange. The observer astutely deduced that the blond man was terrified of a situation where someone might accidentally touch Alan's hand. Because Alan was deeply afraid of freezing others with his volatile touch, he avoided taking things directly to keep from scaring them. This heartbreakingly cautious method of handling objects had simply become a normal, everyday routine for the group. Pondering the delicate situation, the woman paused with a soft murmur to gather her thoughts. Stepping forward with a warm smile, she gently asked if it would be all right for her to take the letter and hand it to him directly. Surprised but immensely relieved, the attendant eagerly agreed and thanked her profusely for intervening. Without hesitation, the young woman confidently extended the sealed envelope toward Alan's waiting, gloved hand. Realizing her unwavering willingness to help, Alan softly admitted that he should have just asked her from the very start. Accepting his gratitude, she cheerfully assured him that it was perfectly fine to leave it to her as long as the object was safe for her to handle. Leaving the bowing attendant behind, Alan and the woman continued their peaceful journey down the quiet corridor. Strolling pleasantly together, she happily remarked that just being somewhere without snow felt incredibly refreshing, even though they were spending time together like always. Acknowledging the beautiful shift in scenery, Alan warmly agreed that her observation was completely true. As they walked side by side, their hands drifted dangerously close together, hinting at a mutual, unspoken desire for physical connection. Glancing downward with a fluttering heart, the woman silently gathered the courage to make a vulnerable request. Reaffirming her inner thoughts, she softly reminded herself that it was perfectly okay to be a little selfish sometimes. Noticing her sudden quietness against the backdrop of a distant stone tower, Alan gently asked if something had happened. Turning toward him, she offered a tender, reassuring smile that bloomed with unspoken affection. Capitalizing on their unfamiliar surroundings, she shyly asked Alan if she could be a little selfish. Intrigued and endlessly accommodating, Alan immediately granted her permission and curiously asked what she wanted. Gazing at the magnificent courtyard, she explained that it would be difficult from now on to find such a rare opportunity to slowly walk together outside their own countries. Seizing the fleeting moment, she confessed that she thought it would be lovely to walk while holding hands with him. Caught completely off guard by the intimate request, Alan quietly repeated the word, hand, in mild astonishment. Seeing his flustered hesitation, she instantly backpedaled, profusely apologizing for troubling him and hurriedly suggesting they just leave things as they were. Looking up with a vulnerable expression, she clarified that she meant holding hands directly like they always do, timidly asking if that was not okay. Averting his gaze with a faint, embarrassed blush, Alan gently admitted that he could not deny being slightly troubled by the request. However, his handsome features softened into a deeply affectionate smile as he confessed that her bold question actually made him want to jump for joy. Immense relief washed over her beautiful face, blooming into a bright, genuinely radiant smile of pure happiness. Taking in the sprawling, sunlit garden, she softly acknowledged that unlike being at home, there were many other people wandering around them. Despite the public setting and the lingering presence of onlookers, the rest of the world seemingly faded away. Unbothered by the bustling crowd, he smoothly requested permission to have her hand entirely to himself. Overjoyed by his possessive yet tender declaration, her cheeks flushed with a deep, unmistakable affection. Meeting her adoring gaze, Alan's own expression melted into one of earnest, blushing devotion. Flustered by his own romantic boldness, Alan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head while she chuckled warmly at his adorable reaction. Gently pressing her hand against his warm cheek, he murmured his affectionate exasperation at how effortlessly she captivated him. As they resumed their peaceful stroll beneath the towering trees, he attentively checked if she was cold, which she happily denied. Looking toward their shared future, he assured her that he also desired these quiet moments and planned to arrange their lives so they could happen more often. He softly brought up a past conversation, fondly confirming her wish to work from his house after they were officially married. Elaborating on their blossoming life together, he romantically suggested they choose and plant a tree in the courtyard to enjoy watching it grow alongside them. Thrilled by the wonderful idea, she agreed wholeheartedly and promised to research different types of trees in a book once they returned home. Observing the surrounding flora, she noted that the castle's trees survived the harsh winter because the continuously melting snow kept their roots perfectly watered. Gazing at the dormant branches, she whimsically wondered if those resilient trees might even be the type that beautifully bloom. High above them, two small white birds perched peacefully on a sunlit branch, perfectly mirroring the couple's tranquil companionship. She looked up in quiet awe at the natural beauty around them, while Alan simply watched her, completely and utterly captivated. Filled with hopeful anticipation for their impending marriage, she mused that living in the castle together would finally allow them to watch those very trees burst into spectacular bloom someday. With a determined look, Vera confirmed her intention to handle the complex family situation awaiting her. She revealed that she had already sent a letter to her father, requesting an audience to discuss their future. Vera stood tall, her expression softening as she prepared to confront her past for the sake of her future. Alan noted that while it depended on the king's fluctuating health, a meeting had been tentatively set within the month. Looking toward the horizon, Alan promised that once the initial meeting concluded, they would continue the journey together. Vera pondered the weight of their union, noting that as a former crown princess, her marriage was a major matter now complicated by the Spirit King's blessing. She realized that while she wished to accompany Alan immediately, the fragile health of the king made such a plan impossible for now. Their private moment was suddenly interrupted by a respectful voice calling out from the shadows. An attendant arrived to inform the couple that lunch had been prepared and was ready for them. As they walked toward the dining hall, Alan and Vera remained joined at the hand, unwilling to break their newfound physical connection. Alan looked back at Vera with a gaze full of unspoken promises, his heart clearly won over by her presence. He admitted to himself that he stood no chance against the feeling of wanting to keep her all to himself. The attendant bowed deeply, acknowledging Alan's command with a crisp, "Yes, sir." Narrative text reveals that a method for investigating the Spirit King's blessing, written by Vera's great-grandfather, had been confirmed as accurate. The official results arrived the following day, shockingly confirming to the world that Vera truly possessed the Spirit King's blessing. News spread rapidly, triggering a flood of letters from international friends and acquaintances from Vera's time as crown princess. Alone in her chambers that night, Vera lay awake, reflecting on how quickly her world was changing. She stared at the empty space beside her, feeling the sudden weight of a silence she thought she had become used to. The dawn brought a new reality. Alan had already departed early that morning to return to his own country. Alan's plan involved traveling home to meet the king, making detailed preparations for the official marriage discussion. After observing the king's state for a few days, Alan intended to broach the topic of marriage, with Vera joining him if all went smoothly. Vera whispered the word, marriage, to herself, her face flushing as the reality of their engagement finally started to sink in. She envisioned Alan's gentle smile, a memory that provided warmth even in his absence. Lying back on her pillows, she questioned if this sudden path to happiness was really all right. She worried that despite the Spirit King's blessing potentially softening the effects of the winter curse, the fundamental problem of Alan's power remained. Vera recalled being told that marriage would greatly improve the town's condition and the constant cold Alan felt. However, she knew Alan's freezing power wouldn't simply vanish, and he was still currently suffering under its weight. She trailed off in her thoughts, overwhelmed by the gravity of the curse they were trying to overcome. Bolting upright in bed, Vera realized she must have drifted off to sleep in the middle of her worrying. She sat in the quiet morning light, centering herself for the tasks of the day. Pumping her fists with newfound resolve, Vera told herself she needed to get to work and reply to her mounting correspondence. Her focus was broken by a sudden knock at the door, prompting her to call out a curious yes. The heavy doors began to creak open, signaling the arrival of an unexpected visitor. A nervous attendant appeared, reporting that a high-ranking official from Vera's home country was there wishing to meet her. Vera hurried down the grand staircase, her heart racing as she wondered who could have traveled so far to see her. A distinguished man bowed at the entrance, apologizing for his sudden and unannounced arrival so early in the morning. Vera recognized him instantly. He was a person she once knew very well from her life at the palace. The visitor was the king's trusted right hand, a high-ranking figure who rarely left the home country's castle. The official wasted no time, stating that the king very much wished to see Vera in person. He requested that she accompany him home immediately, explaining there were matters the king wished to ask her directly. The shock of the request was magnified by the presence of the royal seal, signifying the king's personal authority. He assured her that the king had been feeling unusually well since the previous night and was currently able to speak at length. Bowing low, the official apologized for the suddenness of the request but begged her to come, promising a safe escort back afterward. Vera calculated that if she left now in the provided carriage, she would actually arrive at the capital before Alan. She stood in silence, weighing the emotional and political implications of returning home so abruptly. She remembered how the king had cared for her and helped her navigate royal life even after she was married. Considering the public nature of her blessing, she realized it wasn't strange for the king to want to discuss the Spirit King with her. She hoped that if the meeting went well, the king would approve the marriage and they could truly be family again. Vera looked at the official and gave her answer, simply stating, "I understand." Before departing, she asked to send a message to the castle, acknowledging the public gravity of the Spirit King's blessing. As Vera prepares to depart, she insists that she cannot disappear without notice and expresses her gratitude to those remaining. Offering a gentle farewell, Vera promises to be in their care as they bid her to take care of herself. A horse-drawn carriage waits patiently by the fountain as the heavy front doors of the estate shut with a resounding bang. The story transitions to Chapter 24, shifting the focus to the sprawling, stone-walled castle that dominates the kingdom's skyline. With a soft thud of her boots, Vera makes her formal entrance into a grand, ornate reception room. A middle-aged man with a thin mustache and weary eyes greets Lady Vera, noting that it has been quite some time since they last met. Vera acknowledges the long separation with a polite smile, confirming that it has indeed been a significant period. The man urges Vera to abandon her formal tone, reminding her that they were once considered family. He encourages her to speak to him with the same familiarity she used in the past. Maintaining her composure and grace, Vera offers a humble thank you for his kind consideration. The man apologizes for the sudden summons, though Vera reassures him that the abruptness of the meeting is fine. Taking a seat across from her, the man inquires about the current state of Vera's health. Vera explains that while she still cannot overexert herself, her condition has improved enough to sit and converse like this. Though he asks about any lingering discomfort, Vera notes that she feels much better than she did previously. Vera happily confirms she is spending her time well and turns the question back to him to ask of his own well-being. The man begins to apologize for his next words, acknowledging the awkwardness of his high-ranking position. He laughs softly, stating that hearing she is happy is the best possible news compared to the alternative. Looking downcast, he admits his surprise that Alan hired her after the royal family unilaterally dissolved her marriage. He hopes the boy isn't causing her trouble but concedes that Vera is perfectly capable of handling assistant work. Vera quickly clarifies that she is actually the one being taken care of by Alan and insists he is no trouble at all. The man acknowledges her words with a simple, "I see," while Vera offers a quiet thanks. A heavy silence falls between the two as they look at one another, both weighed down by the gravity of the situation. He reveals the true purpose of the meeting is because he heard a rumor that she received the Spirit King's blessing. Vera reacts with shock as the man suddenly begins to bow his head in a deep, humble apology. With his head lowered in shame, the king pleads with Lady Vera to start over with Prince Carol. Vera stares back in absolute disbelief, her eyes wide as she processes the king's staggering request. The king admits it is self-serving to ask this after she was driven from the castle by a situation he failed to stop. He explains that the country is currently in a terrible state and would only improve if the Spirit King's blessing were to spread. For the sake of the people and the future of the entire kingdom, he begs her to return to the palace. Vera clutches her chest, processing the internal knowledge that the king only knows half of the truth. She realizes the king remains ignorant of the fact that the blessing's range is tied directly to the recipient's happiness. The king laments that Carol has been gloomy and troubled ever since the divorce, despite trying to hide it. He claims that just talking to Vera once made Carol look significantly more relieved than he has in months. Suddenly, the king is overcome by a violent coughing fit, causing Vera to jump up in a panic to help him. Vera desperately tries to calm him down as he struggles to breathe, while he continues to insist that Carol needs her. After the fit subsides, the king looks away in shame and offers a whispered apology for his outburst. Vera asks if she should call for a doctor, but the king insists he has calmed down and is all right. The king calls himself pathetic as Vera watches him with a look of deep concern. He confesses that his failing health is a burden to Carol and Alan, preventing him from solving the kingdom's problems. Reminiscing on the past, he mentions how much he was helped by Vera's own great-grandfather. He apologizes for the royal family's total reliance on her lineage but asks one more time for her cooperation. Vera interjects to clarify that cutting ties with her family was her own wish and was formally processed by her. The king promises to arrange a new adoption and ensure her friend Esta is happy if she agrees to his terms. Clenching his fist, the king declares that the kingdom is driven into a corner and desperately needs her power. He stares at her with desperation, claiming a queen with the Spirit King's blessing would bring the people immense reassurance. Vera thinks of Carol and Esta, knowing that things might be better for them if she stays away. While she understands the importance of the queen's blessing to the people, she remains hesitant to agree. A vision of Alan smiling warmly flashes through her mind, adding to her emotional conflict. Vera thinks of her plans to discuss marriage with Alan that very afternoon and mentally apologizes to him. The king acknowledges that her country of affiliation would change quickly, but insists she must return. The king promises to take full responsibility for Vera's return so she won't suffer a bad reputation. Vera interjects, explaining that neither Alan nor Carol view the king as a burden or wish for her to face a bad reputation alone. She insists they all care deeply for the king and are simply caught in a painful misunderstanding. The king remains focused on the people's suffering, expressing his desperate desire to remove the anxiety caused by abnormal weather and poverty. He looks down with a heavy heart and offers another apology for the weight of his requests. Vera asks the king to let her explain the specific nature of the Spirit King's blessing, regardless of any potential remarriage to Carol. Looking at the back of a man who resembles Carol, she notes how strikingly similar the two men are in their straightforward nature. Suddenly, the ornate doors to the room are thrown open with a startling bang. A group of men strides purposefully into the chamber, their footsteps echoing across the floor. The group's leaders apologize to the king for their sudden and uninvited intrusion. They reveal they could not sit still after hearing the king summon Vera, as they also wish for her to return to the palace. Vera stares back at them, her face pale and her eyes wide with shock. She scans their serious and worried faces, recognizing the gravity they are projecting. Internally, Vera remains skeptical, believing that their public concern is a mask for their true intentions. She recalls the many times she had to stop their outrageous behavior and endure physical pain while they pushed their work onto others for credit. One man explains that they have already held several discussions regarding her return to the kingdom. He notes that everyone believes the country's abnormalities began specifically after Vera left the palace. He points out that since Vera moved to Alan's town, the snow has stopped and the area has begun to prosper. The group argues that for the sake of the country's survival, it is best that Vera returns immediately. They emphasize that they felt compelled to ask her in person once they learned of the Spirit King's blessing. Regarding her loss of noble status, they jovially compete for the chance to adopt her, claiming anyone would welcome her. They chatter about how their lively households would benefit from her presence, particularly those without many children. Vera looks on with a pained expression, realizing her perspective is completely different from theirs. She understands her own concerns but notes how they speak as if Carol has simply lost interest in her. One man suggests her return would force Carol to acknowledge the ability she possessed as crown princess. Vera closes her eyes, lost in the memory of her difficult time as the crown princess. She remembers how they skillfully used their status to dodge work and take the praise, no matter how hard she tried. Eventually, she had realized that speaking up was meaningless and retreated into focusing only on her own tasks. She reflects that if she were her old self, she likely would have been pushed into remarrying Carol. Her face remains neutral and stoic as she listens to the men continue their self-serving appeals. She realizes that if she hadn't met Alan, she would still be that lonely version of herself who would eventually do as she was told. Vera thinks of the king's gratitude and the long support he has offered her despite his mistakes. She acknowledges his feelings but remains firm in her own internal transformation. Vera decides that since happiness is the goal, she only needs to spend her time with the person she loves. She recognizes that both Alan and Carol have faced their mistakes and moved forward, and she must do the same. She resolves not to be left behind by the two men who have already started moving toward the future. Clenching her hands over her heart, Vera reaffirms her decision to live beside Alan. She takes a deep breath, preparing to deliver her final answer to the assembled nobles. Vera, standing tall, informs the nobles that there is no chance she will ever be in their care again. She declares that even if she does return to the kingdom, it will not be under their terms. Vera bows her head slightly, apologizing for her delayed greeting to the king. She also apologizes for the delay in reporting her current personal situation. Vera bows deeply and announces clearly that she is currently seeing Alan as a lover. The king and the nobles are frozen in absolute, open-mouthed shock at her revelation. Vera asks if Alan is still scheduled to arrive at the palace later that day. She explains that they had planned to greet the king together to ask for permission to marry. The king stammers in disbelief, unable to process the news that she is with that boy, Alan. Vera smiles gently and reveals that the Spirit King's blessing surpasses even high-ranking spirit influences, allowing her to touch Alan without freezing. The king is stunned by the fact that she can touch Alan with her bare hands. Vera concludes that it was an accidental touch with Alan that first led her to investigate the Spirit King's blessing in the first place. Surprised by the revelation that she can touch Alan without freezing, Vera confirms they even hold bare hands together. With a warm smile, she explains that Alan often spends time without his gloves when they are alone at home. A nearby man is visibly moved to tears by this news while a quiet cough breaks the emotional silence. Clenching his hand in relief, the man whispers a prayer of gratitude as bystanders look on in surprise. Overwhelmed with emotion, he repeatedly thanks Vera, his heart filled with joy for his son's newfound connection. He confesses his deep-seated guilt over being unable to comfort Alan after he received the blessing, forced to keep his lonely son at a distance. Admitting his own helplessness, he fears Alan might hate him for only offering empty worries without taking any real action to help. He acknowledges that Alan managed to find a precious person in Vera all on his own to finally heal his isolation. Tears stream down his face as he thanks Vera for giving the boy happiness and for the simple, profound act of touching him. Vera watches him weep, softly stating that she is receiving just as much happiness from the relationship. She explains that it is precisely because they bring each other such joy that they have come to seek formal permission for their marriage. Vera further reveals that she has spoken with Carol about their past and that the two have finally reconciled and apologized to one another. Declaring that they hold no grudges, she emphasizes their shared decision to leave the past behind and move forward together. The man realizes his assumptions were self-righteous, seeing now that Carol is also looking toward the future without his interference. He laments his time spent bedridden and useless, despite his desperate wish for both of his sons to be happy. He admits he once hoped to use the Spirit King's blessing to fix Alan's power and improve the kingdom. Looking down in shame, he realizes he simply failed to believe in the growth and strength of his own children. With heavy regret, he offers a sincere apology to Vera for all the trouble his lack of faith has caused her. Vera gazes back with a gentle, tearful expression, offering him her own heartfelt thanks in return. An official interjects, arguing that if Vera is to marry Alan, it is necessary for her to be adopted into a family of high status. They press the issue of her status, noting that since she has cut ties with her former home, gaining a new title through adoption is the best path. Vera stands firm, flatly refusing to join any of their families as an adopted child. The officials persist, rudely questioning if she understands that she is currently all alone in the world without the protection of a family. Vera stares them down with absolute confidence, declaring that she already has a family. She describes a precious family that truly cares for her and watches over her so she can walk her own path. Petals drift around her as she states her answer will never change, no matter how many times they try to persuade her otherwise. The man in bed closes his eyes, asking the officials if they finally understand the strength of Vera's intent. As Vera turns to leave, another figure offers to listen to the officials' stories in the tired king's stead, much to their dismay. Vera looks back in surprise as the heavy doors begin to creak shut, signaling the end of the audience.